What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to the official Sugar Bowl pregame show of Texas Sports Unfiltered. We are live in the Big Easy, New Orleans, Louisiana, in between Mannings and Harrah's on the gazebo. If you're in this area, you cannot miss us. We will be broadcasting live until 6 o'clock, getting y'all set for kickoff for the Allstate Sugar Bowl. The Texas Longhorns and the Washington Huskies, the second of two college football playoff semifinals coming up today. Of course, the winner of tonight's game will be in Houston next Monday playing for a national championship. It is the biggest Texas Longhorn football game since the start of the 2010 year. We've got Texas fans all over the place here in the French Quarter. A lot of Washington fans wearing that ugly-ass purple as well.
Got some dogs around.
A lot of dogs, a lot of grown people barking like dogs. Kind of a weird bit. But
whose house? Oh, dog house. Dog house. Dog house.
they're all letting us know whose house they want it to be tonight. But obviously Texas hoping to make the Superdome their house for the second time in 5 years. A lot at stake tonight. Of course, the Longhorns 2 wins away from their first national championship since 2005. So much at stake, and we are talking all about it until 6 o'clock right here in the French Quarter. I am BK Brad Kellner. We've got the full cast of characters here for Texas Sports Unfiltered. Bucky Godbold is here. Chip Brown is here. Zay Collier is here. Trey Elling will join us a little bit later. Jeff Howe will join us a little bit later. Megan from Fire the Cannon will join us a little bit later. Rodney Rodriguez will join us. We've got a bunch of people here talking all things Texas and Washington over the next 4 hours. Buck, I'll start with you. It's been a long time since Texas has played a football game. It's about time. December 2nd.
And by the way, it's late, too.
It's a late game.
It's a late. Talked about, which we have talked about for like 5 months now, it seems. But
but now people are really paying attention.
Oh, they're really
Buck.
paying attention now. They really weren't paying attention before. But
now
this is the day, huh?
Their little antennas are heightened because everything matters for 3.5 hours tonight.
Yeah, they want to take it with them. You're right.
Oh man, I mean, and Buck, I'm always interested to hear your take on how players have to kind of pace themselves emotionally, because it's a 7:45 game. They wake up this morning, they're ready to go. How do they, what do you tell them as a coach to pace themselves so that they peak at 7:45?
Well, there's a bunch of guys that didn't sleep anyway last night. I mean, whether it's New Year's Eve or not, it's just the fact that they just don't sleep. They'll sit around and oh no, BK, I better not say it. They'll be playing their Game Boys and their Ataris.
Hey, don't show your age in front of all these people now.
What will they be playing? What will they be up doing all night long?
No one was playing Atari last night at the Texas Hotel. I can tell you that.
I just want to make sure that they were playing all their video games. And it's a tough night to get guys to get their rest. But there's some that will fall asleep. But there's others that just on a regular game weekend, it's tough for them to sleep when they're at a hotel. Now, they've been at this hotel for quite a few days now, so they've probably gotten used to the routine or what's going on, but it's not easy. I mean, and coaches want everybody. Coaches would like for you to go to bed at 6:30 and get your rest, but that's just not going to happen with a bunch of them. So,
well, it was interesting last night. My lovely wife, Elle, who's here, we were out at dinner, and the Texas team buses were coming back to the hotel at 10 o'clock. So wherever they were for whatever their team meal or
probably
whatever,
a movie. They do a movie. Yep.
They were coming back to the hotel at 10 o'clock. So that's when they, retired to their team hotel. And all I know is this is an opportunity for players, as Jamal Charles said, a chance for players to become legends.
Yeah.
You talk about how you can become an instant hero in the Texas OU game.
goes. I mean, you'll be loved forever, and the whole team has an opportunity. And this is a very prideful team led by Steve Sarkisian, who obviously has his own ties with UW. But yeah, this team's came a long way from 5-7, Sark's first year, 2021.
Chip, you've been covering this team for a long time, and there have been all sorts of ups and downs. Unfortunately, more downs than ups for this Texas football team since the last time they played in a game like this. What does it mean to this program to be back in this spot on the national stage, one win away from playing for a national title?
Well, I said coming into the year, this was the most important season of Texas football in the last 30 years, because not only did they have the best team in the Big 12 to win the conference championship, but you want momentum going into the SEC. You want to be seen as a program, primarily in the eyes of recruits, that Texas is the place to go. And so, with the portal window going to open again in May, you've got another signing day coming up in February. You can make a statement tonight that's going to say to those recruits, those top end kids in the portal, Texas is the place to go. They're playing for championships. It used to be that schools could negative recruit Texas, saying they're not putting guys in the NFL and they're not playing for championships. And now they've got 2 quarterbacks on the roster in Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning, who had a perfect recruiting rating as the number 1 player in the nation. Receivers want to play in Steve Sarkisian's offense anyway. Now they've got 2 of the best quarterbacks, to having, throwing it to them.
Sure.
Texas has got a ton of momentum right now, and if you're a Texas fan, you just want to see it continue.
Yeah, Zay, it's a big deal to be here, but there's an opportunity here for this Texas football team. This is one of those years where it feels like all 4 of the teams that are left have a legit shot to win a national title. So I'm sure if you asked any Longhorn fan before the season started if they would have taken a playoff berth, the answer would have been yes. But now that you're here, now that you're just 2 wins away from winning the whole damn thing, there's a lot at stake for Texas.
Yeah, and there's a swagger to this Texas team and a certain cockiness that you love. It's not, in a negative cocky that some teams might have during this time of the year. Like, it's actually, legit. So when you got guys like Trevondre Sweat and Byron Murphy leading the defense, like, those guys are fearless, man. And they've shown that all year long. They're not worried about this Joe Moore award-winning offensive line for Washington. They've been getting asked about it all week.
Just another offensive line.
Just another offensive line. That's what I want to hear. But show it. And I think they have the talent to do so. They have the will to do so. And Steve Sarkisian has shown they also have the coaching to do so too. So, hey, it all goes down tonight at the Superdome.
And I think Washington is confident. I mean, Michael Penix, Roma Dunze, Jalen Polk, Jalen McMillan, and these tight ends. I'm going to keep harping on these tight ends. Jack Westover, Devin Cope. I think those guys are going to have a say in this game.
Those guys have 1 touchback all year. You've been talking about
Westover
for the last
has
month.
4.
Okay.
And he's the guy who can do it all. Fullback, H-back. He's the lead on the counter. He's the lead blocker on the counter. And he's a good pass catcher. In fact, Ryan Grubb said that Westover might have the next best set of hands to Roma Dunze.
Wow.
So, but I think they're confident. Now, Washington's defense is a little bit like Texas's defense. They're trying to convince themselves that they're going to have the answers tonight. And so it's fascinating to watch because, look, these offensive coaches, Ryan Grubb for Washington, Steve Sarkisian for Texas, are so good at getting matchups against the players they think they can beat that it's going to be fun to watch how they do it and see who rises up and makes the play. I mean, obviously, we've talked about how Washington's probably going to go after Michael Taft and Keaton Crawford, whoever that safety is opposite Jaron Thompson. They might go after Jaron Thompson too. But
yeah, why would they leave him out?
Why would they leave him out? He's given up more touchdowns than any DB. But these guys are so good at it that, they're going to come after you. They're going to come after you. You got to want them to come after you, and you got to make the play.
Well, this trip has already been made for me because I just saw the great Donnie Little, and I also got to see my granddaughters. So
there we go.
That's already big. I've already had a.
Can one of them play safety?
One of the girls?
Yeah. Somebody?
No, my daughter can play. She's still in good enough shape to do that. But no, it was good. I mean, I hadn't seen Donnie in so long. It was just good to see him walk by us.
Yeah.
The great Donnie Little.
Yes.
Love it.
Amen. Buck, the Vegas total for this matchup is 62.5. That's the over-under right now. What are you feeling? I mean, we've got two high-powered offenses. Chip just talked about it. Both defenses have some question marks, not statistically great in certain aspects throughout the course of the regular season. You feel like we could be in for a
I think it's just like anything else. When you first start the season, and Chip's been around 2-a-day practices, 3-a-day, 8-a-day, and he knows that the defense generally looks better than the offense. So they've been away from the game a little bit. So I would think the defenses will look pretty good tonight, and it'll take the offenses just a little bit of time to get it together. They've been away from it for a month, but once they get cranking right now, Washington's offense, I'm not going to say they struggled because they found ways to win, but Texas, they were at peak performance the last two football games. I mean, the game before playing for a Big 12 championship, they couldn't have looked any better those last two games. Washington has struggled, but once again, they're undefeated, and they won them all. So, I mean, there's nothing – you can say what you want about the Washington Huskies, about how they haven't played well at the end of the season, but they still found ways to win, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
But for Texas, I thought they were playing at peak performance the last two games, and including the championship game. But tonight, it's will the offense be ready to go? How do they do? Or did they struggle a little bit to start going? I don't expect the defense to struggle. I expect them to be just the way they play.
Yeah, well,
just go sick them, you know?
Let's hear from Steve Sarkisian talking about the offense first, because you're right. The Texas offense has been rolling. The Longhorns have scored 106 points in their last two games, that 50-point beatdown of your Mark U and Texas Tech, and then, of course, the 49-21 drubbing of Oklahoma State in the Big 12 championship game. This offense has been firing on all cylinders. Steve Sarkisian was asked in his press conference right when he got to New Orleans about how to keep the offense in rhythm despite all of the time off.
I think part of it was making sure that we did enough good on good in practice, especially early on in the prep, that we kept the speed of the competitiveness of what a game would feel like in a practice setting. Not necessarily to scrimmage all the time, but at the line of scrimmage, offensive linemen need to feel the speed and physicality of our defensive line. Our DBs need to feel the speed and the rhythm of our passing game, because that's critical to, when that ball gets kicked off next Monday night, it's all gonna be fast, and so we have to make sure that we're playing to our tempo and to our speed. I think too, when you implement a game plan, what I've learned is you don't want to give it to them all at once, because ultimately then it can become monotonous. And so we try to kind of keep giving them things as the day comes, and they keep their interest really perked and on point, and make sure that practice is upbeat and energetic, and that we've got a lot of positive vibes going in our building and on the practice field. And I think that our guys have responded well to that.
And Chip would know this as well as anybody, the fact that this team has got the kind of depth that when you practice now, you're practicing, it used to be, can you give us a good look from your look squad, Chip? I mean, are they good enough to give you the kind of looks that Washington may give you? But now you've built your program up to your depth has good players on it. Your second and third team guys, when they give you the kind of looks that you want, you're not screaming and yelling, hey, you got to do a better job, because they're good athletes. So they're going to give you the kind of look that you're used to, that you want to see, to imitate some of the things that Washington is doing.
Yeah, and I mean, think about this. The scout team, the guys who are impersonating Roma Dunze and Jalen Polk are guys like, DeAndre Moore and Ryan Niblett. And, they lost. Casey Kane is still with the team, and he's out there trying to help these guys get ready for what they're going to see. And this is what I find interesting. Steve Sarkisian has prepared for these college football playoff games. When he was at Alabama, he knows, having watched Nick Saban, how to go about it. Kalen DeBoer won 3 national championships at the Division II level at Sioux Falls, and he's got a ton of playoff experience, but not college football playoff semifinal experience. It's just something to throw out there, because I think Kalen DeBoer is as good as there is right now, and there's some rumblings out there that maybe Michigan's going to come after him if stuff falls apart with, Jim Harbaugh, who's been, slow playing Michigan on a contract extension.
Did he do something wrong, Jim Harbaugh?
I mean, he's just Jim Harbaugh.
Too much milk.
Too much a little bit of everything.
Yeah, yeah.
We
But
know he's trying hard because
Yeah.
he's cheating hard.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I love what Julian Bond from Alabama is like. Yeah, we couldn't really watch our iPods because we didn't want Michigan stealing our
right.
signals. I mean,
Yeah.
he just flat out said it. But
Amazing.
yeah, and that game, that Michigan Alabama game is going to kick off at before this one. So, which I'm still just like the Rose Bowl. Come on,
Right. Yeah, put
Play
the West Coast
play
game.
the West Coast
first.
game as the late game.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, they messed that all up. But to what you were saying, Chip, that's where I give Sark the advantage. The fact that he was with Saban, has been through this college football playoff process, and he knows that time off, how to manage practice and going hard with the ones and balancing to get healthy. You got to make sure guys are healthy so they can play in this game up to their best abilities. And I think Steve Sarkisian has the advantage for, Kalen DeBoer there. But
Yeah.
Kalen DeBoer, for him keeping Ryan Grubb when he was getting calls from Nick Saban and getting calls from all these other big-time schools to maybe leave, I think that's huge. And who knows what he'll do, whatever happens with Michigan, I don't know. But he's really done a great job in the Pacific Northwest with UW.
Yeah, and Texas has that coaching experience, like y'all said. I mean, this coaching staff has been a part of 15 college football playoff games. Nobody on Washington has been a part of a single one. And it's not just the coaches, it's the players too, Buck. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I think most people agree that player-led locker rooms are the best locker rooms. We talk about Adonai Mitchell. He's been a part of a back-to-back national championship winning team at Georgia. Keelan Robinson was on that 2020 Alabama team that won it all. Like, you've got some players on Texas, even though Texas has never been in the CFP, some guys in that locker room, both coaches and players, who know what it takes to prepare and deal with that long leg.
And I like the fact that your offensive line coach has been through all this stuff. He understands how to prepare his offensive line for a game like this. He knows when to, take some of the gas off. He doesn't have to be all gas. You know what I'm saying? He understands what this will all be about. So, I'm looking forward to seeing how this offensive line plays, especially when you have a time off. Like I said, I don't worry about the defense. They will be going. They understand what they're all about. This young offensive line, which is still pretty young, how do they come back, Chip, after, a month away? Are they as aggressive as they've been, or is it going to take them time? Well, they don't have any more time.
No.
It's done.
Yeah, time's up, and it's the Washington defensive line, Kalen Trice, and I can't pronounce all these guys' names. But
Thule.
Zion,
yeah,
Tupuloa,
Tui,
Tui.
Zion.
Yeah.
Let's call him Zion.
Zion Williamson.
Those guys are the best parts of the Washington
Sure.
defensive line, and it's going to be it's one of the matchups that you're watching today. Is Xavier Worthy, who said 2 days ago, I'm in constant pain with the ankle injury, is he playing possum, or is he
Yep.
a guy that you have to watch from a health standpoint? Because Ryan Watts looked good when we saw him in practice. So did Austin Jordan, who's a special teams player for Texas. But yeah, the young players in this game, and you can characterize Quinn Ewers as a young player. I mean, as a second-year starter, really, in college football, and look at how much better he's gotten throughout the season. I mean, Michael Penix is a sixth-year player. He's one of 9 six-year players for Washington in key roles in this game. Michael Penix has seen everything,
Yeah.
but Quinn Ewers made the commitment to become a great player before this season, and I think we've seen him mature throughout the year.
What's been the biggest change for you, Chip? Watching Quinn Ewers last year, his first year as a starter, it's kind of a roller coaster ride for him. Obviously, a lot of tangible things you could point to, and the stats back it up that he's much improved in 2023. But versus last year, going up against Washington in the Alamo Bowl, a game that Texas lost 27-20 last December, what's the biggest change you've seen from Quinn Ewers from year 1 to year 2?
I think it's his team now. Last year, he was trying to fit in, especially earlier in the year. And, there were times where Xavier Worthy would go, he'd be targeted, but he wouldn't catch it. And he looked like he was disgruntled. And it looked like it bothered Quinn. I thought the change in Quinn started leading up to the Alamo Bowl last year. I felt like in the bowl practices, he started to assert himself more. And then he took it way up going into this past offseason to the point where he, and the guys have said that Alamo Bowl last year was the first time we had to start to figure ourselves out without Bijan Robinson and Roshan Johnson, who've been doing so much of the leading, along with DeMarvion Overshown. And so with those 3 players opting out, they kind of had to figure it out. They didn't figure it out in game, but they started to figure it out from that point forward.
Yep.
And Steve Sarkisian said, we don't just have 3 guys leading, we've got 30 guys leading. We have experienced leadership all over this team. And I think that Quinn Ewers is absolutely at the tip of the spear on that.
Well, and he has to be, because that's what everybody wants. They want your quarterback to be your leader, because he doesn't just lead the offense, he leads the entire team. And I think that's happened. And that progression that you've watched with this kid through the course of the season, I mean, even after he got hurt, I mean, I thought he got better after he got hurt, which is weird. I mean, you'd think that shoulder was going to really bug him throughout the year. You know, once he got it hurt, once it healed, it still was going to bother him a little bit. No. He became a real leader afterwards. He looks stronger, and he looks much better, and he looks like more of I'm in control here. I understand what the offense is about. I understand what the head coach he's going to do. The games will be different. Every week is different. I'm prepared to take that on. Let him give me as much stuff as he needs to give me. I'll be able to take it on. And he takes it on for the team. As I said, not just about the offense. It's about the defensive players want to look up to the quarterback too.
Yeah, and there's different ways to lead, fellas. I mean, when you think about the quarterback at the highest level, you think about like the men who built this lovely establishment right behind us, and think about guys like Tom Brady. So Quinn Ewers, he's not that rah-rah guy, but you've seen it more this year than you did in 2022, which in 2022, you just didn't have the confidence.
Well, body language alone
Yeah.
was enough to tell you that he's not ready. He's just not there. He's just not feeling comfortable enough. He's just getting to know these players as not just football players, but people. He didn't know. He walked onto this campus after Ohio State, and he's trying to find his own way around, much less telling them, trying to say, I'm the quarterback, I need you to do this. He's just wondering who's going to listen to him.
Yeah, that's why you got to give A.J. Milwee and Steve Sarkisian a lot of credit. And I continue to say this. A.J. Milwee, coming down from the booth where he was in 2022, now on the field, allows so many people to have different responsibilities. So instead of Steve Sarkisian, who's the head coach of a team, Quinn Ewers throws an interception, instead of Sark having to go deal with that, Sark could continue to be the head coach.
Right.
And now A.J. Milwee could step in and be like, okay, let's fix this. Let's fix that. What are you looking at here? What do you see there? Let's go do your progressions. Let's get back on the field and then do what you do. And Quinn Ewers, when he throws a pick, it's just kind of like he shrugs it off, erases it from his memory, and he gets back out there and he continues to play and play some good ball. So, yeah.
And as Trey has said before, I mean, I think the way this kid has built his body up, he took it upon himself. I mean, and I think you said it also yesterday, Chip, that nobody asked him to do the things he did with his body. He just thought and felt that this was my next progression as a quarterback, to do something with this Pillsbury Doughboy body.
My
I mean, I'm serious. I mean,
let's not fat shame Quinn Ewers. Come on.
I'm just saying.
Pillsbury Doughboy?
I mean, he decided that's what he was going to do. No.
Is Mike Gundy here for this?
No, he made a decision himself that this is what I'm going to do to my body to make myself a better player. And he's done all those things, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think both of y'all bring up great points. Obviously, the bodily transformation we've seen from Quinn Ewers has paid dividends. His legs have been an element for this Texas team. Now, we haven't seen him run as much since coming back from that AC injury.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we see that today with the month off. But, yeah, the fact that Quinn Ewers has just been able to put stuff behind him this year. I think of the Oklahoma State game last year. I think of the TCU game last year. Like, when things started unraveling for Quinn Ewers, he couldn't get the BBs back in the box.
Sure.
Like, it just snowballed, and he just could not get things back on track. This year, how about Oklahoma State? Big 12 championship game. He sets a record for the most passing yards in the Big 12 title game. And you think of all of the amazing quarterbacks who have come through this conference. It's a pretty damn good record by Quinn Ewers. But he threw one of the worst interceptions you'll ever see midway through the first half of that game. Like, he just did not see the linebacker. He was staring him down the whole time. He basically threw it right to that Oklahoma State player.
Yep.
And then, the next drive, Quinn Ewers bounced back, leads Texas on a touchdown drive, and then he just goes and has one of the best games of his career. So the maturity there, but also the fact that, he's just been able to put stuff behind him. And the odds are he's going to make a mistake tonight. Like, it's going to happen. He takes a bad sack, throws an interception. Quinn Ewers, there's going to be some sort of adversity going to face tonight, and I have all the confidence in the world that he'll be able to put a mistake behind him and then lead Texas back out on the field and have success with his offense. Last year, not so much.
Yeah, and if something happens to Quinn Ewers tonight, it's Arch Manning time, folks.
The guy who built this. He built this bar with his bare hands.
I mean, come
Arch
on.
Manning. Or was it Archie who did it?
I mean, Archie.
Probably Cooper. He didn't play in the NFL. Cooper must be the architect.
Arch is closer to Archie because Archie ran for his life in his pro career. Arch can run. Eli and Peyton, not so much. So, look, if Arch Manning has to make an appearance in this game, his legs are going to be a big part of what he does.
I hope not tonight.
That-
Don't
yeah,
say that.
right.
Please, I hope not to
Be
see that.
careful because we're right next to Manning. So
Yeah, but I hope not to see that. No, I'll watch that next year, maybe.
He'll have his time, and I know a lot of Texas fans have PTSD from Colt McCoy getting injured in the Alabama game, and Garrett Gilbert coming in, and we all know what happened there.
Yep.
But I know Sark and his coaching staff, they're confident in Arch Manning, but Quinn Ewers, he has to understand, if he does decide to run, he has to be smart. You got to slide. You got to get out of bounds. You cannot do what you did against Houston, where you want to lower your shoulder and be the big man and be the tough guy and try to get your team hype, and then you end up missing 2 games because of it. That cannot happen. Again, I love Arch Manning. He will have his time, just not tonight.
Yep. Maybe in victory formation if Texas.
Maybe. I'll take it. Yeah, if they're up by 50,
yeah,
I'll take that.
we could see a little.
I'll take that. Let's
Arch
throw Arch in. Let them get a taste of that. But especially at home in New Orleans, let them get some of that gumbo. But
Yep.
at the end of the day, Arch, wait your turn, my guy.
All right, so where are we at with this passing game as a whole tonight for Texas? I mean, everyone's dogging on Texas's secondary, right? All sorts of questions with the Longhorn defensive backfield, but Texas actually has a better secondary than Washington does. If you look at the numbers, Washington has been one of the worst
Very
pass
hard to
defenses in college football. And Buck, everyone's been talking about how good these Washington receivers are, Roma Dunze and Jalen Polk and Jalen McMillan. Well, Texas has a pretty good trio of receivers on its own side, and they're going up against a secondary that has been picked apart a lot this season. This could be a special day for this Texas passing game.
Yeah, I mean, and now you've got a head coach that now is at his peak right now too. I mean, he's feeling it. He's scheming the defense. He's scheming guys wide open too, and he's got a lot of tools. I mean, he's got a lot of players. Not only the wide receivers, but the running backs out of the backfield. Their screen game has been fantastic. And when the head coach, who the play caller is finally as hot can be, I mean, the timing of this is great. And I'm fine. I'm fine with the wide receivers. This wide receiver matchup will be fun tonight. But Texas they have no backseat to anybody in the nation when it comes to wide receivers right now, and not the way the head coach is calling the plays.
I think these are the 2 best wide receiving corps in college football, right? Like if you want to give the edge to Washington, that's fine. They've got 3 guys who have gone over 1,000 yards in a season at some point in their college careers. But I mean, you look at mock drafts, you're seeing Xavier Worthy in the first round of most of them. You're seeing Adonai Mitchell in the first round of a lot of them. Jordan Whittington's going to get drafted by somebody.
Sure.
No, by the way, Washington's got some good tight ends, but they don't have any of them who are as good as Jatavion Sanders when you're talking about Sunday type of talent. So it's a tall task for Washington, man. Like that's probably what they've been talking about up there in Seattle over the last few weeks, Chip, is how the hell they are going to find a way to slow down all of the weapons Texas has.
Well, here's the X factor too, is if Texas can run the football, I mean, really commit to running the football. Like we talked about yesterday, to me, the masterpiece game from Texas this year was against Kansas when they ran it 51 times for over 300 yards. They held the ball for 40 minutes. Kansas had no time to do anything. And when you can just dominate like that, and Washington's run defense is up and down. Like I said, I mean, if you talk to people who follow Washington football really closely, Washington defense is going to give you 25 minutes of lights out football, 25 minutes of what were they thinking, and usually if it's close, they're going to give you 10 minutes of really good fourth quarter football to help close out a win. So if you can jump on them and catch them when they're in that 25 minutes of what are you thinking and really put it to them, you might be able to create that doubt in their minds. And Texas just runs it down their throat.
That's what Sark wants, right? I mean, in his perfect world, he's able to establish the ground game, control the clock, and keep Michael Penix on the sideline. You don't have to worry about your own secondary if the other quarterback's never on the field.
Not with that guy. You want him on the sideline. That's what you want.
Because they didn't even try to establish the run in this Alamo Bowl game a year ago.
No, they did.
They didn't. Like, I went back and looked at everything, and they ran it twice in the first quarter. I mean, it was throw. They're going to try to establish the run tonight. And let's see if they can, punch Washington and get their defense on their heels.
Yeah, Shard Choice deserves a lot of credit for the Horn success, the running back coach, because when Jonathan Brooks went out, everybody was like, oh, crap. Like, here we go, the team that was on the trajectory of getting to college football playoff. They lose probably their best player at the time. Like, he was looking like a Doak Walker Award winner before he went down. So to bring in C.J. Baxter, a freshman, Jaden Blue coming in, and he looks like a man on the mission when he gets the ball in his hands. And I also put Keelan Robinson in the mix too.
Yeah.
I think all three of those guys can be a huge factor tonight. And if they're able to eat up that clock, which doesn't allow, as we are all talking about now, Michael Penix to get back on that field, that's going to be huge for the Texans' success.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I see that Texas has all the big play capabilities, but I've never thought about them running a lot of clock with the way they've played over the last couple games. I mean, they can run clock. They can establish whatever they want, whether it's pass, screen, throw it deep. I mean, they've got the ability to do that right now. So I never thought of Sark being. I just don't know if he's that kind of patient dude.
Right.
I'm still in my mind, as good as the coach has been, patience is a thing with me with Steve Sarkisian. Does he have that patience, or does he have to go over the top and have to have that big thrill play? I mean, he's like that to me. Now he's got the kind of weapons that can do it with just simple screens and running backs out of the backfield, Xavier Worthy catching one on the fly and going, not necessarily over the top, but sometimes in my mind, I'm like, this dude is going to force something. It's going to happen. When will it happen? But the last two games, it's all worked. It's been on the money for him. The small things have worked and turned into big plays for him too.
And that's what was so impressive in the Alabama game. He dialed it up when it was in the flow of the offense, and it all worked.
Right.
I mean, it was a thing of beauty. It was Xavier Worthy early. They shaded the coverage toward Worthy. Then they go to A.D. Mitchell and J.T. Sanders. And A.D. Mitchell ate him up with 2 fourth-quarter touchdown catches. J.T. Sanders over 100 yards receiving, including a 50-yard catch and run where he's wide open in the middle of the field. And Alabama fans are like, how the hell is that guy getting so wide open? Kind of the way my man Sean Adams used to ask about how the hell is CeeDee Lamb so wide open against Texas. But
and Chip, I think you saw, I mean, we've seen Sark do that now. I mean, guys are wide open. Coach, you've got them. You got it all dialed up for them. You know what they're going to be running. You know where the weak link is on that defense. And they now go after him. Sark does go after players now. It's nice to see, because I've always liked to take advantage of the weak link. Just keep going. And if they don't change it, okay, then somebody's going to be embarrassed at the end of the night. And he's going after certain people. I mean, he went after Mike Gundy's linebackers, couldn't cover backs out of the backfield. Well, did he change up? No. Okay, then we'll just continue to we'll continue to go one-on-one with your linebackers. They're not cover guys.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to change them, okay, we'll attack you. And Sark has gotten to the point where he does that, but still in my mind, and I know in your mind, Chip, somewhere down there he's going to get impatient. Please don't.
yeah, I hope he commits to the run and sticks with it, because when Texas is dictating like that, man, and
the last two games have been that, and it's been that way.
Well, if you go back to the Alabama game, the last 7 minutes, 14 seconds, they ran the ball right down Alabama's throat to ice the game.
Yeah.
And
think about that.
Yeah, that's incredible. And I think they should go after Jabbar Muhammad tonight. Obviously, you got to respect him, but all those corners for Washington, Jabbar Muhammad and them,
Elijah Jackson, baby. I'm telling you, that dude he has target circles
all over his uni.
They were going after Terrion Arnold for Alabama. That dude's going to be a first-round pick, him and Kool-Aid McKinstry. So, kind of like what we were saying earlier, what BK was saying, those receivers for Texas, when you look at the wide receivers for Washington, that's a lot of fire under the Texas wide receiver core. Like, oh, these guys getting all the attention. Everybody's saying they're the best in the nation. What about us? Jordan Whittington, we barely talked about him. He's been kind of low-key in this matchup just because all the stars they have around them. But Jordan Whittington can have a big game because, like Buck says, guys are wide open. And if you're worried about Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell beating you over the top, then Jordan Whittington and J.T. Sanders, they're going to be right there for Quinn. In the
Greg McElroy thinks that Jordan Whittington is going to be the X factor in this game for Texas, with so much attention on Worthy, Mitchell, and Sanders that, kind of like Whittington in the Oklahoma game, he had 10 catches.
His best game since he's been here, and they lost that game.
They lost that game.
Yeah.
Now, as you were talking about linebackers and coverage, I started thinking about Jalen Ford. Jalen Ford's worst game as a Longhorn was against Oklahoma.
Right.
And he played every snap. It was hot that day. Oklahoma ran tempo. Jalen Ford has to have a Jalen Ford first team
Sure.
all-conference game in this game, because Washington can tax you in so many ways, and he's a guy who can see it. He studies it. He can get guys lined up in the right place. He's got to come through today, because they targeted Texas's linebackers in this game a year ago and had a lot of success.
Yes, they did.
And, we know Ant Hill is a monster coming downhill. His pass coverage is growing.
He's still a freshman.
It's
That's one of
maturing.
those, Yeah.
Yeah. And those, look, that 15 bowl practices, that needs to matter in terms of how the linebackers handle the passing game, because Penix he'll go for the underneath stuff, and he'll go after those linebackers.
Yeah, probably goes without saying, but Texas needs its best players to be its best players tonight. I mean, T'Vondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, Jalen Ford, especially the upperclassmen, those guys who have been here for a long time, they got to step up against the super, super talented Washington team. Before you leave, Buck, can we get some travel partner reads from you while you're here? Because we got a lot of people we need to thank for allowing us to broadcast live in New Orleans.
How about them Covert people, those folks?
Those people.
Oh. How about those people that have been doing it since 1909, the Covert family, serving Central Texas cars, trucks, and SUVs, and out there in beautiful bee caves. They've got it all. GMC, Cadillac, of course, the GMC that we're driving, of course. They got the Sierra that's out there, the Jeep. They've got Ram also, and folks, there is nobody better than the Covert family. And they've been, as I said, been doing it since 1909. They've been a wonderful sponsor to us. They've been a travel sponsor. They got us here. They got this whole group going too, and they've been fantastic to us. As I said, I've been dealing with the Covert family for almost 30 years now. Chip knows them well, the Coverts, all the different Coverts. I think we've all gotten to know Stacy and Dan Covert and Mike and the whole gang out there in beautiful Bee Cave, where they have 42 acres of unbelievable products, and the lot is filled right now. And I need to get one of those caddies. I do deserve to get a caddy out there.
You deserve one.
I deserve. It's not that I need to get. I deserve to get one of those beautiful Cadillacs. I want to thank those folks. And nobody beats the Covert deal. Not now. Not ever.
Not ever. Shout out to our great friends at Covert Bee Cave. And Chip, if you want to give some love to some of your great travel partners who are helping us out
Doug, my man Doug Young is here in NOLA.
There we go.
Dougie Fresh and Matt Dotson started Cover 3 back in 2008, and 15 years later, it is the go-to restaurant for high-end food and the great place to watch your favorite team. Unbelievable menu. I mean, unbelievable menu. The Sean Adams prime rib sandwich
next
is
level.
Just knockout, and the cocktails, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar for brunch on the weekends. I mean, grab a date, grab all your buddies, and get to Cover 3 and check out the game. And of course, my man Mike Gonzalez, hoopsatx.com. Going to put in, don't give video games to your kids. Get them outside shooting baskets on a in-ground basketball goal that adjusts as they grow. They can dunk as kids, and then you just raise the goal up to 10 feet as they grow. He could put in a whole sport court for you. Hoops.
Does that mean pickleball?
Oh, yeah, pickleball.
Oh, yeah.
Are you a pickleball guy now?
Hell no, but somebody else will play.
Oh,
yeah.
Mikey G has got you taken care of. hoopsatx.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to them. Shout out to all of our phenomenal travel partners, including Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all across the state of Texas. Is Altstadt Beer. We had to bring some to Louisiana. I couldn't leave the state without the Altstadt. Love it. They've got so many different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. If you're back in Texas, you need a great beer to accompany your football watching all day long and into the evening. You got to make it Altstadt Beer. It's at H-E-B, Specs, Total Wine, Twin Liquors, and your favorite bars and restaurants all over the state. Austin, San Antonio, DFW, Houston, they've got it all. Please, whatever you're doing, remember to drink Altstadt responsibly. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
How much fun was this to see Perry from Goodstock yesterday?
Oh, awesome.
And his wife here.
Fantastic.
Trey Elling III will be headed over to Goodstock for some of those fine meats, those Nolan Ryan meats.
Well, Trey loves meat.
He does love the meat, doesn't he?
He's been a big fan of meat for a long time.
He loves getting into the meat sweats, believe me.
Yeah.
He loves getting into the meat sweats.
Yeah.
Hey, now.
Now, they've still got the special going on, BK?
They do, absolutely. It's 15% off your order. You can either go by the butcher shop in Round Rock, right by the Del Diamond off of Highway 79. If you tell them that Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, you're going to get 15% off. Or if you want to buy something online all over the country, GoodstockTX.com. That's GoodstockTX.com. Type in the promo code Longhorn15 at checkout. That's Longhorn15 at checkout. You're going to get 15% off all of the great meats, the steaks, the burgers, the briskets, the chicken. Love that stuffed chicken breast.
Chicken, yeah, man.
They got the bacon wrapped
I'm
jalapeno
into the pork.
poppers. Oh, yeah, they got it all right there at GoodstockTX.com. Are you leaving us? You hitting the casino or something?
Yeah, I got to go.
For good?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Hey, come back.
What about my player of the game and all that stuff? I need to do that later.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
that's
what.
what.
I'm sorry.
that's what I'm saying.
You mean
Come
I'm not
back.
just going?
No, we've got
I'm
more
not
than
done?
3 hours left in the show. You're not done after 42 minutes.
Did I work this morning? Is it New Year's? Is it really New Year's? Are we still in New Year's?
Yes.
Because this is the first time, Chip. I know you've been working all your life. Have you ever worked on New Year's morning? All the things that you've done. Have you ever got up in the morning on New Year's morning and actually went to work?
I mean, only for that 11 a.m. Cotton Bowl.
Oh.
Come on. You're mad that Texas is playing in the playoff?
No, I'm not mad at you. Let's go. Let's go.
How the Texas fans feeling out here? How we feeling? How we feeling tonight? We getting warmed up? Yeah, let's go.
That was
Getting a little toasty out there, are they?
Crowd out at Manning's is starting to feel it. You know, we're exactly 5 hours from game time.
feels like the crowd out here thinks we're going to get our ass kicked. That was like the worst cheer I've ever heard in my entire. Does anyone think we're going to win? Are we going to lose? And where's the confidence here? My God, can
They're
people hear us?
confident.
They're buying stuff.
They're just
You
trying
Dub
to
fans
they're just-
barking and stuff.
Oh,
just
yeah.
trying to get their drinks.
Yeah, that's true. In
know
about
what I
3
mean?
or 4 hours, when everyone's looped up, I'm sure it'll be a
It'll get a little nasty.
much more raucous crowd.
Oh
around
yeah.
here.
Oh yeah.
All right, I will return.
All right, I think Rodney's
Come on,
going to
Rod.
come on here for you, Buck. I want to ask you guys, Chip and Zay, and Buck, we'll get your thoughts on this later. Dylan Johnson, Washington's running back. Everyone's been talking about Penix and those receivers. We've already talked about them for a few minutes in the first hour of our pregame show. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Dylan Johnson does not scare me at all. Guy had over 1,100 rushing yards this year. He was a big part of Washington's success, especially in the second half of the year when the passing game wasn't as productive as it was early on. I have so much faith and confidence in this Texas defense, Zay, that I saw what they did to the Doak Walker winner and Ollie Gordon. I saw what they did to Taj Brooks. No slight to Dylan Johnson. He ain't those dudes. And I feel like Texas's defensive line is going to win. And if Washington thinks that it's going to have success running the football into the teeth of that Texas defense, then that's advantage Texas, and it could be a long night for the Huskies.
Yeah, I hear you. I would be right there with you if the Pac-12 championship game didn't happen. And he didn't have those 28 carries for over 150-something yards, and he iced the game with some big-time carries while hurt. You know, the dude is an absolute soldier, and I think just because they're so good in the passing game, you could forget about the running game. You know, even though Byron Murphy and Trevondre Sweat are big dogs, and they've been stopping Ollie Gordon and Taj Brooks and guys like that, just worrying about that high-powered offense with the passing game with Michael Penix and the rest of those receivers, Dylan Johnson gets forgot about. So that's what I'm worried about most. I do think they can hold him, but if they let that guy get loose, Texas has no chance.
Well, I agree with you. If Dylan Johnson takes over this game on the ground, then something horrible has gone wrong. I think he's going to be more of a factor in the passing game. He can catch the football, and Kalen DeBoer, Ryan Grubb, we talk about Sark's screen game. Washington has a sick screen game.
Yeah, they do.
And they will run it to Dylan Johnson. Now we're getting going.
There we go.
Texas
Yeah,
Texas
fight.
fight.
That's what it's all about right there.
Getting some Texas fight going.
Need some more of that.
But and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Mike Gundy not even try to establish the run. He said after the game, we wanted to try to tire them out before we started pounding Ollie Gordon. So they started doing that, little screen game sideways. It didn't work. It wouldn't shock me if Washington tries to do some of that too, to try to wear down Trevondre Sweat and Byron Murphy before trying to pound Dylan Johnson up in between the tackles.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have that they do. Because like we talk about the threat there on the outside with the way Washington can just carve up a secondary. And, that's going to be a key matchup that we'll look at tonight, those receivers against the Texas secondary. But at the same time, then you come back with Dylan Johnson. And it's like you just that's a nice little Swiss Army knife kind of thing that you have put away right there. And then when the time is right, Kalen DeBoer just unleashes him. And that's definitely something that you have to be watching out for. And like you're saying, I mean, there's a lot of options. Both sides.
Yeah, Dylan Johnson can't have a great game. I
No.
mean, as good as Washington's passing offense is, you still want to make them one-dimensional, right? Like any team you go up against, you want to make them one-dimensional. So
And remember, Wayne Talapapa had
I thought about
100.
that.
He had over 100 yards rushing for Washington in the Alamo Bowl game.
Yep.
It wasn't, as Christian Jones said, we were trying to find ourselves in that Alamo Bowl game because 3 of the top team leaders opted out of that game. There will be no such issue with that tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And the explosive plays, too. Like, Texas did a really good job of not giving up the big play against Washington. They only had 2 explosive plays in the game last year. One of them was on Washington's first offensive snap. They ran a flea flicker, turned into a 35-yard pass. And then you mentioned Talipapa had a 42-yard run for a touchdown. That was it. Like, Rodney, if Texas can keep Washington to 2 explosive plays in this game, I think we're going to be celebrating.
Man, you're exactly right, BK, because that is the key right there. Like I was just saying right there, the possibilities right there of the explosive play, there are so many different possibilities of it. So if you can limit that down to 2, you are definitely doing a good job right there. Because like we talked about, Chip, I think we mentioned this yesterday. You don't want to spot these guys 17 points or anything like that, because when you start playing from behind, although playing from behind is not a bad thing all the time. But when you start playing from behind against a team like Washington, it gets really tough because of that explosive play possibility. So don't spot them points and eliminate explosive plays, and you're putting yourself in a much better position to win this contest.
Michael Penix is obviously going to be the best quarterback Texas has faced so far, but the way he plays isn't like any quarterback that's really hurt Texas this year. If you think about Donovan Smith, he had the ability to run. You think about Will Howard, same with him. Dylan Gabriel did run all over Texas. So Michael Penix, who doesn't want to do that, wants to stay in the pocket. I think that plays in the Texas's hands. Now, the edge rushers, Barron Sorrell, Ethan Burke, if you put Ant Hill there, Jet Bush, etc., they got to be huge because they're going to run to those guys' side to avoid the interior guys. So if they could be big and stop those guys and put them in situations where it's 2nd and 11, 3rd and 12, where they have to throw, and like you said, BK, become one-dimensional, Texas, they might be all right.
Yeah, they might be all right. And looking at Michael Penix Jr.'s rushing numbers this year, they're not pretty. They're basically non-existent. 29 carries for negative 18 yards.
I'll take it.
Obviously, sack yardage is included in that stat, but Michael Penix was only sacked 9 or 10 times this season. It just goes to show you that the guy did not take off and run a whole lot. He trusts his arm. He trusts his receivers. I don't blame him. He's a stud, and his receivers are really, really good too. But yeah, that's an element that Texas shouldn't have to worry about tonight. And it's, Chip, I brought up the explosive play stat. What killed Texas last year, they just couldn't get off the field, right? Washington had 5 drives that went double-digit plays in the win in the Alamo Bowl last year. They were 11 of 20 on 3rd down. Texas has a top 3 third down defense in the country. You shouldn't have to worry about that too much because this defense has shown a consistent ability to get off the field on those money downs.
Yeah, if this defense plays to its personality tonight, then this is going to be a totally different game from the Alamo Bowl because we know Texas red zone defense, top 2 in the country, 3rd down defense, top 3 in the country. We know that Washington's offense is dynamite in the red zone. They're coming away with touchdowns 70% of the time. So that's another great little inside the game matchup that you have to keep your eye on. And I'll also say that's where you have to watch those tight ends.
Yep.
Because those guys are big time red zone targets. And shout out to Lance Gunn, lifetime Longhorn, who just walked by our stage here. But yeah, I think, you look at the defensive ends for Texas, Barron Sorrell, Ethan Burke, those guys, they're going to run Dylan Johnson at the perimeter. Their 2 best players on the offensive line are their offensive tackles. Washington is counting on Troy Fontenot and Roger Rosenblatt or whatever his name is, Rosengarten.
Jewish guy on the team?
I think so.
Sweet.
They're counting on those guys to win against Barron Sorrell and Ethan Burke, and they can't. They just can't because that's the key to Washington's running game in this game, and also to the swing pass and screen game.
Absolutely.
Right.
It's a big game tonight for Barron Sorrell and Ethan Burke.
Well, that's it, Rodney. I think every Texas fan has faith in T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. We've seen it from those dudes for years, but especially this year. Those guys are the 2 highest graded interior defensive linemen in the nation. Those guys are going to get theirs. But for this D-line to get that consistent pressure that Chip's talking about to make life miserable for Michael Penix Jr., the guys off the edge have to eat.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, that's going to be key tonight. And with the linebackers there, I mean, if linebackers crash, and Chip mentioned with the tight end, with all of that, you open up the inside right there. And again, that's where Dylan Johnson factors back in. So you need to get that really good push off of the edge. I think that's one of the key matchups. I know a lot of folks are going to the secondary, and that's imperative. And that's obviously a weak spot for this defense. But the guys on the edge, if you don't get pressure off the edge, Michael Penix is going to make this a very long night for you. And I think that these guys, it's imperative that they do that. And I think they know that. And I'm so confident that they are going, because that's been one of my keys for the last 2 weeks. And I think they do what we need them to do tonight.
You got to make Michael Penix pay.
You do.
You know, you got to knock him on his ass a couple of
That's
times. If you get a flag, I'm not saying get thrown out the game because of it, but if you get a little flag because you knocked him on his ass, and I know he was in New York because of the Heisman, so they're going to want to understand this game, obviously. I'm not saying Joe Theismann, dude, but you have to make him think about it every time he drops back. Like, oh, every time I drop back, I have a chance of really getting stuck. So, yeah, I'm right with you.
I want to
fellas.
see Michael Penix try to run at Anthony Hill, because Anthony Hill's signature tackle has become picking up a guy by his waist, lifting him into the air, and body slamming him on his back.
Yeah.
And he did it to Tawi Walker. He did it to the receiver from Oklahoma State. I mean, he's done it over and over and over again. And he literally grabs you by the waist, lifts you into the air, and slams you down. And Tawi Walker, the running back from Oklahoma, is 218 pounds, and Anthony Hill just ragdolled him. Like, he was full sprint, and Anthony Hill just grabbed him, picked him up, and slammed him. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be – and is Michael Penix running some a way for Washington to surprise Texas? Penix can run.
Yeah.
It's not –
That's what he did at Indiana.
right.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not part of their offense. So do they make it part of their offense to try to surprise Texas and go tempo, which they haven't done? They're not a tempo team. They like to go slow. They like to see what's going on. They're a look at me, check with me at times to make sure that they got the call that they want. So are those two things something that Washington will try tonight, just to break tendency and try to catch Texas off guard?
Those are two things that hurt Texas in the Cotton Bowl, right? Up tempo and obviously Dylan Gabriel's running ability. And, Sark, I mentioned this earlier this week. Sorry to say it again. But one thing that Sark said a couple of different times during press conferences in the middle of the year when Texas lost the game to OU and also struggled to get a couple of close wins against teams like Houston and TCU, he would say that, the other team would do stuff that we didn't see on film. You got to expect that, right?
They were coming out in a joker defense, which they hadn't shown.
Right, which, okay, you got to adjust, right? Like, that's the thing. Washington, Kalen DeBoer is too good of a coach to do exactly what he's done on film all season long. He's going to have those wrinkles. Maybe it's Michael Penix running a little bit more. Maybe it's Washington going up tempo. There's got to be some adjustments that Sark and PK and this coaching staff have to adjust when something unexpected comes their way.
Yeah, we all know Steve Sarkisian has his script for however many plays he needs to do, and then he'll adjust as the game goes on. If you see something very early that you haven't seen on film, hey, crumple that paper up, shoot it in the trash, and, hey, adjust on the fly. That's what you have to do. The ultimate chess match tonight. We all know these guys can coach. You have to have good coaches to get to this point. And if you're Steve Sarkisian, you don't want to get exploited because you weren't prepared enough. Hell, you have 30-something days. You better be prepared.
Yep.
I'm not trying to hear that. You better not go to the presser talking about in the loss, I did stuff that we weren't prepared to see. Bullcorn. You need to be prepared no matter what. Your whole crew needs to be prepared, the whole coaching staff. And if you see something from everybody on the coaching staff and Sark doesn't, let him know as early as possible so you can make that adjustment.
Well, I think if you're a fan of either one of these teams, you're disappointed if they don't pull out a wrinkle that you're not expecting. I mean, do something. I mean, trick plays, whatever you may see tonight. I think that it's something where you go to the drawing board and you pull out everything that you have right here. Because I mean, you lose this contest tonight, you're done. I mean, you worry about next week. I mean, but you got to get to that point. So I think, especially with the creativity of both of these play callers, that we do see a lot of stuff, and I think those legs from Michael Penix, they will get utilized, because you do not expect to see that tonight.
I hope he runs. Run, Michael Penix. That's what we want.
Hit him early and hit him often,
because that's not what he wants to do. That means they're desperate, in my opinion, if they want to run that quarterback who has negative yards this season on the ground.
I'm with you. Shout out to our guy Noe with the $50 super chat.
No way.
38-35 Texas is his prediction. So a lot of points in this one. Rodney, what say you? Where are you at with this total right now? 62.5 is the Vegas over-under for this game. Look, last year these teams scored a combined 47 points, right?
Yep.
Obviously, both teams are better this year than they were last year. You don't have those opt-outs on Texas's side that you had in the Alamo Bowl a season ago. But Vegas is expecting a lot of points. No way is expecting points, too.
I think that number is actually spot on, to be honest with you. I mean, I like that over-under. And I was talking earlier in the week, for some reason this game, I think it really has the feel of that Texas-Michigan Rose Bowl that we saw. What was that, 2004? Kind of maybe something like that, to where it does come down to a score like that, to where it's a last-second field goal. You know, and that's something else that falls greatly into Texas's favor. You got a damn good field goal kicker, knock on wood. I mean, you've got a guy that's up for the task. And how many legendary Texas kickers do we have right now? You know, that have come in clutch. And this, I like the 62 over/under, and you know, it 17. I said it the other day. It's like 17-14. How the hell would we act if that happened? Yeah.
I'm drawing the blank. Did Bert Auburn miss his last kick?
He missed one in the
Yeah.
Big 12 title.
He missed one in the Big 12 title.
So that
Don't
streak.
like that.
Yeah,
I mean 30-something days.
Sark took the blame for that because he didn't call timeout, and they got played by Mike Gundy and his slow substitution, and Sark should have called timeout to, you know, regroup and get everybody settled down. But yeah, I mean, if it's 38-35, that means there have been some explosive plays for Washington's offense, and they're probably in a track meet which favors Washington. But look, Texas they've got to impose their will. They've got to be the more physical team tonight. That's why I'm saying run the football, establish that run early, because if you can knock Washington's defense back and establish the run, you have just sent a chill down their entire locker room spine, because Oregon ran for a couple hundred yards against them in the regular season meeting. Oregon probably should have won that game. Let's be honest. They went for it on 4th down 3 times and failed.
That was
times.
it? Only 3 times?
Yeah.
I felt like a 5-year-old playing Madden. He just didn't want to punt.
Yeah.
I mean, so you can run. You can run on Washington, and Texas needs to be the more physical team tonight. You'll know after the first quarter if Texas is in sync, in rhythm. Sark is one of the best with his 15, scripted play calls at getting Ewers into rhythm quickly with the receivers. And, I just love the fire that Jaden Blue's been playing with. I think that dude is a man on a mission. I think he feels like he's the forgotten man in that room, and he wants to show everybody. I mean, Tashard Choice compared him to Jahmyr Gibbs when I asked.
Crazy.
That was 2 days ago.
Wild to me.
And he's like, I don't think people realize how fast Jaden Blue is. He has the ability to make you miss.
He needs to be RB1 tonight then if he's
right.
Yeah, that's
giving
for sure.
Jahmyr Gibbs vibes.
And the carries are starting to inch toward Jaden Blue. Remember, CJ had the 100-yard rushing game against Iowa State. Blue had the 100-yard rushing game against Texas Tech. He had a 69-yard run for a touchdown in that game. And then Keelan Robinson had 4 carries for 75 yards in the Big 12 title game, including that 57-yard swing pass, lateral. They counted it as a run. But, Sark's been dialing it up at the right time. He's got to have his Sarkisian best tonight.
Chip, do you feel good about Texas's O-line? I mean, everyone's been talking about Washington's Joe Moore award-winning O-line against the Texas defensive front that's been the best in college football. The other side, I mean, do you feel good about Texas being able to get a consistent push to create holes for the ground game tonight?
Look, Washington is a proud, tough, hard-nosed program. The Texas offensive line has got to come in with that edge, because this is not a game you need to try and feel your way. You need to come out and you need to be absolutely the aggressor. And like I said, we'll know after the first quarter if that. I thought the Texas offensive line was not great in the Alamo Bowl last year, and they need to say, you know what, we need to show how much better we are a year later and take over this game, because we've seen that again in the Kansas game, and when Texas started to take over and just dominate on the ground, it was demoralizing to opponents. They beat Kansas 40-14.
Yeah, that's the only game
Yep.
Kansas got blown out in this year,
Yeah.
right? Like Kansas lost 4 games this season, but the other 3 were really close. Like Texas, you're right, that game plan, like I feel like that's Sark and who he wants to be. Buck talks about how aggressive he is and how he wants to take those deep shots, and he definitely does. But I think in his perfect world, Zay, like Texas is a run-first type of offense that is able to control the clock and win up front consistently.
Yeah, because he knows when you run the football, it establishes that play action over the top game that he loves to do. And I remember Christian Jones, when y'all interviewed him, one of the first things he said before the season started was, we want to win the Joe Moore Award. Well, the team you're playing tonight won that thing. So that must light a fire under your ass.
And they won that. Washington's offensive line won the Joe Moore Award because Michael Penix only got sacked 10 times.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's why they won it. They are a really athletic line. They're they kind of remind me of the Denver Broncos offensive lines under Mike Shanahan and Kyle Shanahan. They're the kind that can get side to side in that zone block scheme, cut block, do whatever they got to do to get an edge. They're grimy, they're athletic, but they've not seen anything like Devondre Sweat and Byron Murphy.
No.
Yeah.
Nobody has.
Well, and I'm with you guys, Chip. When you talk about Jaden Blue, I do think he's definitely a man on a mission. I mean, you're seeing it, like you mentioned, the carries are picking up for him, and he's making the most of them. And that's what you have to do in this running back room. I mean, because it's loaded. I mean, yeah, you don't want to lose Jonathan Brooks, but when you do, and that's what you have to fall back on is C.J. Baxter and Jaden Blue and Keelan Robinson. Man, that is a great problem to have. And Tashard Choice has done a great job just managing all of that. And the thing about it is we're talking about Jaden Blue, but maybe it's Baxter's night. I mean, you don't know. You don't know which one of these guys is going to be the one. And imperative. I love the idea of establishing that running attack. I mean, I think you do that and start stretching this game out. We talked about it. How do you slow down Washington's offense? You keep them off the damn field.
Amen. Shout out to the 2 of y'all for taking a picture of the QR code. I think that's what y'all
Is
were
that
doing.
what y'all are
over there.
doing? All right.
Make sure y'all subscribe on YouTube, Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you download our free app as well. We don't just talk about Texas on the day of the Sugar Bowl. We're talking Texas 24/7, 365 on YouTube and on that app. So make sure y'all download that free app, subscribe to our YouTube channel for the best Texas Longhorn content and coverage that you can possibly find.
If the defenses play to their personalities, Washington's giving up 4.3 yards per carry. Texas will take that all day.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Texas is giving up 2.8 yards per carry. If Texas plays to that, Washington's done.
make them one-dimensional. Make
Yeah.
them one-dimensional. And talking about these running backs, C.J. Baxter, 4.6 yards a carry. Jaden Blue, 6.1.
Yep.
Now, Jaden Blue's gone up against some second and third teamers this year because some of his run has been in mop-up duty. But if you're Sark, man, like you got to go with the hot hand. I mean, I don't think this is going to be 100% of the carries is going to anybody like it would have been closer to if Jonathan Brooks was on the field. But you got to ride the hot hand. And you brought up Keelan Robinson earlier, Zay. Like that guy's been a weapon for Texas over the last few weeks. It's almost like Sark forgot he could play offense. And then Jonathan Brooks goes down, and it's like, oh, we need somebody to pick up the slack for Jay Brooks. Keelan Robinson has been sort of a force. I don't know how many traditional running back carries he's going to get, but that guy should be a part of this offense because it feels like he makes good things happen when the ball's in his hands.
Yeah, when Sark first touched down to the 40 acres and brought Keelan Robinson along with him from Alabama, he was getting a lot of play in 2021. And then you saw his carries start to decrease year by year. And it was weird. You saw him with Jeff Banks and the special teams a lot, but just somebody with that type of speed needs the ball in his hands. And I get it. It's hard for everybody to eat off the plate when there's so many, guys with spoons hanging out. But, Yeah, Keelan Robinson, he's too much of a threat for him not to get the ball. And there are a few running backs out there at the same time. Where do you want to go? 21 personnel, 20 personnel. We know Sark loves having guys in motion, like Jordan Whittington, having those running backs in motion. And whether they're playing wide receiver, then they move into the backfield and stuff. And you continue to do things like that and switch it up, like Chip talked about yesterday with McElroy. Hey, Horns are going to be successful if they do those types of things because, as y'all said and as we all know, Washington's defense, they could get got.
Yeah. They can't get got. 125th ranked passing defense in the country. I think they're about 38th in terms of rush defense, Joe.
Yeah, and let's see how much empty both teams run tonight because Texas has been really good out of empty. And Quinn Ewers is now at a point where he knows what he's looking at and he can take advantage of it. Penix is really good out of empty. And that's where you could potentially see if they're going to run Michael Penix, if that's going to be the wrinkle tonight, you get empty, you spread them out and look to see who's turning their backs and see if there's a lane for him to go get 5-6 yards because Washington's been really good at staying on course. Now, the other factor is the penalties and the fact that Washington gets penalized. I mean, they're the third most penalized team in FBS, and their offensive line false starts a lot, and they hold. They call holding in the Pac-12.
They
apparently.
do? Wow.
Yeah.
What's that like?
We got a Big Ten crew tonight. Let's see if they're calling any holding. It would be a first for Texas, seemingly.
Yeah.
But they false start. I mean, I'm really interested to see how Washington's offensive line handles, Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy and in this atmosphere and if they get jumpy.
Yeah.
Well, hey, we talked about it yesterday. Washington with these Big Ten refs going to the Big Ten. It's a little fishy in my opinion. Just a little bit fishy. I don't like that.
Well,
I don't like that one bit.
I think the other part of that is talking about the offensive line right there. I mean, there's a lot of purple walking around here, but I mean, it's burnt orange everywhere. So, I mean, just think about that. This is going to be a raucous crowd. There's an energy in this fan base that we haven't seen in a long, long time. They're going to get noisy. This is a 7:45 ball game tonight, friends. So, it's going to be very energetic, if you know what I mean. So it's going to be loud, and that's how you utilize, call it what it is. It's home field advantage. You're a state away. Use that. Texas fans, if you're going to be at that game, make a lot of noise because, like Chip said, that is a jumpy offensive line. Play that factor in there. Put them in long down and distance situations.
Yeah. What type of crowd distribution do we expect tonight?
But it's 60-40.
60-40?
No, Washington fans have showed out.
They travel well.
Wow, I'm very impressed by them.
You think
all
it'll
the
be-
barking and stuff?
Yeah.
Very impressed.
That's not impressive. That's
That's something though.
That's
That's
dumb.
something.
Yeah, it's something. It's weird as shit is what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
The
The
enthusiasm.
young man agrees with
Yeah.
you. Even.
Yeah.
Right there. Yeah.
So what do you think? Closer to 50-50 tonight, Zay?
No, I don't
Okay.
want to say that, but to come all the way from the Pacific Northwest, a 2-hour difference and stuff, like they've been showing out.
Yeah, they have. They have. And you talk about penalties. I don't know if one of y'all already mentioned this number, but Washington ranks 128th in the country in penalties per game.
It's only 130 teams.
Now, Texas is 91st, so it's not like the Longhorns have been the cleanest team in
Right.
college football this year, but some fishiness going on with the Big 12 refs, I think, may have contributed to that stat. But, yeah, Washington, both sides. I heard y'all talking to Softy Mahler, longtime radio host in Seattle. He basically guaranteed that one of the edge rushers on Washington is going to jump off sides. On a third down, one of those guys is going to jump off sides and give Texas a free first. Like, for as good as Washington is, and they've done just about everything right this year. They've won 20 games in a row going back to 2022. They still just aren't that disciplined when it comes to those penalties. Opportunity for some free yards for Texas tonight.
Yeah, and the majority of those penalties are on the defense.
Yeah.
And 17 pass interference penalties, 7 on Jabbar Muhammad, 5
After him,
on Elijah Jackson. Jabbar Muhammad's a handsy, physical corner, kind of like Terrence Brooks. Brooks is physical when he doesn't need to be physical at times, and hopefully but I love his tenaciousness. I love Malik Muhammad's tenacious, nature, and Ryan Watts. Those guys all want to get up on the line and press, and they need to tonight
Yes.
because that's something that Washington hasn't seen a ton of.
I'm going to be watching Terrence Brooks very closely because y'all know me, very petty guy. I notice the little things that some others might not. When Texas got in the college football playoff and everybody was going nuts behind the scenes at the Texas facilities, the only person that didn't go crazy and wasn't hype was Terrence Brooks. And Trey, I'm trying to get your attention.
I guess we could have just talked.
Yeah, it's all
just
good.
Throw something at him right there.
But yeah, Terrence Brooks, he had just this look on his face like, I can't read it. I don't know if it was scared or just flat out focused. But while everybody was cheering, ball in their fist, chest bumping, pumping their chest like Vince Young, Terrence Brooks was just stoic.
Yep.
Just as calm as could be. And I don't know, again, is that just you're nervous of playing this very great wide receiver core, or you're locked in? We'll see tonight with number 8.
We will. Chip, I know you got to make your way to the Superdome and get up to the press box, but before you go, we need a score prediction, man. What happens tonight? Who wins, and what's the final score?
Yeah, it wouldn't. I mean, if Texas dominates on the ground, then it's a 10-point win for Texas. I just think that you're going to get the best of both teams tonight. I hope that's what we get. I hope we get an instant classic. But I just think Texas, because of the defensive line, the ability to, I think get pressure without having to blitz. I think it's a back and forth game. I think Texas wins it. I said 30-27. I think I'm lower than most, but I have the faith in the Texas defense and the Texas running game to control the clock and keep it a little bit lower scoring, but Texas 30-27.
Okay, Texas wins, but Washington covers, and we hit the under tonight.
Yeah, I'm the only person saying that. Everyone else, I had a coach say it's going to be the first of 40, and I just think the Texas defense is better than that.
Okay, hope you're right. Great job, brother.
Hey,
Hook 'em horns.
let's have some fun.
Sir.
Come on.
Let's have some
Get her
fun.
done,
Come
man.
on.
See
Chip
ya,
Brown.
partner.
Make sure y'all follow him on Twitter at Chip Brown 24/7 and check out the great work he does over at Horns 24/7. And you can hear Chip with Zay weekdays from 1 to 3 on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you subscribe on YouTube. Make sure you download the free TSU app if you haven't done so already, as we welcome a guy who's been putting in a lot of work behind the scenes.
Oh, this guy's working hard right here.
Now in front of the camera, Trey Elling III. Hello, Trey.
Why'd the temperature just drop?
What happened? I was
20
wondering
degrees.
about that. It's like when I walked up here, I'm like, man, it was warmer down there.
It's
What
a
happened?
beautiful morning. Literally
Yeah.
beautiful until we got on the air. Like as soon as our show started, the wind picked up.
Yep.
Temperatures dropped 15 to 20 degrees. I'm terrified that it's going to start raining at any minute.
It looks it, doesn't it?
And, we might be SOL because we've got like thousands of dollars worth of equipment that's going to get torched.
We will very quickly be moving everything under the gazebo if that happens.
Yeah. Just I'll get real close and do the show like that.
Something like that.
Can we make that happen?
Yo, this Sue Patrick Eskimo Texas jacket's got me quite cozy, though.
Is that what that is?
Yeah,
Oh,
you look
yeah,
good.
man.
It's comfy.
It was so good.
You're a Sue Patrick model because you've got that polo
Yep.
underneath.
That's
too.
right. That's right.
Our proud partners, one of our great travel partners, Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road, back in Austin. They've got the best selection of Longhorn gear that you can find. Trey's rocking the polo. I'm rocking the polo. I think the Buck's rocking the polo. They've got a ridiculous selection of UT gear. So if you're back in Austin, make sure y'all check them out. All right, Trey, what's your confidence level today? We've heard from everybody else so far. We've been breaking down this game from every angle, as that's definitely not the real band. We've got a fake
How about
band
that right
playing
there?
right now. Should we stop and let the fake band play?
Yeah, I think so.
Boy, I'll tell you, the Airbnb we're staying at, Smokey the Cannon was outside.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
I mean,
big time, man.
I don't get how homeless people have so much money for fireworks and cannons and shit.
Yeah,
What
they're
happened?
just stealing the cannons from the memorials all around town and bringing them back under I-10, unfortunately, and firing them off on New Year's Eve. It was quite the scene. But confidence level right now for me, I feel good about this. I think Texas is going to score points, so it's a matter of whether they can keep Washington from keeping pace, and ultimately I believe that's what happens. I think if this game is a blowout either way, it's Texas winning it by double digits, but I think Texas probably wins it by somewhere between 7 and 10 when it's all said and done.
Okay, so where does that confidence come from? Is it more offensive side of the ball? Is it defensive side of the ball? What has you feeling as good as you are?
The offense is truly clicking right now. The concern about a drop-off at running back has been negated by these three guys all doing different things really well. Quinn Ewers is playing great ball. He's back to 100% healthy, and he just has a great grasp on what he needs to be doing offensively, and Sark knows exactly what he needs to be calling too. We've also seen a collective improvement in effort from the defense. That includes guys in the secondary, everyone from a Terrence Brooks and Manny Muhammad. Getting Ryan Watts back at full strength tonight is going to be a big deal. Gavin Holmes has come on as of late. Even the safeties, I know, got to be careful when you say something like this, knocking on wood here. Jaron Thompson has been better the last couple of games. Returned to a form that we were expecting out of him coming off of that 2022 season. Michael Taff has been a steadying influence in that secondary. Of course, they're going to be without Derek Williams for the first half against Washington. They will get him for the second half. You know he's going to be fired up to get out there, play in his home state, help Texas make it to the national championship game. So I just think that Texas is stronger all three facets of the game-wise than Washington is. Not to downplay what Washington does well. I think they are a good offense. I think they're maybe a little bit underrated as a defense. And I think that they're a really tough football team, too. They've proven that over the second half of the season, having to beat 3 of 4 ranked opponents and some dogfights. And that fourth opponent, it was a close one, but it was also a rivalry game. The last time they're going to play Washington State as conference foes. Yep. So Washington is not going to be a pushover. Any Texas fan that believes that to be the case, and I guess I'm contradicting myself right now because I said Texas could potentially blow Washington out. But I think it's going to be a 7 to 10 point game. So
Zay, it seems like the Texas band has learned a new song.
Well,
Is that them playing that?
Yeah, nothing like no. We ready? Hey, that should be an anthem, man. And Mo Bamba. Hopefully that gets played tonight. Get the Texas fans nice and rowdy.
You know, you mentioned that, Zay, but I think so much of this is this team, the intensity of this team. You were talking earlier. I mean, the focus. I mean, you see a lot of athletes where Jimmy Johnson, the NASCAR guy, is the first one that I think of where people used to say when that dude's winning all these championships, that dude is so damn boring. That dude is not boring. That dude is focused. And the intensity level is always at maximum. And I think with this program in all three phases, like Trey is talking about, that's really what has happened to this program is that, I mean, you know the task at hand, you know what you have to do, obviously. But, man, they're just programmed and geared and trained for this. That's the whole thing. They're not practicing things. They're being trained on things. And that really has, I mean, they've overcome so many different adverse conditions this year. They are primed for this. We have been waiting for this opportunity for so long, and it's sitting right here in front of them.
Damn right. And Steve Sarkisian, he has some pretty good mentors, and Pete Carroll and Nick Saban. And he talked about with Pete Carroll earlier when he first got the job in 2021, Pete Carroll told him, hey, Sark, well, you can either do the same old things that those guys are used to and probably get the same results, maybe a little better, or you could come in and throw your philosophy out there and your culture and have those guys buy into that, which it might be a little frustrating at times and it might take a little time, but in a few years, they'll start to get it. It's been a few years now. You see guys like Trevondre Sweat become leaders, Quinn Ewers, JT Sanders, guys like that, Jordan Whittington, et cetera. The list goes on. Yeah. And now when you got leaders like that in the locker room to where the coaches aren't the ones giving the motivational speeches all the time, it's, player-led, that's big for success and camaraderie.
Well, it's nice to talk about culture and actually feel good about it, right? I mean, it felt like Charlie Strong and Tom Herman kept using that word over and over again, but they couldn't establish a winning culture around Austin. And Sark, in the span of just a few years, has been able to do it. Like, it's not an easy thing to do, Trey. We've seen the last two coaches at Texas not find a way to get it done. And now it feels like this culture is developed. Like, the guys know what they need to do. And Sark talked a big game going into this season. He's like, I feel like I finally have my team here. This is exactly where I want this program. He basically raised the expectations even higher than they usually are. And it feels like he was right on that. And it also feels like this is something that has lasting power. Like, I don't think this is going to be the last time Texas is just a couple of wins away from a national championship under Steve Sarkisian.
And if I don't know if he intended this, but team not only means players, but also the personnel department too, as assistant coaches, the quality control guys behind the scenes. And this is just a complete staff right now. I guess you could nitpick and say there are certain guys on the defensive side of the ball who may be looking for other gigs after this season, but that's neither here nor there for at least another 8 days or so. This is a group that has been working together for 3 years now. They're all pretty much on the same page. There were communication issues on defense after that Oklahoma game that I think were addressed nicely, and Sark has great control on what's happening on the offense. So He got the buy-in from the most important player on the roster going into last year's bowl game with Quinn Ewers. When Quinn Ewers decided to dedicate himself to being a better football player and not just lean on what is a natural ability for him, I think you saw the potential for this team to meet and exceed their expectations go up significantly. That's why I felt great about this team competing for a national championship in the preseason. That's why after the Alabama game, I went online very confidently, perhaps stupidly, said, do you believe Texas is going to win a national championship? Do you believe yet?
Yeah.
And here we are. They still have a chance.
I thought you were insane. I still do, but for other things. Sure enough, you were on to something.
Oh,
man.
there's other things.
Oh, yeah. And Quinn Ewers against Washington last year, Zay, 31 of 47, 369, and a touchdown. Like, it kind of was his breakout game. Now, he had that breakout quarter against Alabama in week 2 before he went down with an injury, but the rest of the year was kind of up and down. Played great against Oklahoma, but you had the OSU game, the TCU game, a lot of downs for Quinn, but it does feel like something changed going into that Alamo Bowl, and obviously in the Alamo Bowl where Quinn has just taken a different step, both as a player and as a leader for this football team. Goes without saying, your quarterback's got to be good for you to have a chance. Quinn has elevated his game. That's the biggest reason why Texas is here.
Yeah, 100%. One of my favorite plays from Quinn Ewers this season. Obviously, there were a few big plays. You could go to his big-time throws against Alabama or him hitting Xavier Worthy on the deep shot against U of H. But it was actually late in the Oklahoma State game in the Big 12 championship. And it seemed like a routine play for just a normal, everyday football watcher. But he looked to the left side. Both of his progressions weren't there. He looked to the right. It was. And it took a while for things to develop and become open. And usually Quinn Ewers in previous years or last year, you didn't really see that. Now you're seeing more of that, him going through his progressions, him going through his reads. If A is not open, if B is not open, then let's look at C. And he has confidence that his offensive line will give him the time to make those throws. I think he's able to step up into those throws now in the pocket and not worry about all the traffic and commotion around him and make the big-time throws that you need to make when you get to this point in the season.
Yeah, talking about Ewers right there, and we touched on this yesterday to where when he did make that commitment before the game, that game last year about being a better quarterback, not only that, he has also made the commitment to be a better leader, a better person. I mean, we have seen just a magical transformation in him, and he has that great ability that only certain people have to where he can take and he can get people to rally around him. He can get them to do, whatever he says. I mean, he can tell them go run through that brick wall, and they're going to do that because that's the leader that he is. They rally around this dude, and they want to play for him. And I think that is so important in a quarterback position because that really is the commander of your offense right there.
That guy's got a Rubik's Cube right there.
Yeah, I like that.
How quickly can you solve that, sir?
Get all four sides?
No,
No,
he can't do it. He just walks around with one.
Oh! We got to get that on camera.
Holy shit.
Oh, wait a minute. He's got it.
Am I drunk yet? I didn't think I.
Ignore that other Rubik's Cube in his hand. Ignore it.
I didn't
it means
see it.
nothing.
No way. That was the same one. It took that guy 2 seconds to solve a Rubik's Cube. I've never seen anything like
pretty
that.
sharp right
Wow.
there.
People in New Orleans are a lot smarter than I give them credit
I love
for.
that.
Yeah.
City is illogical but magical,
Yeah.
as an Uber driver said to me last night.
Yeah, it is. Indeed. They can't pee in a toilet correctly, but
No.
everything else.
There's the illogical part.
They've
There
got
it is
figured
right
out. I've
there.
never seen so much urine on the ground in my entire life than I have here in New Orleans.
Low water crossing. Every
Yes.
bathroom.
Yes.
Low water crossing.
Yes,
Watch out.
indeed. All right.
Please.
All right. So, we'll take your thoughts. By the way, keep the YouTube comments coming on the Clean Cause YouTube comment line. We'll take your score predictions. Also, text in on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Some Washington fans have infiltrated the text line now. They've been all over YouTube over the last few weeks. Now they're texting in, go Dogs. And I keep getting a whose house, Dog's house from them over and over from one texter right there. All right, guys. What have we not talked about yet? Okay, this Texas secondary, we've touched on them a lot. What's the game plan need to be? How aggressive does Texas need to be as a defense? Like Pete Kwiatkowski, in his perfect world, I think he would love to call a different defense. But this year, this team, they've got some limitations, especially in the defensive backfield. How aggressive does PK need to be tonight? Like, you would love to get pressure with just 4 and drop 7 all game long. You want to give yourself as much help as possible when defending those really good Washington receivers. Zay, does Sark have and does PK have the luxury to do that, or do you think they need to be aggressive and bring blitzers to try to get to Michael Penix as soon as they can?
I think they need to mix it up. They got to be very strategic when it comes to pressuring Michael Penix with more than 4 guys. And the communication, I think that's one of the most important things in this game for this defense. When you look at Washington and they get in that bunch formation and they got 3 wide receivers on one side, we've seen with the Texas secondary at different games, different times of the season, they're just not communicating the right way. Where David Benda and, Jaron Thompson, they got mixed up on that play with Nick Anderson for the touchdown against Oklahoma. That leaves a bad taste in your mouth, and just different plays like that. So the communication starting with Jahdae Barron, who knows if they move him due to Derek Williams being out in the first half, if they move him to that safety spot, I don't know. Again, mix it up maybe move him sometimes, move him back to the star spot to where he could get up there and make those tackles on those short yardage, throws from Michael Penix. But yeah, I think they have to be aggressive which no team has against Washington, but PK and this coaching staff, they got to let these guys play. And once you're at this point of the season, let those guys really play out there.
Yeah, we talked about that with the safeties, with the secondary. I think it's imperative that you are aggressive to start this contest. I mean, to go and don't let Washington utilize your biggest weakness, if you want to call it that, early in the ball game, and let them exploit it, because that's the thing. If they're able to do that, we talked about it yesterday on the broadcast in Manning's, to where you expect big plays. There are going to be big plays from Washington. There's no way to avoid that. I mean, if you do, then you're in a really good spot.
Yeah.
But I think you do. I mean, you blitz, and that's the other part of it, like we've talked about, is to where if you're doing that and it's not working, get away from it. Don't do it over and over and over until it works. Do something different. Adjust. That's a big thing. In-game adjustments, guys.
Trey, you cannot have a safety lined up one-on-one against any of these Washington receivers, right?
No.
I don't care if it's Jaron Thompson. I don't care if it's Michael Taft. I don't care if it's Keaton Crawford. I don't care if it's Derek Williams in the second half. Like, that is a matchup nightmare for Texas. You cannot have the safeties one-on-one against any of these Washington wideouts.
Yeah, you'd better have some bracket coverage if safety's a part of that. Maybe a linebacker helping out underneath if you have a nickel corner, let's say, on a blitz or something. But, yeah, I want to see cornerbacks on wide receivers here with some help over the top.
Yeah, Zay, I think you brought this up a couple of times. Trey, you too. Jahdae Barron, where does he line up today? Does Jahdae Barron need to play more safety for Texas, at least in the first half, while Derek Williams is serving that targeting suspension from the Big 12 title game? Does Texas need more help at safety? Maybe Jalen Gilbo comes in and plays that star position on this defense. If you're PK, Trey, trying to come up with a game plan for this game tonight, what are you doing?
I think you trust Jaron Thompson with what he has done over the last couple of games now alongside Michael Taft. I'm terrified if Keaton Crawford enters the game. I know I said it yesterday. It's been a bit of a broken record point throughout the season. Keaton Crawford, despite the fact that he had a nice athletic interception against Oklahoma State on an underthrown ball by Alan Bowman, has been a huge liability in the passing game this year. He's been a great special teams guy. We appreciate him for that. But as a safety, he just has not developed to where he needs to be, considering the reps that he's had to play certain games.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of faith in any of those guys on the back end. Zay, what about you?
Jaron Thompson, he's had his moments. And, at the end of the day, he's also had some big plays, too. You go back to that Alabama game where he had that big-time interception. He had a pick six against Wyoming. Oklahoma, he didn't do so well. So kind of what Chip said yesterday, he has to make some big plays early so his confidence could be there throughout the game. If the Horns get an interception early on, get their confidence up when they're going to the sideline, hyping stuff and swing the momentum a little bit, I think that's going to be huge for their success. If Michael Penix guts them early and they hang their head, then it's going to be a long game. They cannot have that happen, and hopefully the leaders don't let that happen.
Man, that is spot on, Zay. That's why I go back to the whole strong start. I think a lot of folks, I've gotten messages where you're really on the strong start thing about the offense. No, I'm talking about the defense as well. I mean, the defense needs to come on out and make a statement and not get gutted early. I mean, that's a great point there from Zay Collier, because that's going to set the tone of the ball game right there. And I've talked about momentum a couple of different times. We're going to see momentum going back and forth in this ball game. Expect a shootout. That's what's going to happen. The over-under is spot on, and there's going to be big plays on both sides of the ball. And that's on the offensive side. But there needs to be big plays on the defensive side as well. And that's where that secondary, where the Jahdae Barron, whoever it is, I mean, these are the games that, like you guys were talking about, these are the games that make players. Who's who's the player in that secondary that maybe there's been a little bit of doubt about that's going to silence all that shit tonight?
Yep. Shout out to our guy at Boss, by the way, over
Yeah.
there, Longhorn Laundry. He's got the awesome UT hat.
It's a legend
He's
right
got
there.
the speaker with the Longhorn over it. Now he's taking a picture with Bucky, so
Oh,
he's
there
not
you go.
paying attention. But he's going to be one of our new sponsors in 2024.
Heck
LonghornLaundry.com is the website. Our man at Boss is in charge over there. Big fan of Texas Sports Unfiltered, one of the biggest Longhorn fans in the entire world. LonghornLaundry.com. Check out that website.
Come on up, man.
Going
Come on
to the,
up.
Bring
guy
on
is
up here.
Yeah,
incredible.
come on. Yeah, we gotta
Incredible.
let the people get him a headset too, but we gotta
Yep.
let the people at least see the get up that our man and boss
Get
has
in here. That way he's right square on.
here. And we saw him at Texas OU in Dallas with a similar get up, and now it's
Was that with the baby face?
the baby face. Yeah,
Nice.
Last time. Hello.
How you doing?
Better now.
Awesome.
Good to see you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you, baby.
How you doing?
Fantastic.
How you doing?
It's
What
game
about-
day. It's about
Yes,
time.
sir. Yes,
all right. So
sir.
the inspiration behind all of first of all, before we get to the inspiration,
Yeah.
describe what you're wearing here. What are we looking at?
I mean,
right now?
where's my hat? So I got my hat, and I do skateboarding. So I got my skateboard helmet.
There it is.
In the hat.
Always safe.
Got all this attached. My wife, first off, right there, and she's got the skateboard. She's the
Okay.
inspiration.
Oh,
She
wow.
let me do this 2 years
Looks
ago.
like the
and
Aladdin magic carpet.
pretty
right
much
there.
Oh,
is.
I love it.
Pretty much is. And then that's the Bluetooth speaker.
Yeah.
Got the Bevo head
Yep.
and everything else. I'm trying to add more. I don't have enough. Someone told me.
You got
Add
the,
more how?
Oh, we
Where?
got to figure it out. I got the beard.
you
That
got
was
the
a big
burnt
one.
orange beard already.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
The
Oh, yeah.
eyebrows. You got the eyebrows
Yeah.
painted burnt orange
Got my
too.
flags. Got my everything.
Incredible.
There you go,
And the
yeah.
Lee Corso headgear going on. You got burnt orange shoes,
Yeah.
Texas socks. the
Oh,
whole
yeah.
thing. You're ready to go.
Oh yeah.
So what's the inspiration? It's just diehard fan. This is how you show your love.
I'm originally from Michigan, so I'm a sports fan regardless.
Okay.
And when I moved here, I met her. She told me to go to one game, and I spray painted my beard at first. She didn't like that, so she found me some stuff on Amazon that
The wife
washes
always
up-
knows.
always
She,
knows.
she turned you on to the
Always
right
knows.
team.
Oh yeah.
And you were also rooting for a bunch of cheaters up in Michigan, so it's good that you're rooting for a clean program like
I'm
Texas.
actually a Michigan State fan. So I don't like
Oh,
Michigan
well, that's
regardless.
no scandals there.
No.
they do
They-
things the right way, on and off the field, at all times.
Oh man,
No problems
Not
there.
at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to the game, unfortunately. But I'll be in Houston when we get there. So
When
if
we get there.
yeah.
I like
so,
hearing that.
Okay.
And I'm excited, first off, to sponsor this.
Yes.
I appreciate this. It's amazing.
Yeah,
We're
thank
happy to
you.
have you on board.
Yeah.
LonghornLaundry.com. Definitely
sir.
check out the website. We'll be talking way more about them in
100%.
2024.
Yes,
What,
sir.
hold on. What is Longhorn Laundry all about?
I do laundry and dry cleaning, pickup and delivery on campus and across Austin.
Oh, nice.
So if you ever need laundry done, dry cleaning done, I take care of that.
I'm going to call you because laundry sucks.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. I mean, I only like doing it because I get paid for it now. But
There you
before
go.
I could do it, so yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah.
Now you're
My
picking up
website-
laundry on the skateboard?
I mean, I've tried it.
Tried it?
Like I told you, they banned me on Bevo because someone ran into someone. So
It wasn't your fault. It was someone else's fault. They were
Yeah,
paying attention.
exactly.
You were wearing a
exactly.
helmet, too.
I
You were
was wearing
being
a helmet. Yeah, got my padding on, so I'm all set. But in New Orleans, I mean, the roads suck. Otherwise, I'd
Oh,
be out here
man.
all day.
A nightmare.
So it's terrible. But
Absolutely. All right,
Yeah.
what's your score prediction before we let you go?
oof, man, I'll say 38-24 Texas.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. 2 touchdown
Yeah.
win.
All right.
Feeling good about
Oh,
it.
yeah.
So we'll see you in
100%.
Houston next
We will see you in
weekend.
Houston. Yes, sir.
1 week from today.
Thank you.
Looking forward
Thanks
to it.
again. Thanks again.
LonghornLaundry.com.
Thanks,
Our
Trey.
guys
Pleasure,
are
man.
one of the best
Yes, sir.
Texas fans in the world. The guys dressed to the nines.
Thank you.
You'll recognize him. When you
Oh,
see
you
him,
will.
you'll recognize
Oh,
him.
you will.
Go
Yes,
say
sir.
what's up to
Yes,
him.
sir.
Diehard Longhorn fan. And
Thank
now,
you, thank you.
proud partner of Texas Sports
Thank you.
Unfiltered. Thank you, brother.
Awesome.
Great seeing you.
Yes,
Great
sir.
seeing you. Oh, fantastic, man. It's the people here.
Yep.
It's so many Texas fans all over the French Quarter, all over New Orleans. It's been like that for the last few days. But
Love it.
I know a bunch of folks who came in today. Like it's we're doing New Year's back home. We don't want to deal with the craziness of Bourbon Street on New Year's, but come on, it's a college football playoff. We're going to Nova.
Our guy Ike, he kept watching tickets, so he and his wife decided to come in because those tickets that were all of a sudden triple the price had dropped down to face value or a little bit below where he likes to sit. So he's like, you know what? We are going to be in the general area, so screw it. We're coming into New Orleans for the game. They stopped in Houston last night and drove the rest of the way this morning. They're out here right now.
Domino's Ike?
Yeah.
Domino's
Oh,
Ike.
should we talk about Domino's right now?
Oh, man.
One of our great travel partners, Domino's. It's absurd that I'm talking about
Might have
Domino's.
to find that tonight, right?
Oh, my gosh. I might need 2 Domino's orders
Yeah,
tonight.
depending how this works out.
Absolutely. Love our great friends at Domino's. Our man Ike owns and operates 4 different Domino's in the Lago Vista area. And ordering from Domino's has never been easier. Of course, they've got the website, Dominos.com. They've got the mobile app. You can order on your smart speaker, your smart TV, your smart watch, even Facebook Messenger. I don't know how any of that works, but all I know is that you can order Domino's from just about anywhere. The pizza's fantastic. Y'all don't need me to tell you about that. What you do need me to tell you about is that new pepperoni stuffed cheesy bread, Rodney.
That stuff is excellent. Let me tell you, I am very familiar with the Domino's app. I am very familiar with the Domino's website. I have lots of points. I've gotten several free pizzas.
There you go.
There is one right down the road for me, but it's always delivery because maybe I've indulged at that point. But I can tell you right there, one of the coolest things about that app, BK, is that they text you when the dude or lady, when they leave the store, so-and-so
Oh,
is
the
in
tracker.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you can sit there and watch it in the oven,
And I do.
in the car.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so-and-so has left the store. So-and-so is 5 minutes away. Boom, I'm waiting at the door. And that's to keep my dogs off them. But
Yeah, there you go.
It's good to know that they're coming.
Yeah, that's pepperoni stuffed cheesy bread.
Oh, that stuff is excellent.
Next
You actually
level.
got good dogs, Rodney, unlike these Washington fans.
Oh,
in this
yeah,
piece.
no, man.
That's the wrong dog.
Yeah, no, we don't need any of that. And I tell you, though, we were talking about this yesterday also. I mean, it's a good fan base. I mean, for the most part, it's been like we were talking about the other day. I mean, the people that have really talked shit to us while we've been here have been Oklahoma fans, is what we've run into. The Washington folks keeping it pretty classy, and it is a very strong fan base that is here. And then you had the Seattle thing going on yesterday.
I'm not seeing much purple today. I think they all showed up yesterday and they left because they know they've got no shot tonight.
Yeah, they went home. It got too cold. Well, no, it's not too cold for them.
No, yeah.
This is nothing for them.
By the way, our guy Tom McKay is calling 2 of you out, and it's Trey and it's Zay.
We're wearing jackets.
Trey and Zay look so cold. The word that comes to mind is wussy.
Oh,
Our man Tom McKay
Well,
from Audiovisual
it is cold.
Consultations.
It is cold.
It's cold as hell. Sorry, Tom. I'm rocking this icy Sue Patrick Eskimo jacket.
The icy white.
The icy
There
white.
it is.
Can you play
Yeah.
safety for this team tonight?
I mean, I probably do a better job than Keith Crawford
Oh,
would.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, no.
Tom feels no pain. That's not fair. Of course, he's going to say that we're being big pusses by looking cold and wearing jackets, but Tom feels no pain. This is one of his superhero powers.
Tom is a jacket off in public kind of guy.
Yeah,
he always
he's a what in public?
Jacket off.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Some guys
That's what
go
I've heard.
jacket on. Some guys
Yeah.
go jacket off in public.
Jacket off.
Dangerous
Yeah.
game at times to do that.
That's right. Depending where you're
when in
doing
doubt,
You
go jacket off.
You can get into some serious trouble there.
it. Jacket off every time.
avconsultations.com 512-255-8678. Our man Tom McKay, one of the best dudes in the world. He's hilarious, and he will hook you up with the home TV setup that you have always wanted. So if you're not happy with your TV setup, if you've got to go to a friend's place, an in-law's place, God forbid, or spend a bunch of money at a sports bar tonight to watch the game, and you want to not do that, next time Texas is in the college football playoff, call AV Consultations, Trey. They can take care of you.
We've got a couple of dream setups in my house, BK. The living room downstairs, the upstairs nook that's been turned into a video game nook. They had the foresight to say, hey, you want us to put this particular cable in your wall to make the video games easier. Even though we weren't quite to that video game stage of our kids' lives just yet, it has worked out wonderfully the couple years since we have become a video games family.
Amen. All right, before we get back into Texas and Washington, guys, the other college football playoff semifinal kicks off at about 20 minutes. It's number 4 Alabama, of course, a team that Texas saw and beat early in the season, taking on number 1 Michigan. The Wolverines 2.5-point favorites. Rodney, I'll go to you first on this one. Just some thoughts on this game and maybe a prediction for who will win the first of 2 CFP semifinals.
Great matchup right here between these two teams. Obviously, the much maligned Michigan program with everything going on there. You have to think, I wonder how much with the Jim Harbaugh, possibly the Jim Harbaugh contract, the NFL clause, all of that. I wonder how much of that is going to be a distraction to him. But the more that I think about that, when I start thinking about Michigan and distractions, they seem to always have distractions, and it hasn't slowed them down. But between the two games, I think I said this morning, it's kind of all a blur. I don't really remember a lot from this morning. But I truly think that this is the one that could get out of control. I mean, I think with Alabama, with the turnaround that we've seen there with Jalen Milroe, and now the extra motivation that he has, where he let everybody know that maybe somebody said he had to change positions. We've watched a resurgence in this Alabama program to where they're playing to the Alabama standard. Michigan, on the other hand, with that defense, I mean, it's been a little susceptible. So I think Alabama's going to win this ball game. I think Alabama wins this game 28-24. I think it's going to be a lower scoring ball game, but man, it pains me to say that Alabama is going to win. I truly think they're the better football team right now.
Zay?
Yeah, you think about Alabama, this might be one of Nick Saban's best coaching jobs of the year. I mean, all the quarterback drama that they had with Jalen Milroe after the Texas game, and for him to be the player that he is right now, you got to show a lot of love to that coaching staff. But Michigan, I mean, all the drama that they've had, in a way, that's brought the team closer. You see the shirts that they were wearing before the game when Harbaugh was out. You got the assistant coaches crying and belly aching on the sideline and shit. I mean, they've come together with all the craziness going on in Ann Arbor. So that definitely means something, but Alabama, it just seems like everything's coming together. The Auburn game, it seems like that was destiny. And, yeah, I could see Roll Tide tonight for sure.
Trey?
I guess I'm going Roll Tide. The more I hear people talk about liking Alabama, and it's a lot of people, it feels overwhelming right now. You made this point earlier this morning, BK. It's kind of hard to believe that Michigan is still favored in this game, but I just feel like Alabama's the better football team right now. McCarthy has not shown us enough this year, and I think he's going to have to give them more, certainly to win a national championship, but even to win tonight. And I just don't think that's going to happen. Alabama is good enough, slowing up Michigan's rushing attack, and I think they are dual threat enough on offense. Milroe really developing as a quarterback to win. So I guess I'm taking the money line in that game, and I think Alabama probably ends up winning it by a touchdown or so.
Yeah, it almost feels silly to not pick a blowout. Like last year we had two close semifinal games. Before last year, the average margin of victory in the CFP semifinals, 21 points. Last year you had the TCU-Michigan game, which was wild, 51-45. TCU pulled off the upset there. Then obviously the Ohio State-Georgia game came down to the final kick, but that idiot kicker for Ohio State missed the field goal that would have sent the Buckeyes into the national championship game. But usually in this round you've seen at least a blowout. So I wonder if we get that or if we see more of what we saw in 2022. I guess I'm the only one going Michigan here. I'm picking Michigan in this game. I think the Wolverines' defense is really, really good. Everyone's been dunking on J.J. McCarthy. He's not as bad as everyone seems to want him to be. This is a guy who might be a first-round pick in the draft in April. This is a guy that was a Heisman Trophy contender. I mean, he had like top 3 Vegas odds to win the Heisman through the first half of the year. I'm not sitting here telling you J.J. McCarthy is all that in a bag of chips. He might be the 4th best quarterback in this CFP, but he's not bad. He's not a weakness for Michigan. The run game's really, really good. Their defense is the best in the country in a lot of major statistical categories. And I can't get the Auburn game out of my head. Like everyone's just like, Bama's been playing so damn well. It's like they needed a 4th and 31 miracle against a 7-5 Auburn team to win that. Now it's the Iron Bowl. Crazy things happen. It's one of the best rivalries in the sport, and they won. That's all that matters. It's why they're here. But this is a team that beat A&M by 3, team that beat Arkansas by 3. Like they just, I don't think they're as good as Michigan. I really don't. I'll just put it like that. I think Michigan finds a way to win. It feels like most people are picking Bama, which is why I'm surprised that the Wolverines are still favored in this game. But I think this is finally the year that Jim Harbaugh gets over that CFP semi-hump and gets Michigan into the championship.
I love what you said where you were talking about with the 4 teams in the CFP. I think, like you said, all 4 fan bases can give you legitimate reasons why any of those 4 teams can win the national championship next week in Houston, and very valid reasons, all of them. And I think at the same time with that, looking at the 4 teams like you're talking about there with the Alabama wins and so forth, all of the adversity, say that all 4 of these teams have had to come over, whether it be close wins like that, whether it be injuries, whether it be soap operas that have happened at Michigan with their head coach. All 4 of these teams have found ways. The Alabama stuff, they have found ways to be in this college football playoff. It's 4 very intriguing stories, and 4. I mean, we said it the other day. We've got the 4 best teams. We've got the 4 best teams. Forget about Florida State.
Well, they played pretty well a couple of days ago. Florida State.
Yeah, I mean, they made a great reason why they should be in
Yeah.
this.
See, and
Crying out loud.
and the teams that are in the college football playoff right now, I like it, but to say that Georgia's not one of the best teams in the nation, that's hard for me. You know, say what you want about Florida State, whatever. They put 63 points on a team that basically was undefeated all year long. So that means something. And the fact that Alabama in the SEC championship game got Georgia the way they did and completely knocked them out the playoff, that's why I kind of give them the upper hand tonight. But I'm right there with you, BK. Like 4th and 31. That's just ridiculous. And that's also why it kind of scares me. It's like, is it just destiny for Roll Tide with all the damn success that these guys have had throughout, you know, Nick Saban's tenure? Like, do they really need luck like that to win games? Like, Alabama fans obviously would agree, but I don't know. That's just one of those destiny weird plays that I'm just like, man, I want Michigan to win for Texas' sake. I think that's a better matchup for the Horns. But, yeah, the Alabama squad, just all the weapons, all the 5 stars, and the best coach in college football history, I give them the edge today.
Well, that was my next question. And, Trey, I'll throw it to you now. Who would you rather see? If Texas is fortunate enough to get a win tonight, who do you hope that they're squaring off against in Houston next Monday?
I feel confident against either team, but the idea of having to beat Nick Saban twice in a season is quite daunting. And what Michigan does well plays into what I think is a bigger strength of the Longhorns defense, and that is rushing offense versus rush defense. I mean, you talked about Dylan Johnson and you not being worried at all about Dylan Johnson in tonight's game, BK. That's the reason why I wouldn't be all that worried against Michigan. I think it would be a slugfest because Michigan is good defensively, but I have more confidence in the Texas offense right now than I do the Michigan defense. So, yeah, ultimately I would rather have Texas face Michigan in a national championship game, but I feel good about either matchup.
Rodney?
I agree with you, Trey. I like the Michigan matchup better if you're a Texas fan, just simply for the fact, like you mentioned about beating Nick Saban twice, beating Alabama twice. That's hard to do. It's hard to beat anybody twice, but hell, Washington beat Oregon twice, and that's no small task either. But I'm totally in agreement right there that matchup right there definitely favors Texas. And you don't want to see Alabama again. But then again, you do want to see Alabama again, because if they're that much better than they were, if they really did turn the corner and Nick Saban said they weren't any good and they got good all of a sudden, you do want to play them again. I just like the Michigan matchup better.
Yeah, if Texas moves on and if Alabama moves on to meet next Monday night in the championship game, you do like that Texas knows that they could beat them because they've shown that, especially at Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. And then it'll be a home game for Texas because they'll be in H-Town.
Absolutely.
So I like those odds there, but that damn Saban, man, he lives for this time. And Hardball, who's kind of the opposite of that when it comes to the big games and stuff. Yes, he's gotten over the Ohio State hump, but the college football playoff hump, can he get over that? Different beast, exactly. And the preparation for the last 30 days, 15 practices, can he manage that the way Nick Saban has proven to manage it through the course of the years? I don't know. Still to be determined.
I want to see Alabama again. I want to beat them twice.
Oh, you being greedy. That sounds like a greedy person right there.
I mean, we went on the road and beat them by 10. Y'all can't tell me you're scared of this team, right? Come on. Beat them by 10. Ran the last 7 minutes and 15 seconds off the clock. They knew what Texas was doing, and Texas still was able to kill the clock by running the football over and over again to ice that victory. Only team to beat a Nick Saban-led Alabama squad by double digits in his whole career at Alabama.
And just think about that. Then you
Michigan
beat him twice.
is the unknown.
Yep.
Michigan is the Alabama to me is the known. I know what Texas can do against Alabama. I don't know what Texas can do against Michigan. I've already seen it this year with this team against that guy. I want to see those fools again.
I felt confident the first time around. This is a better Alabama team, but ultimately I think Texas matches up well with this Alabama team, BK. So I'm with you. Remember how a couple years ago it wasn't cliche because it was still true, but the talking point was that no former Nick Saban assistant could beat him in a game, much less a big game. And here we have Steve Sarkisian with the possibility of being able to do it twice in 1 year.
And, oh, by the way, full circle. The coach, the team that started the demise of Texas football, the national championship game, 2009, early 2010, against Nick Saban and Alabama. How fitting would it be to complete the turnaround against Nick Saban in Alabama? Exercise all of the demons from the last 15 years to do it against that coach and that team. You take any national championship, however you can do
Yeah,
it. That's the cherry on top.
That'd be
there.
a storybook,
And that's-
Disney-like movie.
And that's as you were about to join their league. All of that happens as you were about to join their league.
You've owned the SEC for years. We own it now.
That Jalen Milroe that the Horns saw in week 2 ain't the same Jalen Milroe that is playing right now.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing for me. And Texas defense, just the running quarterback threat. Again, we saw it with Donovan Smith, with U of H, Will Howard, his ability to run the ball. They all struggle with quarterbacks that were mobile, which I think that's why it's a good matchup against Michael Penix tonight. But Jalen Milroe, just to face him again with the confidence that he has right now, that scares me a little bit if both teams advance tonight.
Now, you've already game planned for him once. You spent the whole offseason studying Alabama stuff.
Game plan different, though.
You're going to have, I know, but you're just going to have 1 week to focus on Michigan, whereas you've spent a lot of time already dealing with Alabama. So, look, I feel confident either way. I'm with y'all. I mean, look, Michigan's strength on their offense is their ability to run the football. Obviously, the strength of this Texas defense is the ability to stop the run. So I feel good about Texas versus Michigan. But you're right, I'm getting a little greedy. I want to take it to Nick Saban and beat that guy twice in the same year.
Oh, man, they're getting fired up over there at Manning's. It's getting hot and heavy. Kind of one of the things that I wanted to touch on right there where he's talking about Jalen Milroe and, a different Jalen Milroe and so forth. Kind of back to this game tonight, I've seen a lot of folks where they keep comparing the Washington Texas Alamo Bowl from last year, and they're trying to correlate that into the game that we're about to watch a little bit later on tonight at the Superdome. No, totally different. This is a totally different Texas team. I've talked to some Washington fans, and they keep going back to that. Well, remember last year? I don't give a shit about last year. These are both teams locked and loaded. You're getting all 8 cylinders tonight. Different ball game tonight. So but yeah, I'll play Alabama. I don't care, whichever. But let's take our Washington.
Just win tonight. Yep.
Just win tonight.
Just win tonight. A couple of other scores because we normally do scoreboard updates during our pregame shows on Texas Sports Unfiltered. The ReliaQuest Bowl. How about the LSU Tigers getting a win over Wisconsin, 35-31. The Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Yeah, Oregon no problem with Liberty, 45-6. Limu Emu got his ass kicked today, beat down by Oregon. And Tennessee all over Iowa in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, because when I think Cheez-Its, I think citrus. 35-0. No surprise that Iowa scored 0 points. That's the least surprising result of bowl season, the fact that Iowa got shut out again.
I think the Iowa under 0.5 for the game was one of the better bets in the last 2 weeks of the college football season.
It really is. It always is. Taking the under for Iowa seemingly works every single week. All right, back to Texas and Washington, guys, as we continue to set the stage for this matchup at Caesars Superdome, which is, a little less than 4 hours away from kickoff now. Washington's played a lot of close games this year, and I'm trying to figure out, Trey, what that means. Like, Washington's obviously comfortable. They're 6-0 in one-score games this year. Their last 3 games, 2-point win, 3-point win, 3-point win. They have 4 wins this season decided by 3 or less. So they're clearly, if this game comes down to the final minutes in the fourth quarter, they're battle-tested. They know what they do, and they generally have found ways to make those big plays to get wins down the stretch. On the other hand, it kind of feels like they're due, right? Like you're flirting with disaster. You're walking close to the sun if you're playing that many close games and you're expecting to win all of them. I wonder if it's finally time where that Washington luck, and look, it's a lot of it's skill, don't get me wrong, but they've had some luck to win some of these close games the way that they had. I wonder if they're due to slip up in a one-score game tonight.
It's definitely possible. They have shown the ability to grind it out when they need to, but they've also played in some really ugly conditions as well, and that's a part of it.
Sure.
And I think that that Washington, much like Texas, has gotten healthy in all the right ways. They're healthier safety going into this game, and some injuries on offense to wide receivers, and then also Penix, who had a rib issue a few games back. Those things are no longer factors. So ultimately, I'm not going to read too much into that. I think that the over-under that you guys talked about a little bit earlier is pretty accurate. I think we see both teams make it into the 30s, or maybe you see if Texas does run away, they end up deep into the 30s or early 40s, whereas Washington is still in the upper 20s. But, I think Washington is not necessarily due for a loss, other than the fact that they're about to go up against a better football team in the Texas Longhorns.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why part of me does think that if Texas can jump on this Washington team early, that they can get away from them. I really think because But that's the other to the flip side of the coin right there. What you're talking about, BK, is that they have been able to come back and win close games, and that's why I think this matchup is so intriguing, because Texas has had to do the same. But for whatever reason, I'm not quite as confident that if Texas falls behind, that they're going to be able to do that against this Washington team. So that really is the key, to jump on them quick, put them down, and just put them away. I mean, put them away. Make this easier than hard.
Go ahead.
Sorry, BK. Michael Penix, he's been a completely different quarterback these last 7 games than he was the first 6. The first 6 games, he was 72% when it came to his completion percentage. Then the last 7, he was 60% when it came to a completion percentage. So that's a big difference. BK mentioned this earlier. Jalen McMillan, him coming back and being fully healthy, that's going to be huge for Washington's success, because that guy, he's another dude. And you add him with Jalen Polk and Roma Dunze. It's kind of just pick your poison with Ryan Grubb's offense, the offensive coordinator for UW. So, again, like we've been saying for the last 30 days, Texas, they got to be locked in, especially in the secondary, where all these guys are at different situations, because they could get got.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Texas has played a number of close games this year as well. The Longhorns 3-1 in one-score games, but something that gives me a lot of confidence is at times I felt like Texas wasn't dominating teams. That was obviously a big talking point for all of us at large parts of the year, especially in the middle of the year. Texas won 5 conference games by more than 10 points this year. Washington won 1. That was their first conference game. They won by more than 10. Every other game they played was 10 or less. Now, Pac-12 a little better than the Big 12 this year, but still, it's just Washington. They didn't show the ability to run and hide, and Oregon's the only team in that conference that has talent that's comparable to Texas. Maybe USC, but USC had one of the worst defenses in the history of the Pac-12 this year. It's clearly not a good SC team. Like, it's different. Like, Washington playing all of those close games against teams that don't have talent anywhere close to Texas. They could be in for a rude awakening. Zay, I'm going to make this comp. You tell me if I'm off base for this. You're obviously a huge basketball guy. This Washington team is built like Gonzaga to me. They've got a bunch of experienced dudes who have been in the system for a long time. They know the program. They know what they're supposed to do. They have a lot of success in the regular season. And they've got plenty of dudes who are going to be playing at the next level. But the talent just isn't what, the Dukes, the Kansases, the Blue Bloods of the world is. And usually when you get into the tournament, Gonzaga's made some runs, but they haven't been able to win the whole thing because they just don't have the bodies that some of these other schools have. Texas, the talent gap between these two teams, Washington's got some players now, but the talent, I think, gap is discernible between these two sides.
Yeah, that's a good comp. And also both teams, Pacific Northwest, obviously.
Yeah.
But, Washington, that's why they're pissed off. That's why they've been talking with the media like, man, we're not getting any respect, because everybody's looking at Texas as the big blue blood, and everybody's looking at Washington, a team that's undefeated, that's just second tier. So, they're going to come out pissed off with a fire lit under their ass, as they should. But Texas, they got to be ready for that too. I mean, again, Texas, they have a lot of things to play for also. You got the wide receiver core. Everybody's been talking about Washington's wide receiver core being better. If I'm Xavier Worthy, Jordan Whittington, Adonai Mitchell, that pisses me off. I want to show that we're the best. Same with the offensive line. Washington's offensive line, Joe Moore award winning. Hey, offensive line for Texas. We want that award. We wish it was ours. Okay, show me tonight.
What do you guys think? Is Xavier Worthy really healthy right now, or are we buying some of the concerns that something was tweaked or something's not quite right for him?
How's his hand?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It wasn't as broken as it was made out to be 10 months ago. How about that?
I don't know. I hope he's fine.
Yeah.
He is incredibly important to this Texas team, and that's the luxury that the Longhorns have that, Washington does, but I don't know how many other teams across college football do. Texas has 2 number 1 wide receivers.
Yeah.
We're talking about 2 guys who could be drafted in the first round. So, as good as Adonai Mitchell has been for this team this year, part of the reason why he's been as good as he's been is because X is on the other side, attracting a ton of attention from opposing defenses. So you need both of those guys. The hope is over the last month that X has been able to get healthy, obviously finished the Big 12 title game in street clothes, but there are some rumblings that maybe something popped up, and X himself hasn't been super straightforward with how he's feeling. So I don't know what to expect.
I love that from Xavier Worthy.
Think
He
he
does-
does.
he does-
People.
I love him.
He does
telling the
play
media,
possum.
Oh,
Yep.
playing
He gives
possum.
a big limp coming
He
off the
does.
field.
Yep,
He's back
limp
in there
out.
2 plays later.
I need him to be carried out like how the Celtics did Paul Pierce and the two.
What is he going to
20
shit himself?
No, I don't want him to shit himself, but I need it to be that dramatic to where Washington's looking like, oh, what's wrong with that guy? Oh, okay, maybe we have the upper edge. And then once he gets out there, show that 4.2 speed that we all grown accustomed to. Yes, Xavier Worthy, play possum, let these Washington guys guess out there, even though they shouldn't. But yeah, you're right, BK. Adonai Mitchell, he's thrived from Xavier Worthy's success, and so has the rest of the receiving corps.
Well, and that's the other part of it. You got to love the Texas depth. I mean, that is such a great advantage right there, to where you're swapping out a 1 to a 1A to a 1A.5. I mean, it's what you're doing right there. And I think that's a definite Texas advantage that they have as we get fired off here once again. But I think with Worthy, I think we find out early in that game about his health. If Sark immediately goes to him, then he's doing just fine. He's doing just fine.
Indeed. We got the Eyes of Texas playing here at Manning's right now.
Yeah, it is.
Which I feel like I need to still talk because I don't think people watching on YouTube.
Just be
really
comfortable.
know
Just
they
be
have.
comfortable with the silence.
Okay. Gabriel blows his horn.
There you go, folks.
Silence is golden. All right, hey, where's one of the homeless guys across from our Airbnb? Fire the cannon right now.
We need it right
This is
now,
what we
man.
need.
Need it right
That
now.
was the perfect time. I was expecting it. I heard it 15 times overnight last night. Like, I figured it would have been perfect.
I've never jumped more in my life.
Oh,
dude.
I know.
Yeah.
The fireworks going on at our Airbnb not too far from here.
Amazing. By the way, shout out to this guy. That's a phenomenal shirt.
I love that
Texas-
shirt.
Texas versus all you MFs.
Yeah.
That's a good looking shirt
That's-
right there. Also, the wallpaper is just a giant eyeball. Mother Hustler.
Nice.
OG.
There it is right
What's
there.
up, Mother
that.
Hustler?
Love that. Amazing.
Texas versus all you mofos.
Oh, yeah. The crowd's starting to fill up. Folks are making their way through the French Quarter as we're getting closer and closer once again to kickoff. Bucky will be joining us momentarily. He was here earlier. He's eating some food. Probably wants some more money at the craps table.
Yeah,
That
I
guy-
tell you, that dude's on a roll right now, isn't he? It's like, man,
Up thousands.
we'll have to let him buy us something.
Yeah,
before we get out of here.
He won't.
I know he won't.
He won't. He won't. That's not how it works right
No.
there. We know how that deal operates. All right, come out and see us. Once again, we are live. We are in between Manning's and Harrah's. So the big Texas One Fun tailgate party is going on inside of Manning's. You can still be a part of that if you want. Of course, Harrah's, if you want to go make or lose some money, you can do that if you want. But we are right in the middle at a gazebo. You won't miss us if you're walking around the French Quarter. They've got a merch tent right outside, too. So if you want to gear up with all of the Sugar Bowl gear that you could ever want, you could buy that stuff right now before you make your way into the Caesars Superdome tonight. If you are here, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Just search Texas Sports Unfiltered. It's completely free to subscribe, and we've got a free app as well. So we're always talking Texas Longhorn football all year round. Just because the season ends next Monday doesn't mean we stop the Texas Longhorn football content. Make sure y'all download that free app available in the App Store or Google Play. And, of course, be sure to subscribe to us on YouTube, Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right, gentlemen, we have not talked about special teams hardly at all today. And the Longhorns have had a leg up on just about everybody in that third facet of the game all season long. Bert Auburn has been money. Had that school record field goal streak in the middle of the season. He's 28 of 34 on the year. Ryan Sanborn, the grad transfer from Stanford, has been huge for this team, averaging nearly 46 yards a punt. Obviously, Texas has had return touchdowns this year, both as a kickoff and as a punt return. They've had block kicks this year. It's the number one special teams unit in the country, according to FEI, Trey. Like, in close games, and I think most people expect this to be a close game. It's a 4-point line right now. Sometimes that third element of the game determines who wins. You got to feel good about Texas's chances if this does come down to special teams.
Should be something like a low liner or punt that out kicks the Washington coverage that gives Worthy enough space to rip off a big one, whether it's a touchdown or flipping the field, and allowing that Texas offense to start in Washington's side of things. It could be Keelan Robinson with the big kickoff return. Could be Auburn with a field goal that it can extend as far as, 52, 53 yards if we really need to stretch it. Or Sanborn pinning the Washington defense. And I think the kick coverage has also been really good for this team for the better part of this year, too. So it hasn't been as much of a concern with kickoffs because Stone does a good job of kicking the ball out of the end zone. But in terms of not allowing a big punt return, I can't maybe in BYU or something, but I can't remember a ton of big punt returns against this Texas team this year.
Yeah, special teams always that third element of the ball game that never gets talked about until something goes wrong.
Yep.
That's when special teams and when that conversation comes up. But Texas has been really solid in that. I mean, you may see a punt return. I mean, the ability for all of that is right there, and that third facet is so important. Burt Auburn, I'll say it again, is just such a huge factor in this. You have to be excited that you go into this ball game that it very likely is going to be a shootout that can come down to the final possession, the final seconds of the ball game. You got to be happy that you have a kicker that you have the confidence in from what he's done this year. And I think that's something that Steve Sarkisian and the coaching staff, they are really relying on that if his number's called. And I think he's plenty capable of making a game-winning kick if he has to do that tonight.
I do too. Yeah, I know Burt Auburn missed one in the Big 12 championship game to stop that record-breaking streak, but I still feel very confident every time he trots out onto the field. Texas has the better kicker. They've got the better punter. And, yeah, Washington special teams, they haven't been bad this year. But once again, Texas #1 in the nation in FEI grade. Washington number 46. So just kind of middle of the pack. Hasn't been awful for Washington, but it hasn't been as good as what Texas has had in that third phase. So looking forward to seeing what happens as we welcome Bucky Godbold back.
Back again.
How'd it go in there?
How'd it go?
Yeah, did you go inside Harris, gamble a little bit more? Oh,
Wow.
bringing out the chips.
Oh, my
My
goodness.
goodness. Oh, there's more.
The hot streak
That's good.
continues.
Holy
Continues,
shit.
yes.
Damn.
It's all good.
Are you robbing them?
You
you
better
actually
watch their
playing-
wallets.
are
You
you-
better watch their wallets.
Yeah. Are you just fighting old ladies and taking their chips?
You're
What are
gonna
you
get banned
doing,
out of
dude?
there.
No, it's going good.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
It's all craps?
It's all craps, yes. It's all craps, yes.
Oh, my God.
I'm generally not the hot guy. I'm generally the dealer. Like when the dealer throws the dice to me, people start to get up and start to walk. Not over the last 2 days they have.
You've been rolling today.
And I'm rolling with people from Washington.
Oh.
That's what I'm rolling with. If they've got to be somebody, there's got to be a Husky down in my end before I play.
Really?
Yes.
So that's been a good luck charm for you.
Yeah. I mean,
How much are you up now?
I'm up.
Okay. More than this morning?
That didn't answer the
No.
question.
Oh, so you lost a little bit
I
just
lost
now.
a little. Yes.
Okay.
I lost a little bit. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not.
Still up for
I
the
would.
weekend.
I would like to meet one of these machines. I just can't. You know, they're hard to get to know. They're very modern. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they
Slot
don't
machines
talk.
have gotten obnoxious.
What do you mean they're hard to get to know? They don't talk.
They just have all kinds of different things in order for you to know that you've won.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You don't
Too
like-
electronic now.
Yes, very much. And there's none that you can pull the dealie down. You just
Yeah.
hit the button. I'm like, come on.
Yeah,
I
you got
wanna-
to be
I
able.
want to touch it. I want to feel it.
You got to be able to jack that machine to really play.
Yeah, I
it,
really
right?
like to jack that machine. Yeah,
Okay.
baby.
Yeah. Jack it on, as we
Yeah.
were talking about earlier.
Jack on the money. Yeah, baby.
Jack it on today, man.
I don't think slot machines wear jackets.
But like Bucky was talking about, so you like massage the machine and all.
Yes.
You haven't done that yet.
No, I have not done that. But I did touch the felt on the craps table. I just was rubbing the felt there a little bit. That was okay.
Oh,
That's been working.
I guess so.
just rubbing that little felt nub.
Yeah,
huh?
and I'm going to tell you, I'm watching these guys play around with the dice and do all their little maneuvers. You ever see when they
Oh,
do
yeah.
their little maneuvers with the
Oh,
dice?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, that's not going to do shit for you, really. It's really not.
blowing on the dice.
They do all kinds. They touch them and then they like semi-roll them in front of themselves, and they crap out in front of themselves. Then they get to the big part. They roll out and they crap out again. I'm like, what the hell is that about, dude?
I'd like to congratulate you because you've had a tremendous day, both at the craps table
Yes.
and with your Gold Star lock.
Yeah.
You went 2 for 2 on your 1,000-unit plays.
Wait a minute. Is Tennessee winning too? I didn't touch Tennessee, did I?
You did. 5,000 units on Tennessee minus 5.5 against Iowa. They won 35-0.
Oh, Iowa didn't score? Oh, is that surprising?
Nope.
Nope, not at all. And then you had 10,000 units on the Oregon Ducks minus 18 against
It didn't look good
Limu
early.
and
It didn't
Doug.
look horrible early.
45-6.
Very nice.
The final.
It was
The
close
people are
to a
happy.
quarter, but they
So the
eventually
people are
took care of
happy.
business.
So for the first
So you want me to pick the game tonight? You want me to pick the
No.
Texas game?
No, I don't.
You
No.
sure?
No.
Please don't. Please don't do that.
Keep that game out of your mouth.
I
please.
could give you that game.
And you could give us a loss, which is not what we're looking for right now.
Okay.
I would like to congratulate you. This is a monumental moment in Texas Sports Unfiltered history. For the first time in the history of this network, Bucky Godbold
Am I up?
is in the green.
Oh,
Really? Look at that.
You're down 12,000 units going into today. You hit a 10K and you hit a 5K, so you were up, 3,000 units on the season. You did make a promise to the people that by the new year, you would have them in the green.
They're in the green, yes.
It took you till Jan 1 of the new year,
Yes.
but you have it down, so well done.
We the people, that's right.
Other than the fact that you had to work this morning, it's been a good day
Yes,
for
it's
you.
been a good day. But like I said, I got to see my granddaughters. It was great.
It's great to meet one of your daughters finally.
Yes, they live in the state of pissing on the floor, so.
Yes, that's the official nickname for Louisiana.
Yeah, Louisiana, yes.
I thought they lived in Florida.
Oh, no, they live in, but my daughter went to school, of course, LSU.
I see.
So.
Okay.
I see
And
that.
and my son-in-law is from Baton Rouge,
There we go.
so he's probably used to pissing on the floor.
That's how
That's
it
a
works.
thing. That's a thing in Louisiana. It's still remarkable to me how they get that done. I never see it in Texas. I'm telling you. I think we take the urinals all the way to the floor, so it's part of the floor. We don't go with these halfway deals. They just take it, turn it to the side, and just pee. I'm like, really?
There are some
Really?
basic rules of Louisiana. One is just assume that anybody that you're dealing with is drunk, and the other is the world is your bathroom. Those are
Yes.
the two rules.
Okay, yeah, I can buy that.
Rule 3 is just understand that the person you're dealing with is probably drunk.
Rule 1 and Rule 3.
Yeah.
Both the same.
Except you have to say Rule 3.
Well, and I feel like a big guy because I went to the bathroom that's underneath the steps
Oh,
of
yeah.
where we're staying, and I slammed my head and I said, "Oh, I must be 6 foot."
Boy, that
What? No chance.
I must be 6 foot. If I just hit my head in there, not a chance.
boy, that thing right there.
Not so fast.
Oh, it makes an appearance
no.
once again.
Had to bring it back one time for the people.
It's a little
Man, that
safer.
hurt.
It's a little safer out here. Maybe.
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 It could be a
I don't
Oh,
know.
they've got some nice food in there. That's nice.
Oh, thanks for bringing some for us.
No, you haven't eaten a thing.
No, I've been here.
That's the best meal. Remember, this is besides the blueberry pastry I had this morning. That
Yeah,
was my
buddy.
first meal just now.
Oh,
Cherry coffee roaster.
Yes.
There you go.
I'll tell you, wherever Doc Trey went this morning, that was some good stuff.
Did you have a bite of some of that?
Oh,
the
no,
pastry?
that was the
No.
place that you got the
With
muffaletas
sandwich.
from the other
It was
day.
some
BK.
sandwiches. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Verdi Marty, where we went last
There
time.
we go.
Yeah. Probably Verdi Mart is what it was. All right, let's get to some of our pregame show staples.
Okay.
We got the offensive player of the game prediction, brought to you by our friends at Verde's Mexican Pizzeria off 71,
Speaking of good food,
off Hamilton Pool Road. Yeah, that place is ridiculously good. Buck,
I'm going Quinn Ewers.
yeah, bold.
Why not?
Why not? He played great in this game last year. He's been great all season for this team.
Yeah, I mean, big games. He's been a big game player, and I've got to believe that dude is healed up and ready to go tonight. So I'm gonna pick him. I mean, because if he doesn't play well, they're not gonna win.
What type of stat line are you expecting from?
340,
Okay, and
which is good enough. I mean,
Yeah.
three touchdowns, 340. He's going to throw some touchdown passes tonight. I mean, they don't all have to be bombs. They can be catch and runs. That's fine with me too. So,
Sure.
but I'm picking him as the offensive guy for sure. I just have to. I have to. I mean, it's either he or. I mean, I can't pick A.D. Mitchell. I picked him enough this year. I mean, my goodness,
he's had a great year.
he's had a great year. He's been a great football player.
Texas could use him tonight because Washington has one really good corner. Jabbar Muhammad, cousins of Malik Muhammad. He has been locked down. Now, he does get handsy. He does get grabby. He has committed a lot of pass interference penalties this year, but there is a big-time gap between their top corner and the other corners they have on the outside. If the plan for UW is to line Muhammad up against Xavier Worthy, then there could be an opportunity for
Oh, for sure.
AD to have a great night.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and Quinn Ewers loves throwing the ball to him because he knows he's going to catch it. If it's close, he's going to grab it.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, and that's something you talked about earlier, to where I mean, not entirely, but some of that success right there of A.D. Mitchell is the fact that who you got on the other side, and that's just giving him a lot of opportunities right there. And again, it's going to be curious to see which direction Sark goes to start this.
Well, if they don't throw the ball to Sanders, which they don't throw to him
they
enough,
never throw it. to
A.D.
him.
Mitchell takes up that space where Sanders, because he catches routes inside where Sanders does, and he catches the ball.
Yeah.
Right.
And he's not afraid of the contact in there. He plays like a tight end at times. He's got the speed of a wide receiver, but he runs tight end routes where you wouldn't expect him to run. So, and Jordan Whittington, once again, that could be X factor, could be that guy. But every time I say that, he has a great game, and then we lose. So I got to be careful of him having 12 catches and they lose. They lose. That's no good. That doesn't
No.
work for
That
them.
doesn't do anything.
No,
Yeah, Adonai Mitchell just one drop this season.
that's incredible.
He has been a sure-handed.
But that's unbelievable
Yeah.
for a guy who's caught an awful lot of balls and caught balls in traffic too.
Yeah, 51 catches, 813 yards, 10 touchdowns for A.D. Mitchell.
And they haven't all been accurate balls. I mean,
No.
he makes some really rough and tough catches. That's the part I like. And that's what I think Quinn Ewers likes him so much. I don't have to be perfect to throw to him.
Yep.
I just got to get it around him.
Yeah, and you're still waiting. I mean, I know I'm still waiting. I know you're still waiting. You're still waiting. We're waiting for that JT Sanders game to where they do go to him.
Hey,
to
next
utilize
year.
that.
Hold
dude.
Next
on.
year.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
We
Next
had
year,
it-
where their NFL team he plays.
I know it's been like 3.5 years since the Big 12 championship game, but JT Sanders, 8 catches, 105 yards, and a touchdown.
Yeah.
Against Oklahoma State.
And what
So,
is his total of catches for a year? A guy who should have been catching 80 passes, or at least 70.
Right.
At least 70.
I'm going to go at least 70.
Oh, okay. 39.
65.
39 big ones.
Yeah. Missed some time with an injury. Would have been in the 40s.
Yeah, I believe that
Yeah.
too. I mean, he has had
Yeah,
he's had a
yeah,
bummed up
At
ankle,
least 43. Damn.
but he's had a bummed up ankle, and all those bumps and bruises should be after a month should be pretty good
I hope
tonight.
so. Yeah, JT Sanders coming off his best game of the season. Hopefully he gets used a lot, especially in the red area too.
Yeah, the thing about him for me is the fact that he's become such a fantastic blocker. He is involved wholeheartedly in what he does, whether it's going to catch the ball now,
Yeah.
or blocking for the run game. He's been big in the run game. The success of the run game, he's had a lot to do with it. He's a more than a willing participant now. He really gets after it right now.
Yep.
And he uses that body of his and his athleticism too.
Well, that's a dude where when you think about the tight end position, years
Right.
ago, I mean, it's not what it is now. I mean, tight ends these days, I mean, they're prototype guys. I mean, you can hit them long. They got to be good blockers. All of that. Hell, they can run the football if they had to. And he's definitely that. He's a prototype tight end for the new tight ends. I mean, for what a tight end is now.
Yes.
Ronnie, what about you? Offensive player of the game prediction brought to you by our friends at Verde's Mexican Burrito.
I'm hanging it on Jaden Blue, dude.
Wow.
I've said that for the last couple of days where
Mhm.
I think that you're going to put this dude into the ball game, and
Good choice.
he's going to be the one tonight, I think, that has that marquee game that we're talking about where we get out of this Sugar Bowl and it's like, okay, that was the Jaden Blue game. There's been little hints at it right there. This running back room is so strong, so strong. CJ Baxter's really good, but I think Jaden Blue's going to be the dude.
Good choice.
I think he's going to run for a $130 and just stretch a game out. Just
Okay.
stretch a
If
game
they
out.
run for 160, 150, I think they win the game. If they
Say,
can get
say
that.
goodnight to it.
Yeah, if they can get to 160, I think this is a game that Texas wins because that means they're doing everything they want to
That's
do
right.
too.
Yep, absolutely. Apparently Michigan almost threw an interception on their first play of the game. It was reviewed.
What is this? Oh, they play
overturned.
Oklahoma?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, that's what we do against
Okay.
Oklahoma. I'll go with the X-Men, Xavier Worthy.
Okay.
Well, let's talk about him being a little bit banged up. I don't buy it. This guy has been the most consistent receiver for Texas over the last couple of years. Much better season this year. Solved his issues with the drops here in 2023. I think he makes a difference both as a receiver and in the special teams game as well. So I'm kind of cheating.
And we are getting a punt return. Maybe not for a score, but we're going to have a long punt return tonight.
That would be nice. And that'd
In the
be,
dome,
that'd be Xavier Worthy who does that.
Yes.
So I think with the month off, once again, the guy left the Oklahoma State game early, finished the game in street clothes, but with all the time that Texas has had in between games, it's been 30 days since the Longhorns last suited up. I think X is ready. And, man, this is a money game for him, too.
Yeah,
mean,
I heard you guys talking about special teams. I mean,
Yeah.
special teams play tonight. When you have this much time off, that is the last thing on your list.
Right.
And I've got a feeling for Texas, it's not the last thing on their list. So what they think about when they think about winning football games, I think it's really right at the top of what they want to do and what they want to do well. So I expect the Texas special teams to really be special tonight in a game that can get them to the national championship.
Absolutely.
Which means, there will be a punt block tonight.
You're calling a punt
There it
block
is.
and
Yeah.
a long punt
I didn't
return?
call it not to the house for
Right.
the punt return, but I'll get credit if he does take it to the house. You know that, right? I'll take credit for that.
Of course you will.
But there'll be a punt block tonight. That's the one
Okay.
that somebody is not working that hard on the punt block block team. You watch, they'll get after it. Somebody will get after somebody
I like
tonight.
that. Yeah, Washington has been just an average special teams
Yes.
unit this year. They haven't been bad, but they've been inconsistent. Texas definitely has the leg up on paper in that third facet of the game. Those are our offensive player of the game predictions brought to you by our friends at Verde's Mexican Korea. Once again, 71 off of Hamilton Pool Road. They got that stuffed chicken breast that Buck loves so much.
Buck loves that.
A ridiculous chicken
Tortilla soup is
poblano,
now. Tortilla soup
enchiladas.
is like a meal.
Yeah?
They've got everything in it. They've got the corn in there, right?
Oh,
I
man.
love it. Have little pieces
Yeah.
of corn.
That's good stuff right there.
Yeah.
I
love
saw
it.
some little pieces of corn this morning. Oh, everybody.
What does that mean?
No. Oh, boy. That wasn't good.
Did you eat corn this morning or something? What are you talking about there? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I want to know the
That
answer
is awful.
to that.
What an awful statement. Sorry, y'all out
That means
there.
it's working right. That means everything is working right.
Just
when you
around
fix it.
dinner time for folks, too, before they head to the game. I'm sorry.
That's
Gross.
exactly right.
All right, Trey just popped back on. Trey, what about your offensive player of the game prediction? Bucky went with Quinn Ewers. Rodney went with Jaden Bloom. I went with Xavier Worthy. Who is your pick for the Longhorns offensive player of the game against Washington?
Based on the attention that he's gotten this week, I'm going with Archie Manning, guys. I think Archie Manning wins the offensive player of the
that's
game for the
different.
Texas Longhorns.
That's different. That's
Wow.
okay.
Is that out there? Is that crazy? No, I'm going Quinn Ewers. I'm going to keep this one simple. I'm with
There you
Bucky that Quinn Ewers has been playing really well, and if he plays a good game, then Texas scores points, and if Texas is able to score points consistently, bless you, then Texas wins the game.
All right, I like that. Going with the quarterback. He did play well against Washington last year. And once again, the last two games, Quinn Ewers has been in his bag. He was magnificent in the Big 12 championship game against Oklahoma State. You hope some of that can carry over, obviously, against this UW defense that is susceptible to the pass. Once again, 125th in the country in pass defense. There should be an opportunity for Texas there. Buck, in our perfect world, Texas is a multidimensional offense, right?
Oh, for sure.
They want to run the ball. They want to control the clock. Of course, but man, this secondary feels like it can be picked apart a little bit.
And Sark will go after it. If they're not playing well, he's going to go after it. He's not going to waste his time running when he can just throw. If that's the easier route to take this team down, just do it.
You're going to need points tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Going up against this high-powered offense. Like, of course, you want to have your cake and eat it too, right? You want to control the clock and have those
Like
long
to be able to do all of it.
10 to 15 play drives that just demoralize the opposite sideline. But at the end of the day, you just need points. And
Absolutely.
If Texas is going to have some luck with the explosive plays, if Sark's going to be aggressive, taking those shots down the field, Quinn's been more accurate with the deep ball this year. I think the air conditioner joint is as healthy as it's been in a while, which should help with that as well. Rodney, no reason to be scared of that if it's going to be there.
You know, third down conversions and red zone opportunities are going to be so big. I mean, they always are. I mean, that's really, really obvious right there. But, man, you get into those third downs, you got to get those things converted. Drag these drives out. I mean, like we're talking about right there. I mean, if you can really, in an ideal world, if you really can stretch this game out, how great would that be right there? Because you're keeping that offense off the field. But, man, got to get those third down conversions, third and short, ideally, if you're able to do that. And like I said, red zone, go get six. Get six. Three,
You know what? Hey,
three if you have to have it.
Washington's liable to fall for the old tackle eligible.
Uh-oh.
Heisman pose and all.
Hey, make sure you report, Detroit Lions.
Yes,
Don't try to
that's right.
cheat like you did against the Cowboys a couple of days ago.
Belly aching about it.
That was the
afterwards.
right call that was made by the refs there. That was well done. They got that one right. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
we got a bullshit.
There it is right there.
What are you talking about? The Lions, everything always goes the Lions' way. That's how it's.
they always get the breaks.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
they have
get
for
the
about
breaks, all right.
60 years. What about this red zone offense, Trey? Texas went 5 for 5 with 5 touchdowns against Oklahoma State. And my God, we have talked about the red zone woes for this Longhorn bunch all season long. That's been like the one really statistical problem with this bunch. Like just about everything else, they're in the top 25 to 30 teams in the country. Then you look at the red zone touchdown percentage, and for most of the year it was bottom 10 in the nation. Did they find something? Do you have confidence that they found something, or was that just Oklahoma State not being very good?
It's a combination of those two things, because I think we've been seeing this heading in that direction for a couple of weeks prior, just like the third down issue became less of one throughout the course of the season. And it's a combination of getting certain guys back and healthy and start being a little bit more creative in those situations versus simply trying to assert his will. Now, by the same time, we saw some plays in that Oklahoma State game where those offensive linemen in bigger packages were running downfield and finishing plays off and helping their guys get an extra yard or two. There was the touchdown moments. I forget who the running back was, Baxter maybe, where Kelvin Banks is celebrating that he just pancaked a dude, not even knowing the ball carrier had gotten it into the end zone just yet. But we also saw a play a couple games ago where it was a bigger package on a 4th and short, and JT Sanders took a handoff from going in motion. And he not only picked up the yard or two needed for the 4th down, he picked up, I want to say, 5 or 10 yards before it was all said and done. So plays like that are obviously a big deal in helping opposing defenses, this Washington defense tonight, to have to consider multiple things at a given formation.
You know what? I actually thought that I'd see JT Sanders carry the ball more as a ball carrier this season than we've seen.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these, and it's not always has to be, 3rd and short or 4th or whatever. I mean, just 2nd down runs for him taking the ball around the end. I mean, he's quite an athlete, and when that guy falls, and he does like the contact now, he goes out of his way for the contact. So I thought he would carry the ball a little bit more.
He falls
maybe
forward.
Next year when he returns.
Yeah, exactly.
He'll probably carry the ball a little bit more next year.
Well, and I think a lot of the 3rd down in the red zone, conversions and so forth, a lot of that, Buck, is confidence.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the more you're able to do it, I mean, but you can't pick who you play. I mean, you get who you get. But just the fact that they're able to get those conversions, that's definitely something right there. There's nothing better for a unit, for a player, for a coaching staff than confidence. And I think that's what we're seeing with that. So that damn well better continue tonight, because that's a huge key.
And what they've done on defense, they've done just that. They just don't let people do anything in the scoring zone. They've been just so good in the scoring zone. So it's been great to watch them do that, Yeah. And that's been all year for them. It really has. I mean, they've had their woes on offense, but defensively, they just don't give up. They don't give it up on 3rd down. They're and then once they get to the scoring zone, it's been, you want to kick a field goal, you go ahead. Now, Trey, are we kicking field goals tonight? Do we have to kick field goals?
I think Sark has shown more respect for the 3 points than his predecessor, who not only refused to kick field goals, but refused to call his special teams guys by their names, including his bowl game MVP punter, Michael Dixon. So, Steve Sarkisian, I think he has a good handle on when he needs to go for it versus settling for the 3 points. Now, sometimes that is induced by penalties by the offense, where all of a sudden a 4th and 2 turns into a 4th and 7, so it makes it an easier decision. But Sark doesn't disrespect the 3 points like a lot of offensive-minded coaches in the modern game.
By the way, that will be important tonight, Ryan. You've been away from the game for 4 weeks. Penalties, the guys' illegal procedures, that kind of weird stuff. Once you get back into this kind of speed of the game, that will drive you as a fan nuts. You think it drives us nuts. Well, you see what it does to the coaches.
That's another advantage for Texas, too, by the way. Washington commits a lot of penalties, a lot of false starts on offense, and a lot of pass interferences on defense. So keep those 2 things in mind as well.
And that's where we were talking about that earlier, where I think the crowd's going to factor in tonight, because it's very burnt orange heavy. It's going to be loud as hell in that Superdome. So I think with an itchy offensive line right there with Washington, I mean, that's how you utilize that right there. But, Buck, I love what you were talking about with all that time off, because it's so much damn time off. And then if you win tonight, then you're playing again in a week. So all of that happens right there. That's going to be to see how this team comes out. I was talking about that a little bit earlier, to how does this team come out of the box. But like you were talking about yesterday with some of these guys, you got to come out, you got to be ready to hit. You got to be ready to play football. You can't be over there olaying and doing all this shit. They're going to hit you right in the teeth.
No, there'll be guys you'll know the ones. You'll see the ones that aren't ready to really commit to the hitting part of it. But now you're at the point of the game where you just start throwing your body around. Some of the fundamentals of tackling may be missing, but you got to be committed to the physical part of it, because if you're not, you'll get just swamped here. Because the ones who will be committed tonight will crush the ones that won't be.
So
and
Bucky,
you'll be able to see that contact.
So like in this long off period that we've had, so the coaching, when is the game plan implemented? I mean, I know when it's typically implemented.
Before they got here.
Oh, before they got here.
Yeah, they want to have some practices back home before they start doing a bunch of stuff here where people get to, I mean,
all those
where the little hardballs are hanging
Michigan,
up.
yeah.
Oh yeah, they're hanging around. I mean, you really do. You want to implement your game plan mostly at home where guys are where they're used to it and stuff. But they'll do some stuff here. But they don't like to show a lot of stuff, even where they have these what they call private practices. They don't like to do that.
Yeah.
Buck, focus or mindset? What do you want to start with?
Focus.
Okay, let's hear from Steve Sarkisian. He was asked right when the team arrived in New Orleans late last week if his team's focus is where he wants.
Where our team's at. I really thought when we came back to work, whatever that was, really getting back to it. I think it was the 22nd. No, excuse me, end of the 22nd. But whenever that was, like a couple Fridays ago, I don't even know the dates anymore. It's been a long month. They were ready. Our guys were ready. I don't think they even wanted to stop practicing. I knew that they needed it. We were a little fatigued by that Big 12 championship game. This was a heck of a week we just had last week. They had a few days for the holidays, and we came back the last 2 days and had 2 really good days of work. I like the mentality, so I feel good about where we're at. I know that the hay is not in the barn for us. We've got work to do this week while we're here to put ourselves in the best position to be successful.
Yeah, that focus part is this group has been focused. You saw that in the last couple games. They're damn focused, and and that's a good thing to have. That hasn't left them, and being away for 4 weeks is not going to screw up your focus. It'll screw up your timing, but it won't screw up your focus. I think mentally, this group is still there because they've been in playoff games every week since the Oklahoma game. They're focused. They've been focused. It's just a little time away from the hitting part of it. That's all.
Yeah, and Sark did have them hit over the last 10 days. I want to say 3 or 4 times throughout that. This is where you feel really good about Steve Sarkisian and several members of his staff getting to watch how Nick Saban prepares for games like this. Because I guarantee you they're implementing certain strategies that they've seen Nick Saban use to perfection over the last several years now. And so I'm very confident that this team is not – we're not going to see them start slow. We're going to see them start fast. They're not going to be tight. They're going to be very loose. They understand the task at hand like they have all season long. And it's another one of those reasons, BK, why ultimately I'm confident that Texas gets the job done.
Yeah, Kalen DeBoer is a hell of a coach. He's won 3 national championships. He's been in playoff games before, but at the NAIA level where he won his 3 national titles at Sioux Falls, they didn't have the month-long layoff in between regular season's end and start of the playoffs. So this is different, right? Even though he had success there, he's never dealt with, and nobody on the Washington staff has dealt with preparing for a college football playoff game. Like you said, Steve Sarkisian and Kyle Flood and
Milwee.
Jeff Banks and A.J. Milwee and Bo Davis, those guys have all been a part of college football playoffs. And 15 games of experience for the Texas coaching staff. They know. And like you said, who better to learn from than the most successful coach in the history of the sport? Nick Saban clearly has this thing figured out to where he knows how to get his teams ready for these college football playoffs.
Yeah, and I think, and so when Sark tells you that, they needed this time off because this has been a long season. I mean, they're mentally getting worn down when after you know that you can't afford to lose another game after you lost Oklahoma, which seems like it was really the beginning of the season, and it actually really was. I mean, you had to go through a gauntlet of every week from that point on. You could only make so many mistakes because if you lost the game, you weren't going to get to you weren't going to play for a championship. So they've been in focus mode for a long, long time. It's just that it's long. It wears you out a little bit. But the last couple games, it doesn't look like a team that's worn out. It looks like a team that's ready to go battle.
Alabama up 7-0 on Michigan right now, by the way. Look, a lot of times the team takes on the personality of its quarterback, and I think because Quinn Ewers has been so good in the biggest games over the last few years, we see this team on the whole start to step up in those situations now too. Like if Texas happens to lose tonight, we're not going to leave that game saying, man, I can't believe Texas played a bad game. Texas is going to play a good game. It's whether than Washington can play a better game. And I think the percentage of that is so low that ultimately Texas does win out.
All right, feeling confident about Texas going into this one. I'm going to try to put the game on the computer without playing the sound over. If I mute it, will it work? We're scared of the internet quality.
Can I just put my phone on the game?
Yeah.
And we can watch behind one of these hats?
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
That's well done right there. Yeah, that's smart. Not worth losing the broadcast.
I'm very sensitive to these things now.
Yeah, you're a sensitive guy. We've
That's
known
what
that.
I noticed that about you.
That's what you call me, bitch boy Trey.
That's I didn't start calling you that.
Yeah,
for the
you
record.
did. That's what you've been calling me.
Others have been calling you that.
You've been calling me the R word and the G word. It's just
Wow.
been really ugly.
First time I met your mom, she said "bitch boy Trey." And I'm like,
She told the truth.
Yeah, Mama knows best. You know.
I've graduated from Fat Boy Trey.
There you go. Congratulations on moving up in the world a little bit. All right, let's go to the defensive side. What about a defensive player of the game? We all gave our offensive player of the game predictions a little bit earlier. Now we go to the defensive side of the football, gentlemen. And our defensive player of the game is brought to you by our great friends at Kenfield Golf Cars. If you're in the market for a new or pre-owned golf cart in Central Texas, reach out to our friends at Kenfield Golf Cars. Their website is kenfieldgolfcars.com. They're the best in the business. They've been in business in Central Texas for a long, long time. And they can turn your golf cart dreams into reality. Rodney, back on the headset. I'm putting you on the spot here first. Who is your pick for Texas's defensive player of the game?
Man, got to go with my man, T'Vondre Sweat.
Okay.
Here you go right here. I mean, I know I'm taking the long shot right here, but this is going to be he's going to wreck some kind of havoc, Buck. He is going to be all I know we were talking about the edge guys and so forth on this Texas defense, but, man, those big dudes in the middle. And you talked about it. Hell, he might even score a touchdown for crying out loud. So, yeah, man, got to go with my man, T'Vondre Sweat. He's going to be the dude.
Trey?
Going to go with an underdog pick, guys. He has been getting a lot of talk up over the last week plus. Now, Arch Manning is going to be the defensive player of the game today.
Good job.
You know, all he has to do is victory formation. He'll be the player. That's all he
He'll
has.
get the loudest cheer of the game if he comes into play.
That's all he's got to do.
I truly believe that Pete Kwiatkowski understands the importance of getting a natural pass rush on those obvious passing downs, and I think we see him deploy Anthony Hill more as a pass rusher in this game versus pretty much every game since that Alabama game. Remember, they tried to put him in as more of a traditional linebacker shortly after that Alabama game, and he had a really bad coverage bust that got him benched for about a half. After that, he's continued to improve, but he's still a liability in coverage. So Kwiatkowski knows getting him not only coming off the edge, but maybe coming out of that traditional linebacker spot at times to get after Penix is going to go a long ways in helping to put the pressure on Penix that they need to force him into some mistakes or maybe even to get that occasional sack, which obviously the Washington offensive line has been really good at not giving up this year.
Intern Brock's dad just
Human
had to
coat
purchase
rack.
intern Brock a sweatshirt because he's too cold out here.
Oh, baby. Oh, sweet.
Who's the bitch boy now?
$75? You better pay your dad back for that one, Chief.
Wow.
$75.
I don't know how he can be cold with all that antifreeze that he has. I mean, I'm not one to be
Oh,
talking.
the Fireball he's been drinking over the
Yeah,
last.
that's what
boy.
I'm talking about.
Is that thing gone, or did y'all save some for tonight?
This dude's up early, and he's like, "What time are we leaving?"
Yeah.
And, you know.
Oh, you got a Fireball in the pocket.
Fireball
He's ready
o'clock.
to roll, baby. What
there
time
he
is it?
Oh, no, he's
three
got-
of them
got
ready to
more.
roll.
Yeah.
My
Look
God,
out.
that's what we need right
Get you
there.
some fireball.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking
I'll
about.
probably rip
right
a couple of shots before the end of the broadcast at 6 o'clock.
Might have to.
I'm starting to get nervous, which means I need to start drinking.
There you go.
Yeah, we're getting close to kickoff. Not yet. Towards the end of the show, I might take all three of those if that's okay. All right. So Trey, you're going with Arch Manning as your defensive player.
Anthony
You don't
Hill.
have to-
Anthony
I know
Hill.
we're right outside Manning's. You don't have to keep kissing their ass.
Anthony Hill, fine.
All right.
Yeah, we're out here
He
in the
wants a
cold.
cheap meal over there.
There you go. Buck, what say you?
I'm going to take Mr. and Mrs. Sorrell's son.
Good pick.
He has a name.
Is it
Barron?
Barron Sorrell's? Yeah. I'm going to take. Yeah, I'm
You
going
called
to
him
take Barron.
Mr. Sorrell's kid. I'm
Yeah,
like,
Mr.
hey,
Sorrell's kid,
he's
yeah.
made a name for himself. Like, we love that
Sure.
his dad tunes in all the time. But
Well,
you
Mr.
know.
Sorrell's kid needs to play really well tonight.
Okay.
It's a big game for him. You know, there's thoughts: will he come back? Won't he come back? Come back.
There's
Have a
questions
big
about
game.
Baron Sorrell coming back, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how serious they were, but there were some rumors out there that he's at
Well, here's a
least
rumor.
rolling.
Just say I'm coming back.
That's
Then
it.
there won't be any more rumors.
Right. Well, hey, hold on here. If Barron Sorrell has 4 sacks in these next 2
Yeah.
games, then see ya. Thanks for
No,
everything.
No,
Thanks for the national championship.
Come on down, Trey Moore.
Enjoy being a
That's
second-round pick in the
Even
NFL.
if it happens, just say I'm coming back and keep your word.
Oh,
I hope Quinn Ewers has
College
the
sports.
opportunity
That
to
doesn't
go
happen
pro
anymore.
after the next 2 games.
Sure.
Baron Sorrell, and yeah.
if there's a mass exodus after a national championship, then okay, I'm perfectly fine with
You're
that.
all right with 8, 9 of them gone?
If there's a mass exodus after a loss to Washington, I'm not as
No,
all right
no.
with it. But if these guys all ball out over the next 2 Mondays and Texas is hoisting that vaginal-looking trophy in Houston next week, then okay, sign me up. No problem at
Yeah,
all.
I think he can have a good game. I think he can really. He's got to stand out. They need pressure, not always from the middle. They need some edge rushers
Yeah.
to put a little pressure on Michael Penix Jr. I mean, he's the guy who can. You can talk about batting balls down. He's one of those guys that can bat some of those sidearm throws down too.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting about 3 or 4 tip balls tonight. So
Michigan just scored a touchdown, by the way, guys. They're about to tie it up with an extra point.
7-0.
Wow. Hail to the victors.
cheaters.
Whatever that means. Cheaters. That's what they are. All right, I'm going to go with a guy that needs to have a huge game for Texas, and he's capable of it. He's been one of the most consistent players on this defense all season long. Last time we saw him, maybe his worst game of the year. Jahdae Barron is going to be huge for Texas because Jalen McMillan scares the crap out of me. All the Washington receivers do, but Jalen McMillan had so much success in the screen game going up against Oregon slot corner. That was such a huge part of what Washington did offensively in the Pac-12 championship game. Jalen McMillan is one of the slipperiest receivers in college football. His numbers aren't as good as a Dunze's or Jalen Polk's because, well, he missed a lot of the year. He only played 5 games battling an injury that he suffered early on against Michigan State. That guy is a problem. Jahdae Barron is going to need to be good in space. He's going to give up catches. He's got to be a short tackler. Everybody in the Texas defensive backfield has to be short tackle. You cannot let a 5-yard pitch and catch turn into a 50-yard touchdown because you missed a couple of tackles. We know he can do it. He's done it more often than not this year. He has to be really good, and I'm confident that he will be. This is a money game for him. I think Jahdae Barron's gone after this year. I think he's put enough on film to where he is off to the NFL, and a lot of the people that I've talked to feel pretty good about him not coming back to Texas. This is a money-making game. If you're able, Rodney, to play well against this trio of Washington receivers, and you might have to face a couple of them at different times throughout these 4 quarters tonight, if he's able to put some good stuff on film and win a lot of those battles, then he's going to make himself some cash.
He really is. I mean, that's, we talked about Quinn Ewers yesterday, and we kind of touched on it today to where this could be, this vaults him into the NFL for big money. But, the other thing, kind of everything that you just talked about right there, BK, it goes back to something we talked about in the first hour to where this Texas defense has got to eliminate the explosive plays. They're going to happen. There are going to be some. If there aren't, like I said, man, we are sitting in an even better spot. But everything that you're talking about right there, limiting, you got to tackle. You got to go out there and tackle. And that goes back to what we were talking about, Buck. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. If you want to play next week, you got to be tackling. Limit those explosive plays, man, because they are capable of doing it. When they start doing their little triangle of receivers and all of that, that's when the business is about to pick up right there, and you got to limit that as much as possible.
Yeah, you have to make those tackles. You have to bring those guys down to the ground.
Yep.
Yeah, you do. Absolutely. All right, defensive player of the game brought to you once again by our friends at Kenfield Golf Cars. Big fan of them. They've been a big-time sponsor for our pre- and post-game broadcasts throughout the season. Speaking of sponsors, let's give some shout-outs to some of our great sponsors who are allowing us to be here in New Orleans, bringing you this live coverage from the French Quarter.
I did see, I saw the guys from Leaf.
Oh, Leaf Landscape Supply?
I saw them over at the casino.
No way.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
How are they doing? Are they winning money with you?
No, they just kind of rolled through, but they were on their way over. They probably came over before I got over just to see you guys a little bit. And they're wonderful folks. As I said, I've been doing landscape stuff for those guys for 25 years with the 2 locations, one up north and one down here by you at Monterey Oaks. They said, you need to come over, get yourself some indoor plants for the oxygen in your apartment.
I need indoor plants.
Yes, you need some plants. They said, come on by there and see them.
They have weed over there?
Yeah, they've got weeds. They got stuff for weeds.
Hey now.
They got the stuff for the weeds. They also have unbelievable roses and everything else. Palm trees, if you're interested in that kind of thing.
And they're experts, too.
Yeah, they know their deal. I'm not an expert. I just pretend to be one.
Right.
But they are the true experts over there at Leaf.
Yes, indeed. Leaf Landscape Supply. That's the name of the company. Their website, leaflandscapesupply.com. And you can check out everything they have to offer right there. And Trey, how about our buddy Brian Hummel with Hummel Realtor?
That's right, HummelRealtor.com. That's the website you need to know if you're searching for your dream home in Austin, or maybe you're just curious about how much your home is worth. Look no further than Brian Hummel, your trusted Austin realtor with Realty One Group Prosper. Brian is more than just a realtor. He's a full-service expert overseeing the entire transaction from start to finish. He'll lead you through each step of the buying or selling process, with questions answered and details explained in plain English. For over 2 decades in Austin, Brian has witnessed the dynamic growth and evolution of the Central Texas market, making him your invaluable resource for buying, selling, and investing. As a certified real estate negotiator, Brian brings a strategic and skillful approach to bargaining. He secures the best deals, whether it's getting the highest price for a seller or the most favorable terms for a buyer. When you choose Brian Hummel as your realtor, you're not just hiring a real estate expert, you're gaining a trusted partner committed to your success. Contact Brian today. He is a great dude. Love Brian. Can't wait to catch up with him after this game and our trip to New Orleans this weekend. That phone number is 512-619-1347. That's 619-1347. Or go to that website I told you about at the beginning, HummelRealtor.com. That's HUMMEL, Realtor.com. Brian Hummel with Realty One, the one you need.
Yes, indeed.
And BK, I got to tell you about our good friend, Dr. Christopher Danny with Texas Orthopedics. He was by here to say hello to Trey because he's got Trey's hip being all fixed up. Love the folks at Texas Orthopedics. spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, you folks out there with the bad hips and the bad knees and the bad ankles and toes and everything else, go to txortho.com.
I hope Dr. Danny comes back by, because I was like, I recognize him. Who is that? But I hadn't seen him in 6 or 7 years, and his son is huge now.
Yes,
so
he is.
I hope we
He's a
see
big
him
kid,
again.
yeah. Yes, he's
I thought he was going to say needed an adjustment.
Well, Dr.
On camera. He'd probably do one right here on camera.
Absolutely.
Dr. Danny hooked me up with a doctor that has seriously helped with the hip issue. So I'm very appreciative of that. The Texas orthopedic people do a great job.
that hip joint of yours is not real good. I
Yeah,
don't know
well,
if
it's
that's
actually
from the diving into the sand.
it's actually a
or
glute.
diving underneath the sheets.
It's actually a glute issue. It's a glute issue that resonates into the hip. I've got gluteal tendonitis. Is the
Your
problem?
glutes are
Yeah.
not. What's
My-
wrong with you, Tiger
My
Woods?
glute is not firing. People made jokes about that years ago, and I said, hold on, Tiger Woods, he's on to something here. And here we are all
They're
these
not
years
firing
later.
off,
And I'm
really?
the Tiger Woods of Texas Sports Unfiltered.
That's for sure.
He's got AIDS.
So you have a literal pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Trey.
The pain's not in my ass. I've got a dysfunction of the ass.
Oh,
Oh.
ooh, that's what she said. Yeah.
That's right.
A dysfunction in the ass.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Interesting. If I'm not gonna, I got a question.
Boy, let's see you do something with that.
Yeah.
I had something, but I'm saving it for off the air. Maybe the late night show. If Texas wins, we're gonna do a late night drunken stupor broadcast live from the Airbnb, talking about.
That wasn't this morning.
No, it was close to it. That was sober, believe it or not, for all of us. So we'll see. We'll see what it turns into after a Texas victory against Washington. All right, what was I looking for? Oh, yeah, we don't do many recorded commercials here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, but this one is one of our favorites. Our guy Steve, a.k.a. Cooter from Pest Wranglers. We'll let you hear a little bit about what Pest Wranglers does.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite
Pest
control.
Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Pest Wranglers. They are the very best at what they do. All right, Buck, I want to get back into this strength-on-strength matchup here. The Washington offensive line, winners of the Joe Moore Award, given out to the best O-line unit in all of college football, going up against this Texas defensive front that features the Outland Trophy winner, Devondre Sweat, and the two highest-rated interior defensive linemen in the nation with T. Sweat and Byron Murphy. Washington has a center that's 275 pounds. It's a redshirt freshman named Parker Brailsford. He's actually had a good year. He's graded out very well. So it's hard to call him like a weakness of that Washington O-line. But 275 going up against T. Sweat's 360.
Yeah, that's a little different.
Like Washington's going to have to double up T. Sweat on every play. But then you got Byron Murphy right next to him. Like I'm looking at that as someone's getting arrested behind me. And I'm like, those guys have to be licking their chops, seeing how small that dude
Oh yeah,
is.
they are for sure. I mean that's such a physical mismatch right there. T. Sweat is a physical mismatch for 300-pounders, much less a guy at 275.
Yeah.
And with Murphy in those gaps with him, that's going to be a problem. It should be a problem. But I'm watching BK, and I've watched that kid play at center. He is good. He's agile. I mean, you don't always have to be a 350-pounder to move around the way that kid has. I mean, he kind of anchors an offensive line that's fantastic. And now he's not the biggest guy on the offensive line, but he's very similar to what Jake Majors is. He's the anchor to what they really, really do. He does an awful lot, and especially with calling which way we're going, which way the protections are going. I mean, there's a lot more to that kid. I know numbers-wise it's going to be a mismatch because just the strength, but he's good. He's a good player. Don't mistake him for being a punk. That's for sure.
The sirens behind us were for an arrest. That arrest being a group of guys who are absolute frauds, and now they've been caught. It was the Washington team buses go by.
There it is, right there.
Headed to the state gym.
They've been exposed as frauds. I love
There it
it.
is.
I love it. All right, yeah, Parker Brailsford, actually the highest graded run blocker for Washington's
Yeah.
offensive line, which I find very interesting.
He's got good feet.
Yep, considering the size disadvantage that he has going up against the interior D linemen across the country. Let's hear from Kalen DeBoer, the head coach for the University of Washington. He was asked about the Texas defensive front and how good they are and how Washington's going to try to slow those guys down. Here's UW's head coach weighing in on that.
Yeah, it's pretty evident, what they are up front, and just guys that stuff the run, and I think just as a unit, get after your quarterback and get a push at the line of scrimmage, getting the quarterback's face, and we know that will be a great challenge for offensive line. Coach Huff's done a great job with our guys, and all season long, and looking forward to that challenge. We know it will be a great one, but that's certainly a big piece of their defense is what happens up front, not just at the line of scrimmage, but also with the second level at the linebacker level.
It's a good observation by him. He's obviously studied this Texas team, and you expect nothing less out of a guy that has a pedigree for winning like DeBoer does, and how quickly he's gotten things back on track at Washington. And it is, of all the great matchups in this game tonight, it's maybe the most intriguing considering how good each side of the ball is.
Yeah. I think whoever wins that matchup wins this game tonight. And it's interesting. Scott Huff is the name that Kalen DeBoer referenced in that cut. Apparently he and Pete Kwiatkowski are like boys, like really good friends. Obviously, PK was the defensive coordinator at Washington for a long time. I think Huff is a holdover from the last coaching staff as the O-line coach, so you've got that relationship there. Those guys talk a lot over the course of the season. Probably haven't been doing too much talking over the last month or so. But, look, PK, that's like there's nothing you can look at with Steve Sarkisian in his time at Washington and be like, oh, that gives him an advantage over them because he was there. No, that was such a long time ago. None of the players are the same. None of the systems are the same. It's obviously a bit of a revenge game, I guess, for him, but that's about it. For Pete Kwiatkowski, Rodney, this guy was a DC there just a couple of years ago, knows some of the players, knows some of what they try to do, and you'd like to think that maybe his familiarity with Washington and some of the coaches they still have on their staff could help Texas out a little bit.
Yeah, that's a huge point right there, and that really is to know the mindset of some of those coaches and their tendencies and what they like to do and what they don't like to do, to put them in position to do the things that they don't like to do. And that's where hopefully that's going to factor in there. But, talking about the center right there, we had the conversation yesterday about Majors is, that's the anchor of the offensive line. That's the leader right there. That's the commander. That's the guy that controls the trenches. And he is. He makes a lot of play calls. He's the guy that sees everything and just kind of runs that entire unit right there. So, the size advantage for the Texas front, that's going to be huge. But this is a very capable center right here, like you talked about. When you're the highest graded on a team like this, you're doing something right. So that's going to be a really cool matchup to watch to see how that plays out. And again, even on the Texas offensive front.
Yeah, he's going to have to use his leverage because he's strength-wise, there's nobody – I don't think there's anybody in the country is as tough as T. Sweat. Just from a physical standpoint, his leverage will be important.
Yeah.
And he better be good at it.
Yeah. And speed, I don't know how his speed is, but, that's something that he's going to have to utilize as well when you're against a big dude like that.
Yes.
And oh, by the way, there's another big guy up there, too. So that's the other thing that you're dealing with. But, yeah, win it in the trenches, and you got to control the line of scrimmage. Got to control the line of scrimmage. That's going to be pivotal with these offenses, guys. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, stopping the run, obviously, but also getting that pressure on Michael Penix
Absolutely.
Jr. And we've talked about it. Every quarterback will tell you the pressure that they hate the most is the pressure that's coming right up their face. They hate right up the middle. That's a problem. It's tough for quarterbacks to avoid that. And, if Texas is able to get a consistent pass rush from anywhere, but especially from those guys on the interior of that defensive line, then that's how you force Michael Penix Jr. to do a mistake or two. And he's got 9 interceptions this year. He's not Alan Bowman.
No, he's throwing. He's throwing. That dude is throwing the ball. But he's going to let it loose.
Yeah, he doesn't take sacks, right? He'll throw it away, but he'll also throw him up for grabs because he trusts himself and he trusts his wide receivers, Buck, and he should. He's got the best wide receiving trio in all of college football, but there's opportunities there. I think you and I talked about this yesterday. Texas cannot miss an opportunity for a takeaway. They had no splash plays as a defense, no sacks, no TFLs, no takeaways in the Alamo Bowl loss last year. If Michael Penix gives you one It can't be a drop pick where you got a DB looking at his hands. Like, how could you
Right through the
avail
bread
me?
basket.
Like, and
No.
the announcers are like, oh, that's why he plays defense.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
you can't.
yeah, no.
You cannot have that tonight. If Penix is going to give you one, you have to take advantage
Got to make
of that
the plays.
press,
Yeah,
make
when the
those
plays are available, you got to make those plays.
Yeah.
I should have had it.
I should have had it. Yeah, they look at their hands. How could you do this to me?
Yeah.
Look up to God. God, how could you do this to me?
That's
Then
why
catch
you're
the ball.
That's why you're back there.
Yeah.
Well, and that's where if you get into a game that's 38-35, what are you going to go back to? You're going to go back to the misses. You're going to go back to the shit that you didn't do. Well, if Texas would have done whatever, or if Washington would have done whatever, that happens every time. You can't not against this group. You can't have those. Absolutely cannot have those.
So with all of this, nobody sees a blowout here by either team. You see a close, tough-fought battle. When you look at it, I mean, really.
Yeah, I do.
And when I say tough-fought battle, I mean, touchdown to me could be a tough battle too. I mean, do you see it that way? You don't see anybody running out 12 to 17 points.
No, I mean, I think
game?
it's a single-digit game. I can
Okay.
see it being in the 7 to 10 range to where it's not a cover. But no, I think this game is played within just 2 possessions throughout the course of it. I don't think anyone is able to run away from
So
it.
he needs to sit because I got snot running down my nose.
That's your excuse
All
to
right.
go play more craps, huh? Yes. We'll see you in an hour with the snot running down his nose all the way to what are the odds? The closest tissue is at Harris? Oh my God!
Had a craps table too.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I
how
actually
that
have to
works
step
out.
up also to deal with some exposure issues, guys. Public exposure issues.
Public indecency.
Uh-oh.
I'm not entirely sure I want to ask any questions
Yeah, I don't
about
know what that's all about.
any of that right there. All right, Zay Collier is back with us. Zay, while you were gone, we gave our offensive and defensive player of the game predictions. So I would love to ask for yours. Offensive player of the game for Texas in this match tonight, one of our normal bits as a part of our pregame show. Quinn Ewers was picked by a couple of different guys. I went with Xavier Worthy. Rodney went with Jaden Blue. I'll ask you your prediction for Texas's OPOG.
I'm going to go with the only dude on this Texas roster that's been in these situations, and that's Adonai Mitchell. Big game Adonai. I mean, over 10 touchdowns this year. The dude's been spectacular, and we know at his previous stop, Georgia, this is what he did in the college football playoff. He scored touchdowns, and obviously he couldn't get healthy there throughout his, early tenure in Athens, but now he's healthy. He's good to go. It seems like he's going to be projected late first-round pick, maybe second-day guy. Doesn't matter. He's an NFL player. And I think with all those guys that y'all named for y'all's offensive players, which those are great candidates, obviously, but Adonai Mitchell, I feel like he gets forgot about so much because Xavier Worthy's speed is such a threat, kind of like the Tyreek Hill effect. So I think Adonai Mitchell, especially if he goes up against the other corner on the other side of Muhammad, I think he can have a big day.
Well, and you mentioned, I mean, when you talk about money games, I mean, this dude's going to the league. I mean, go out and make you some money tonight. Go out and make yourself more money. Show out on this stage, and boom, it's cha-ching. You can hear the cash register going tonight.
You talk about clutch. Yeah, Adonai Mitchell has played in 4 playoff games. He's got 4 receiving touchdowns.
That's right.
1 in each game. Like, that's amazing, right? Because you look at his overall numbers at Georgia, and a lot of this was because of injuries, but they're not, like, overly impressive. But in the biggest moments, the guy would show up and show out. And, to be a part of 2 national championship winning teams, that's huge. We've talked about the experience with the coaches, the fact that Texas's coaching staff has been a part of 15 CFP games. To have a guy like Adonai Mitchell who has won 2 national championships, like that guy knows exactly what he has to do and hopefully knows what his teammates have to do to get this job done.
He reminds me so much of George Pickens for the Pittsburgh Steelers, kind of T. Higgins, and just a big wide receiver that's so fluid with his routes. You think somebody at 6'4" just doesn't have that, get off on his releases, and he's just so smooth, and he's able to, get tight in phone booths and catch it in tight coverage situations, and his double moves have just been immaculate this year. Sark and his coaching staff, and you got to shout out Chris Jackson. I mean, Chris Jackson, give him some credit, even though he's only been here a year. His coming from the NFL like he did, he knows what it takes.
Yep.
And the Jaguars get into the playoffs in 2022 with that big-time receiving core with Christian Kirk. I know now they have Calvin Ridley, but they did in 2022. Zay Jones, guys like that have taken their game to another level. You got to give that love to Chris Jackson. He's only brought that to the 40 acres himself. So Adonai Mitchell, he's just a piece of that. But, yeah, there's a lot of guys that could go off today, fellas, for sure.
Yeah, Adonai Mitchell, 1 drop this year. Wow. 51 catches, just 1 drop this season.
And what a gift that dude has been to this football team.
Yeah.
I mean, when you add somebody like that, and you know, I remember early on in the season, we heard that Mitchell, started telling folks, he's like, you know, having been in those championship pedigrees with Georgia, this team has that. This team has that it factor to it. And that's when I heard that, that's when I started thinking, damn, okay, this could be something really, really special for that dude to be coming out of that Georgia back-to-back program and to put that emphasis on this Texas program. And here we are. I guess he's right.
Yeah, and we've seen him come up in the clutch this season already. I mean, for my money, maybe the clutchest play of the Longhorns 2023 season was that catch against TCU.
No doubt.
Right, the dagger. TCU has that huge comeback in the fourth quarter. All of a sudden, Texas has a 3rd and 12 with like 2.5 minutes left. TCU's only down by 3. They got all the momentum. And Texas is a play away from having to punt it back, and shit, they might lose that game in regulation, or TCU gets the ball back, they kick a field goal, we go to overtime, and still they've got all the momentum going from that huge comeback they had rolling in the fourth quarter. That was a great throw by Quinn Ewers, but also an absurd adjustment by Adonai Mitchell to come up in that spot. So that's a guy in a big moment tonight. Quinn Ewers has all the faith and confidence in the world in Adonai Mitchell, and he should,
especially in the red zone.
Yep.
I mean, he's really good in the red zone. You can able to use that length that he has, being 6'4", and we know that Texas has red zone woes. They've had them all year. That can't happen tonight. When you get inside 20 yards, hell, when you get inside 40 yards, they've struggled. But when you get into the money spot, you got to put 6s on the board. I mean, Sark's going to have to read the game, and at times this year, I thought he was a little suspect at that. Yeah. One comes to mind was when he gave Burnt Auburn the ball on a fake field goal and thought that sober Carrot Top was going to freaking run that thing for the first down. They were up 21 to what? 6 or 21 to 7. Yeah, 21 to 7 at that point in the game against U of H. That completely shifted the momentum. So, Sark, you can't have any of those issues. I get it. You want to go for it. You want to trust your team, but you got to read the game. If you're not feeling it at the moment, if they're stopping you at specific plays, take the 3 points. I know it'll be tough to trust your defense against this high-powered Washington offense, but they've gotten you this far. Let's trust that, read the game, have a good feel for it, and hopefully Texas can have success from that.
Yeah, we're talking about Adonai Mitchell, and all of a sudden we have light. Let there be light.
Yeah,
let there be light.
Well, and Trey had to go work on exposure issues, and that probably really messed all of that up. But looks good to me. Yeah, how'd that happen?
How aggressive should Sark be in the red zone, right? Like, Texas has struggled in the red zone way more often than not. Now, against Oklahoma State, 5 trips, 5 touchdowns. That's as good as you could possibly get, and hopefully they found something in that game. But let's say what we saw in the first 12 games kind of comes back. Sark early in the year, hell, for large parts of the year, was going for it on 4th down in the red zone often, and Texas wouldn't get on 4th down in the red zone often. Kind of felt like, especially that Tech game, right? Burnt Auburn, 5 field goals. Nobody wants to settle for field goals, but 3 is more than 0. You always want 6. You always want 7. 3 is more than 0. Rodney, how aggressive should Sark be, knowing how good Washington's offense is on the other side? Is this one of those games where it's like, man, I love my kicker, I trust my kicker, but we need 7? Or is this one, hey, man, points, we cannot have empty possessions. We got to take the 3 when we can.
I think you really have to try to go get you 6, like you were talking about, Zay, because, I mean, that offense over there, they're sure as hell going to try to get 6. They're not going to want to settle for field goals. So I think you need to be super aggressive, and that's where I keep hoping that JT Sanders comes back into the conversation right there, because that can be your red zone dude. I mean, when you talk about the different, talking about the prototype tight end type of guy, I mean, that's a guy that you can use in a lot of different ways, in my opinion. And, I mean, I think you do. You need to be as aggressive as possible. But that leads into the other thing that we really haven't talked a lot about in the last couple of days. Don't be so aggressive that you turn the ball over.
Yeah.
Because that's definitely what you don't want to do. Don't make it easier for them.
Yeah. When you think about the one game Texas lost this year, Zay, Quinn Ewers had 3 first-half turnovers.
Yep.
Like, it was still a close game. Texas had a lead with 1.5 minutes left before the defense just completely fell apart. But you cannot spot a team like Washington short fields like that 3 times in a game. I mean, hell, one is a little scary. If we're talking multiple giveaways for this Texas offense, that's a problem. So you got to balance that aggression because Sark wants to be aggressive and he wants his team to be aggressive. That was the mindset going on the road at Alabama. Like, we're going to be aggressive. Y'all trust us. You got to be smart with the football. Quinn Ewers can't take too many chances.
No, he can't. And Sark's done a really good job, especially these last few games, of mixing it up. I mean, you have the reverse play, the Gunnar Helm, or flea flicker reverse to Gunnar Helm in the Big 12 championship. He was wide open, or JT Sanders, excuse me. And, they did it with Gunnar Helm in the Oklahoma game. They did, kind of a trickery play there. So the Kansas State game, they had the fake quarterback sneak and then a little toss to CJ Baxter. And he took it to the house.
Yep.
So Sark, he has something up his sleeve. We saw Javondre Sweat score a touchdown in the red zone in the Big 12 championship. So, there's a lot of things to choose from. You don't want it to get too cute. You want to take the obvious there, especially if you're killing them with the run game and just pounding it down their throat. But at the end of the day, you want to be aggressive. Just got to be smart about it.
And that's that fine line to where it's like what you don't want to happen. Let's say you have two opportunities, you get aggressive and you take your two opportunities, but they're able to get 13 points or for whatever. They're able to get two scores as well. Don't go into the mindset of, okay, don't go to the well too often. It's working too well. Maybe we need to back this thing off and go conservative because you can't go conservative against these guys. I mean, they're certainly not going to go conservative on you. So that's the other part of it. If you're going to be aggressive, you need to be aggressive all game long.
Is there a sign behind us?
We got a Husky.
Pissing behind us.
Taking
What's
the
going
lead
on?
right behind our setup here.
On our set, I'll tell you.
It's not right.
Dog, man.
That woman literally scoped us out.
Yeah.
No, go right here, dog.
Yeah.
Right here.
She's been following the sound.
All these guys are talking about Texas right now. We're pissing on their setup.
That's right
now. That's well done. That's good trash talk right there.
Y'all missed the pissing dog.
Walk around with the Husky and have the dog urinate right by all of us, a bunch of Texas fans. That's smart.
They're Huskies. We know that. We need Texas to be Mike Vick tonight.
Ooh,
that's where we're going. That's where we're going. I'm going there,
now.
damn it.
Hold on.
I'm going there. That's what I want.
Well, we need the Coastal Carolina baseball coach. Need to be more like a dog.
That's right.
A bunch of cats in here. Can't have that. You got to have dogs tonight. You have to have dogs tonight. And in the trenches, as we've talked about a lot, that's where Texas absolutely has to win. Lord, I hope they turn the corner in the red zone, though, against Oklahoma State. I really do. I mean, Washington's defense is better than Oklahoma State's, but it's not like elite. The defense that Texas would see in a national title against either Michigan or Alabama is better than what they're going to see tonight against Washington. So the hope is, they found something in the red zone. Finally, after all of that time, where they struggled throughout the course of the year, that they can bring out in this game tonight. Maybe run the ball a little bit more. Spread the run, too. That's something that I feel like Sark has done more of since Jonathan Brooks went down. Spread the run. They tried Oklahoma. They had that goal-to-go situation where they brought in the two defensive linemen like 3 plays in a row. It's like all that beef on the inside. It's too many bodies in a small area. Spread the ball to pass. Also spread it to run. Get your skill position players in space where there's just not a huge mass of humanity in the middle. That's something I want to see more of from Texas in the red area, too.
Yeah, you got to capitalize on mistakes, too. If Washington turns the ball over, you got to turn turnovers into points. You got to take that momentum and carry it if you're Steve Sarkisian and crew watching this Alabama-Michigan game. That's off to a good start already. Michigan already has a muff punt. What did Alabama do right after? They scored.
Just like that.
So momentum is huge. We know that in college football, but it's really huge in games like this because that could swing everything.
No doubt, man. You have to take advantage of every opportunity that you have, and especially the free ones. Ain't nothing better than a free one. So if they're going to give you something, I mean, that's the time that you need to and be aggressive. I mean, I'm going to go back to that. That's a great question that you asked right there because, you have to be. And like we said, ideally with the running game. I mean, if you can just – that makes your job a hell of a lot easier. I mean, if you can get aggressive with the running game, it's kind of taking care of itself because that's the easier way to do it. Kind of the lower risk, I guess, is what we would call that right there.
Hey,
there it is right there.
Fellas. Hook 'em, baby. Let's get it.
That's right.
Come on. Brock's right there. Yeah, the intern. He's too cold, so he's got a hoodie on.
He's incognito over there.
Yeah, he doesn't want anyone to know who he is. You call him Richie Incognito?
Yeah, that's right.
What, he's out bullying a bunch of dudes? What's going on out there? That might be before his time.
Yeah, he's like, what? He's not laughing. He's like, I didn't get that one.
Yeah, take advantage of mistakes. You're right. You need those splash plays. Oh, we're rolling, baby. 4 hours of pregame coverage.
Right. We are
Appreciate
going,
you
man.
being a part of it, man. There we go. You've been listening.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Salute, brother.
Love
Appreciate that. Appreciate y'all. Happy New Year. Big
That's
one.
right.
Big one today. Texas fan, the Happy
Thanks,
New Year.
I love
shit.
it.
She's dressed up, baby.
That's right.
Let's get it.
Dressed to the
That's right.
nines. The
Looks
Sunday
great.
best on a Monday. We are absolutely ready to roll tonight. And you're right. What's going on over there?
Yes.
Brock?
Yes, you are right.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
it is
yeah,
showing the beads.
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
I see
yeah.
what's happening right there.
Good take right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Other keys. Okay, so Ryan Watts is a guy we haven't talked about on this show, and just kind of how Texas plays on defense with these cornerbacks, right? Everyone's freaking out about the safeties, especially in the first half with no Derek Williams. What are the safeties going to look like? Zay, you need the corners to be the strength of this secondary tonight. Now, obviously, you got to get pressure up front, the front six, front seven, however many guys you've got at D-line and linebacker. Those guys are going to have to do their thing. They're going to have to feast all day long. Not just eat, but they're going to have to feast all day long for Texas to win. But corners, Ryan Watts, how much does he play? How's that hamstring he's been battling seemingly all season long? Where's your confidence at with Terrence Brooks, with Gavin Holmes, with Manny Muhammad? True freshman, had a great year, gotten better as the year progressed. You'd like to think the 15 bowl practices helped him get even better. But these corners, there are going to be one-on-ones. It's going to happen. You don't want safeties, but your corners are going to be one-on-one because Texas is going to have to blitz to try to hit home on Michael Penix Jr. You feeling good about these corners being able to hold their own more often than not against this UW receiving core?
A little bit. Malik Muhammad, he's been tough all year long. I mean, he hasn't shown that he's a freshman at all. He's came in from South Oak Cliff High School where he won the state championship. You knew he was going to be fearless as a 5-star recruit, and he's gotten the opportunity to perform, and he's shown up. I mean, that Texas Tech interception, that was something special, because he read that like a book, and he was able to get back to his man and snag that thing and fight for it with one hand. So him being ahead of Ryan Watts right now, I mean, I can't really blame Ryan Watts because he's been hurt. So that scares me a little bit. We know Ryan Watts' coverage, it could be a little hit or miss. I think he's in the red zone a lot better because he could utilize his length of being 6'3". Yeah, he could be physical.
Slow. He's a little slow.
He's not the fastest corner. That's what's going to hurt him in the combine, come April. But, yeah, they're going to need Ryan Watts, especially because Washington mixes it up so much. Yeah, Ryan Watts, he'll be pivotal in this game.
Man, absolutely. Ryan Watts, I mean, you have to have him. I mean, that's got to be a dude. I mean, when you're talking about, I mean, I hate to say step up to play, I mean, but you have to. You have to step up to play because you're stepping up in competition. But, I mean, it just kind of goes back to what we've been talking about. I think the whole secondary thing just worries us. And that's the thing that you fall back on. So any little glitch right there, Ryan Watts or whoever it may be. I mean, if it were Muhammad, I mean, that would definitely make you uneasy because that's something that Kalen DeBoer is going to come out and he's going to try to utilize those matchups and he's going to try to go right at this Texas secondary. And that's where I go back to the point about you can't be spotting them 17 points. And if the secondary is leaky, that's worrisome. That's worrisome.
I hope Kalen DeBoer tries to overthink this a little bit.
And
he's just like, they think we're going to throw it a lot, but let's try to run it on them. Like, please, for the love of God, Kalen, hook us up with that. Like, just think you can run the ball, right? Oh, we'll catch Texas off guard. We'll run it a bunch. I think we're just going to be throwing the ball 50, 60 times in this game. Now, I think you can play Texas inside a phone booth and see how that works.
And that goes back to what you were talking about earlier. I mean, is that when you start blitzing? I mean, do you blitz often? I mean, what are you going to do with all of that? I mean, maybe that's what you do, but then again, that's where it's like, man, then you were just leaving it wide open down there. So I don't know.
I'm blitzing a ton all night. We blitz all night. That's what I'm doing, and it might be reckless, but I have UTSD even from this year of this team. Like, look, they have shown the ability at times to get home with 4. But against this offensive line, I get you're not going to bring 5 or 6 or 7 on every single play. But, Zay, I'm aggressive as hell if I'm Pete Kwiatkowski. I'm banking. I'm hoping that my corners can cover for just a few seconds, but I am not letting Michael Penix Jr. sit back there and have 3, 4, 5 seconds in a clean pocket often at all, because he, like every other quarterback, you look at the numbers when pressured and when blitzed, a lot worse than they are when he's got that clean pocket. I can't just bank on Texas's defensive front, especially those edge guys, winning with just 4.
Yeah, BK, I think you got to be very specific on who you blitz with.
Yeah.
You know, I'd rather have Anthony Hill blitzing more instead of dropping in the coverage, while Jalen Ford, even though he's good at everything, I'd rather him drop in the coverage because he's a better coverage linebacker. Maybe throw Mo Blackwell, David Benda at times. So, yeah, Pete Kwiatkowski, he's going to have his hands full just playing a chess match with Ryan Grubb all night long because they're so dynamic. Dylan Johnson, if they utilized him in the screen game or the swing pass game, that could be an issue too. We know they're going to attack those edge guys just to avoid Byron Murphy and Trevondre Sweat. So Ethan Burke and Barrett Sorrell, they got to be on alert at all times. And, yeah, it's going to be a hell of a battle. But, yeah, I don't think you can just rush 4 all game. You're going to have to mix it up a lot. And whatever they do, you got to figure that out and adjust to that.
And, Trey, I'm bringing safeties. Now, I'm not going Todd Orlando where they're coming from Shreveport on these blitzes, but I'm bringing safeties because I don't want those guys in one-on-one situations. Like, I'd rather have my corners staying in coverage, bringing the safeties, hoping they can get home because you take them out of coverage, but also you bring extra pressure. To me, yeah, Anthony Hill makes the most sense. You've been harping on this for a couple of weeks. Let that guy pin his ears back and get after the quarterback. But if I'm bringing extra blitzers, I'm bringing them from that third level of the defense too.
As part of the strategy for sure, but you also have to be careful not to get caught over the top and allowing Washington to get those big plays, especially early on. So, yeah, occasionally for sure, and you do want to walk the safety up closer to the line of scrimmage so you don't go full Todd Orlando on a situation. Never go full Aggie and never go full Todd Orlando on a blitzing situation.
What safety do you feel comfortable doing that, fellas? I'll ask you.
I mean, if he's on the field, Keaton Crawford, because I don't want him dropping back in coverage. Is that the right answer?
That was my answer, too, for the exact same reason. Like, I don't know if Keaton Crawford's a good blitzer, but I know he's not a great coverage guy. So
he has actually been decent against the run this year, so I'm assuming he could be able to do something good. I don't know. If you played Jahdae Barron, more of that safety spot that BK had talked earlier, he might be the best option. Jaron Thompson perhaps too, but Derek Williams, he loves coming in like a missile as well. Heck, we've seen Michael Tabb have success as a blitzer at times. I want to say he had a sack 2 or 3 games ago coming up on that safety blitz.
Yeah, Johnny on the spot, Michael Taft. Need an interception from him tonight. That would go a long way for Texas there.
They're going to try him.
They're going to try.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to try.
When you have that light complexion.
Yeah, he's a white defensive back. Like, it'd be
got to test him.
Go right at him.
Newborn babies know you go after the white DB.
That's right.
All right? Like,
exactly
any chance you get. We're talking about Kalen DeBoer, one of the best offensive minds in college football. He knows who to go after. And, yeah, probably not a bad idea to go after any safety. But Michael Taft has been exposed a couple of times this year, but he's also made some big plays for this Texas defense too. What about X factors, guys? We've talked about offensive player of the game prediction, defensive player of the game prediction. For the most part, we've gone with some of the star players on both sides of the ball for the Longhorns, but maybe a lesser talked about guy. You can pick whatever side of the ball that you want. Close game like this, your star players obviously need to be your star players, but somebody is going to have to step up and make a name for themselves tonight on the national scale. Trey, I'll go to you first. Is there an X factor or two that you feel good about stepping up in a major way in the Sugar Bowl?
I know he's a big name, but because there's some uncertainty on Xavier Worthy tonight, I think the biggest X factor to me is Xavier Worthy and just how he looks health-wise. If he's truly healthy, like a lot of us believe he actually is, then this Texas offense is that much better. But if he is hobbled, then Quinn Ewers is going to have to find some other guys. He has great options. I mean, Jordan Whittington as a third option in this receiving core, he could potentially be a possession type number 1 for a football team. And by the way, we've seen him do a much better job of making guys miss in smaller spaces over these last few games. Jordan Whittington is truly getting that explosiveness back for the first time, really since he's been on campus. So that could be fun to watch tonight. But A.D. Mitchell can obviously step into that role as well. So Xavier Worthy is one. Another X factor. A guy that is, I forget if it was Bucky or somebody else's. Yeah, it was the Sorrell family's son.
That's right.
How about Barron Sorrell as an X factor?
The grandpa's grandson.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Sorrell's grandson.
He's got the hurries stat. Let's see if he adds to that sacks total tonight. If he can get a couple of sacks, I think that qualifies him as an X factor.
Zay?
I'm going to go Jalen Ford.
Okay.
I'm on Jalen Ford.
Yeah.
I expect him to be everywhere tonight. And just communication-wise, because with what Washington does with Grubbs offense, Kalen DeBoer. They're a lot like Texas, man. A lot of motion. They put you in that bunch formation package where got 3 wide receivers on one side, whether it's wide or short. It doesn't matter. And Jalen Ford, his communication skills and just football IQ, they can really come in handy in a game like this. So just making sure everybody's in the right spot and getting to the ball, right when it's put in the guy's hands. I think that's what Jalen Ford does the best. So, yeah, I'm looking for 41 to have a big game tonight.
Rob?
Guys, X factor for me is in that third phase that we've been talking about. Special teams, Bert Auburn is going to be a huge X factor tonight. He's got to be ready when he's called upon. Obviously, we've been talking about with the red zone woes that we've seen. Obviously, not in the Big 12 championship game, but yeah, you don't want 3. But if you have to get 3, you need 3. And that dude needs to be huge. He needs to not get caught up in this moment on this big stage. It's going to be raucous in there. Primarily, it's going to be your fans that are making all that noise. But, man, missed field goals tonight, either side. That could be your ball game. That could be your ball game tonight, guys.
Texas has the edge at kicker. So, Bert Auburn's been one of the best in all of college football this year. Washington's kicker hasn't been bad, but he does not have as many attempts or as many makes as Bert Auburn does.
X factor for you?
X factor for me, I'll give you one on each side of the ball. I just dunked on another white guy from Westlake, so I'll praise a white guy from Westlake, Ethan Burke.
Yeah.
I think Ethan Burke's going to have a big game. I'm going a sack and a half for Ethan Burke tonight, and that's saying a lot because Michael Penix Jr. does not get sacked a lot. But I think, T-Sweat and Byron Murphy are going to draw so much attention from this Washington offensive line, and obviously Texas needs somebody on the edge to step up. I think Ethan Burke has been playing hobbled for most of the year, so he's another one of those guys that has probably benefited from 30 days off. As I see a little drone flying above us here.
Look at that.
Manning's. It's freaking me out a little bit.
We should say that's ours. That's our drone.
Yeah, TSU drone.
TSU
right
drone.
There. Yeah, we are evolving. Yeah, that's the type of coverage we're bringing to you people right now. So I'll go Ethan Burke on defense. And then, look, I'm contradicting myself, and I feel like I'm going against what you said there, Trey. Like Xavier Worthy was my offensive player of the game. But let's say he is a little hobbled and he ain't 100%. Is it Jonte Cook's time? Like Texas fans have been asking for more Jonte Cook. Now the 3 receivers ahead of him have been money, so it's not like why the hell is A.D. Mitchell playing so much? A.D. Mitchell's awesome. Xavier Worthy's awesome. Jay Witt's awesome. But is this an opportunity for Jonte Cook? Once again, you think everybody learns and benefits from these bowl practices, but a freshman with all of the talent and the future that Jonte Cook has, does the future happen tonight for number 2 on offense?
I feel like A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy have gone back and forth as that number 1 wide receiver this year. So if there's an X factor in the receiving core, if Xavier Worthy is hobbled, it's probably going to be Jordan Whittington is what my belief is. We've seen them lean on him a little bit more. As I mentioned, he has shown some of that juke ability in small space, and he is making guys miss ways that we haven't seen since going back to that championship game his senior year of high school. So he could really surprise some folks tonight as an X factor.
I haven't given the offensive one a guy that's really had a lot of success this year that we don't talk about much because JT Sanders is such a talent. Gunnar Helm. Gunnar Helm has been so solid. And going back to the offseason, you let Jeff Banks know, hey, bro, I'm pretty good too. I know JT is going to be a first-round pick probably or an early second-round or second-day guy, but I could go too. Give me an opportunity. And Sark and Jeff Banks said, all right, prove it. And he's done that. He's had some big-time plays this year. So if you were focusing on Adonai Mitchell or Xavier Worthy and JT Sanders, and they play a 12 personnel and have those 2 tight ends in there, if, God forbid, Xavier Worthy isn't 100%, hey, let Gunnar Helm get some run because when he is open, he is wide ass open.
And for a guy that long-legged too, he's got some athleticism too as well. He can run better than some people might expect, and obviously he does have those good hands too.
Holy Tony Romo, Batman. So Michigan just scored to go up 13-7, and a botched snap on the extra point. No good. So 13-7 the score. The Wolverines have the lead, their first lead of the game in the Rose Bowl. A lot of Texas fans rooting for Michigan. I heard a pretty audible cheer from Manning's and the Texas One Fun tailgate party after that 38-yard Michigan touchdown. So the Wolverines have a 13-7 lead right now over Alabama. Under 5 minutes to go in the first half. of that one. Yeah, Gunnar Helm, 13 catches, 186 yards, 2 touchdowns. Actually has more catches, more yards, and more touchdowns than Jonte Cook does. So with JT Sanders battling injuries at times this year, Gunnar Helm has stepped up in a big way a couple of different times for this Texas football team. I wouldn't hate seeing him do that again tonight. All right, I'm going to take a quick look at the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Keep the score predictions coming. We got a hook 'em from Lockhart, Texas. We've got someone looking to get a hat. Actually sold a hat earlier today.
How about that?
We like that. More people talking about Washington winning this game. Also looks on the YouTube Clean Cause comment line as well. If you want to hit us up there, you can do so. I want to give some more shout-outs, though, to some more of our great sponsors here for Texas Sports Unfiltered, our travel partners who have made it possible for us to be broadcasting live from New Orleans. Shout out to Lake Cliff Golf Club, one of the finest golf facilities in all of Texas. This place is absolutely beautiful. I got to play out there a couple of weeks ago. Phenomenal course, and they have a few open memberships right now. This does not happen that often. Right now, a few spots available at Lake Cliff Golf Club. More affordable than most of the other clubs in Central Texas. And once again, a ridiculously nice facility. They've got great food as well. Great people running the show out there at Lake Cliff across the Pedernales River. Go check them out, lakecliffgolfclub.com. That's the website. You can even play a round of golf for free. If you're interested in becoming a member, they will give you a demo round. They will make it happen for you. And Rodney, a word for your old high school teammate. Speaking of Lockhart, Texas.
Yeah, how about that?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh, that came in well. Fellow Lockhart Lion Jose Moore, that is More Clean. That's Central Texas's premier street sweeping, construction sweeping, and erosion control company. Jose and his family making the trek here to New Orleans. They arrived at some point last night. I thought we might see him walking through here, but they're probably already headed toward the Superdome, getting ready for that contest here tonight. Covering a massive territory all the way up north, down south to the San Antonio area, but headquartered right there in Williamson County in Round Rock. And on top of that, maybe they can relocate here and take care of some of that piss on the floor stuff that we were talking about. That's the ideal folks right there to take care of that stuff. Jose, great family-owned business right there, and they do amazing work. You can check out their website at morecleantexas.com or call them at 512-775-1918 if you need any street sweeping or pressure washing. That's on your home or place of business. If you've got that deck or that patio that I always talk about that's just gross, corroded, all that green stuff out of the trees and all that, they can come out, power clean that, and get you all set up. They're also big in the community as well, which is super cool. And that's that family aspect that I talk about, that family-owned business. More Clean supporting local high schools right there in the Round Rock area. And I'm not just talking about football teams. They support marching bands, basketball teams, theater, many other extra high school activities as well. And they've been doing it for many, many years. Great folks, great family-owned company. And as I said, Central Texas's premier street sweeping, construction, sweeping, and erosion control company. It is More Clean out of Round Rock.
I'm calling Bucky out right now. He's done 2 different jab steps to come up here to take over for Rodney, and he has gotten off the stage both times. That is absurd. Get back here.
We need Bucky's
You've won all the money
keys.
you're going to win at Craps. We need Bucky's 3 keys of the game.
3 keys
Come
to
back
victory.
over here.
You got a
Come back
sponsored
over
segment.
here.
You got a sponsor.
Here's what they're going to be. Don't turn the ball over, force turnovers, run the ball.
Score more points than the other team.
Yeah.
His 3 keys are be better on offense, defense, and special teams, and you win.
And that's brought to you by Hat Creek Burger Company.
That's right.
One of our great travel partners. We absolutely love our friends at Hat Creek. They started as a food truck down on 6th Street behind Star Bar, and now they've got locations all over the great state of Texas. The burgers, the fries, the shakes. We love Hat Creek Burger Company, and Bucky is not getting paid for today's shows. Oh, that's not part of the library. I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. Love our friends at Hat Creek Burger Company, and speaking of burgers, Hayes City Store, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Our great friends, Travis and Tamara Tyndall over at Hayes City Store down in Driftwood. We've been telling you all about them for years. The burgers, the enchiladas, the chicken fried steak, an extensive menu, plus 40 beers on tap. They've got giant TVs on their massive outdoor patio, live music, great vibes all of the time. In their new spot in Buda called Taste on Main, ridiculously good. Fantastic steaks and seafood an extensive cocktail menu and wine selection, indoor seating, but also a gorgeous outdoor patio. They've got heaters when it's cold. They've got a gorgeous tree canopy when it's hot, keep you shaded. Happy hour 7 days a week. I'm telling y'all, if you're in the Buda, Kyle area, go check them out. Right there on Main Street. It's called Taste on Main for a reason. In the heart of downtown Buda. Fantastic food. Fantastic food. Great service as well.
And the Tyndalls are great people, y'all.
Salt of the
Great
earth.
people.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So thanks to them. Thanks to all of our phenomenal travel partners for allowing us to bring y'all all of this great coverage from the Big Easy. Just over 2 hours away from kickoff. My God, we've been waiting for this game for 30 days.
Time.
And now just
About
a couple of hours left. We got some Texas fans making some noise.
That's right.
Look at that. Come on. Come
Like
on
it.
now.
Give it to us.
Ready to roll.
That's what it's all about right there.
You got some alcohol. Even the kids are drunk, I think. No,
Yeah.
I don't think that's
Staggering
actually-
around.
I went upstairs to go to the bathroom, and it did seem like there were a couple of drunk kids. I'm not going to lie.
Hey, secondhand drunk. You know, that's a real thing.
Probably
Hey,
Zay-
the
Zay's
kid, I thought
buddy.
that was Cam Williams.
Cam
He
Williams'
had been
buddy's up there.
intoxicated somehow. Damn kid, I better not see that kid tonight.
I let that kid hit off my bowl like 5 minutes before that.
Oh, man. Well done there. Yeah, it is impressive that 2 hours before kick, Texas right tackle Cam Williams has been a huge part of our broadcast today. Thank you very much.
You
for
better start
joining
getting
us.
ready.
Yeah.
There's been like
Cam's
four.
gonna have a tough night tonight. He's in my condition, that's for sure.
There's been like 4 or 5 people here who have come up to you and called you Cam Williams because
beautiful thing.
everyone's heard that story, and that's just who you are now.
Hey,
That's your
beautiful
identity.
thing, man. Cam, be ready. I'll
Yeah.
tell you that.
Better than
Yeah.
being called bitch boy Trey. I'd rather be
By
Cam
my own
Williams
mother.
That's right.
than being called that. By,
But it was an upgrade from Fatso, you know?
Is that an upgrade?
Yes. Yes. Well,
Okay.
maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not. All right, since Bucky's not here,
He's actually right behind
He's
us.
right over here.
is he actually
Get
got
up
it.
showing
here.
us?
He's
Okay.
got a dead phone.
Yeah, somebody has to help him up.
Yeah, I'll get him.
We
I'll get
could
him.
we could do our own.
Oh, he's done.
Oh, he's calling it. All right. Well, we can do our own keys to victory here.
Yes.
For Texas, we'll go.
All the things we've talked about for the last month.
I know, pretty much. But now that it's here, now that the game's upon us, the sun is setting, it's getting dark, the lights are coming on, and it feels like it's actually here, fellas. 30 minutes left in our broadcast, and once again, less than 2 hours, or excuse me, just over 2 hours until this game actually gets underway. Keys to the game, Trey. Just give me one. Give me one key to the game for Texas. The most important thing the Longhorns need to do to find themselves victorious later this week.
Going to continue the theme from offensive and defensive players of the game, guys. If Arch Manning can be as good tonight as he has been all week long, then Texas is going to win this game. That's key number one.
God, like good at cheering? What does he have to do?
Yes.
Is he giving out waters and Gatorades to the players when they go on the sideline?
Just being ready. Just being ready. Because Charles
gotta
Wright is
be
the guy
prepared.
responsible for signaling the plays in.
That's true.
He can be that guy on the sideline that goes like this to the crowd because
Yeah.
they will react to him.
Yep.
Bump up at the right time.
They
yeah.
will react to him.
Okay, so Trey's keys to the game is the backup quarterback has to be very good, even though he's not going to play.
Yeah, and I'm just going to leave it at that
Not
this time. I'm not actually giving you a real answer either. That's remaining one of my
Okay.
keys of the game.
Okay, well, that helps.
That's
Zay,
just the sort of material I bring to this show, the insight I bring to the show right now.
Zay, what do you have? Isaiah Nayor needs to be.
yeah, I hope Jalen
Cam
Catalan
Williams.
steps up and has a big game.
Yeah.
right?
If Isaiah Nayor picks the right school tonight, then I think that Texas
Yes.
is going to be okay.
Yes, Casey Kane, who's in the portal, he's still a part of the team, but that guy played great against Washington last year. We're going to need him to play great against Washington again.
Is Casey Kane the one guy who's in the portal who's still a part of the roster?
Sawyer Gorham Welch.
Okay.
And one other guy who has 2 last names.
Okay.
Oh.
Goodwin Turner.
Turner Good.
That dude's not even on
Sure.
the team anymore.
Who
He's
is
selling
it?
houses.
Oh, well, who is it? There's somebody else with
There's
2
somebody
names.
else, yeah.
It's 2 names. Those
That's
guys are the
JB
most
Goodwin.
loyal. Yeah, JB Good.
That's
Yeah,
JB
yeah. I don't know if that's it. There's one more. There's 3 total guys
Okay.
who are in the portal but are with the team at least through tonight.
Not Malik Murphy.
Malik Murphy is not one of them. Obviously, he is headed to Duke.
Hope he
next
and Manny find success at Duke together, you know?
season. Manny Iez.
Manny, yes, that's right.
As they like to call him. All right,
No
Zay.
D in that last name.
Actual key to the game. You got one?
Yeah, gotta make it.
Okay.
There we
Hey,
go.
that's what I'm talking
Hold
about
on
right
now.
there.
She's ready to roll.
Yeah, she's turned
God.
up. I need to get her up here.
She needs the game to kick off in 15 minutes, not 2 hours.
They'll scare me. I know, BK, you're not scared. Hey, you're tougher than me, my guy, because I'm scared as hell. What he did against Oregon, Oregon, what was the spread? 9 points their way in Vegas. So he basically took the life out of them, especially in the fourth quarter while hurt. I know Trevondre Sweat's good. I know Byron Murphy's good, but still just worrying about the passing game for Washington. Will they take that running game to, little? I'm not feeling that at all. Be all over it. Make Michael Penix throw, even though we know he's good at that. Make him throw because he has to throw.
Washington does something that I've been saying all year long is my only concern with the team running the football on Texas, and that is the ability to run off of the pass. And Washington has been doing that all year long. You mentioned that Johnson has really helped close out games for Washington this year. That's a great observation, and that's after Washington has done a great job through the air as well. So definitely keep track of that. I think the Texas defense will be up to that task, but folks are sleeping on Dylan Johnson too for sure. But BK is a believer. BK is a believer. He ain't scared. He ain't scared.
Oh, we're still doing a show? Are we done talking about a running back who's not going to do anything because no one does anything against Texas's defense? I'll eat my words if I'm wrong, but I said that before the OU game. I said that before the Tech game. Like every good running back that Texas has had to see this year, I'm like, I'm not worried. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. And to this point, I've been right. I hope I continue to be right.
I would love to be able to tell you for once in our existence together, you are right. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be a first time for sure. Double R, key for you.
Texas needs to win the battle of adjustments. We've been talking about how this is going to be a chess match all night long because this game is going to evolve into several different facets and things are going to be changing. You're going to have one-dimensional times. You're going to have two-dimensional times. You're going to have big plays. You're going to have momentum shifts and all of that. And we've talked about Kalen DeBoer and Steve Sarkisian. Which one of them is going to be the better adjustment head coach tonight, or which team does, which program does, which coaching staff does? Texas has to do that tonight because it is, man. I think that it's going to be evolving so many different facets in that contest tonight, guys. It's going to be ever-changing. Yep. It's going to be ever-changing. If you step away to go get a beer, you come back and you're watching your TV, something will have changed. It's going to change that damn fast tonight.
Great point.
I'm with you. Alabama just kicked a field goal. 7 seconds left in the first half. Michigan 13, Alabama 10. So it looks like the Wolverines are going to go into halftime with a lead over the Crimson Tide, of course, in the first of two college football playoff semifinal matchups. For me, guys, Texas has to run the ball. They got to run the ball, plain and simple. And I'm looking at the box score from the Alamo Bowl last year. And I've spent a month saying you can't put too much stock into that game last year. But Texas, 18 carries for 51 yards, 2.8 yards a carry. Now, Bijan Robinson didn't play in that game. Roschon Johnson didn't play in that game. But even Jonathan Brooks, and it wasn't the same Jonathan Brooks that we've seen this year, 6 carries for 18 yards. Like Texas, they didn't try to run the ball early enough, and they didn't have success when they did try to run the football. Quinn Ewers has to be great, obviously. But, man, Texas, if they can control the clock, if they can have the ball for like 35 minutes or more tonight, and that happens with long, drawn-out drives, if Texas is able to average 4 or 5 yards a carry, if they can do that, then I feel great about the Longhorns' chances to win. They couldn't run it last year against Washington. They lost that battle. Washington damn near tripled Texas's rushing output in the game last season. Obviously, that can't happen. But Texas, they ran for 51 yards last year, guys. Got to be closer to 151, I think, this time around.
And what else does that do? I mean, if you drag it out with the running game, if you have long drives, what are you doing? You're keeping Michael Penix in that offense on the sideline.
Bingo.
And that's a double win right there. So, yeah, that's huge, man. You got to pound it. You have got to pound it, and then you open up the air game.
Yeah, it does that too, right? To play action over the top,
no doubt,
with a good run game too.
Yeah, we all love the explosive plays. Yeah, you want 65-yard touchdowns and 75-yard runs and this and that, but sometimes it just doesn't happen that way. Sometimes you might have to grit and grind your way up the field. Long, methodical drives, 13 plays, 7-minute drives, 8-minute drives. You want that because, as you said, Rodney, keeping the ball out of the Michael Penix hands, that's huge for Texas success. So, yeah, I'm with you, BK. Running the football, it's a must. I think Jaden Blue, C.J. Baxter, and Keelan Robinson are all up for the task. Hopefully, Tashard Joyce, Kyle Flood, and Steve Sarkisian understand that, and they utilize it in tonight's game.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Are you guys both going to the game?
Yeah.
What kind of fans are y'all in person? Y'all making noise? Are y'all the type who stands up and cheers on defense? Are y'all just nervous? I mean, what can we expect out of you two in the Superdome tonight?
Depends what all I have before I get there.
Okay, yeah.
That's a lot of it.
How many drinks are consumed beforehand?
Yeah. How many? I like to yell. I like to yell. I like to clap. I like to. Obviously, you do all the Texas traditions and all that, just so you fit in perfectly. But yeah, I'm pretty animated, man. I'm pretty animated.
Okay.
What about you, Zay?
Yeah, it's tough because with our line of work, you always want to be professional and have that balance of just really focusing and not putting too much in it. But we're all fans here. We love the school. We love 40 acres at the end of the day. So it just comes out authentically.
Yeah.
Where you just start
you can't avoid
cheering
it.
and start clapping.
Well,
you can't avoid shit
and
like
then I
that.
think when you get a game that's relevant like this, I mean, if this was Texas playing, I don't know, Louisiana Lafayette in the season opener, maybe a little tamer.
Yeah.
But in something like this, man, it's and then
And
when
the people around you is always a big
I
deal
know,
too. If
I know.
everybody else around you is getting hype and just cheering and being crazy, you want to be a part of that.
Yeah.
And it becomes infectious at that point.
Well,
So
it's why I can't sit in the press box. Like,
Oh, yeah.
all my friends are like,
Yeah.
dude, you get free tickets, you go sit in the press. No, hell no, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
You can't drink up there. You can't make noise up there. You got to be professional.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not good at any of those things.
yeah, that's why I don't like
I have
media
no
centers
shot.
and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you sit in there and you can't say anything.
Yeah.
It's like I was at a race. One of the first times I went to TMS, I was sitting in the media center. We're sitting there watching the race. There's this big wreck, and I'm like, oh shit! And
Someone looked at you like, hey,
people are looking at me like,
do
get
that.
out of
what
character
are you
sometimes.
doing?
I figured at a NASCAR race that'd be accepted, right? Like they'll kick you out for not making noise at something like that.
It's a click over there. You got to watch them.
Yeah.
No, it's one of those things, and let's talk about that right quick. I think one of the cool things, just as we talk about this season, hopefully we've got 2 games left, but I think one of the coolest things that's been cool to see with the home games, with games at DKR, that finally is a raucous experience, right? I mean, for so many years, it's like if you went over there and you made too much noise, you had somebody that turned around and looked at you like you're a piece of shit.
Yeah.
But I mean, now you can actually go and now where the student section is and all of that. Now it's a little bit of an imposing home field advantage. Finally, I guess it helps that your team is good.
Yep.
But it's loud there.
Yeah, you gotta give Chris Del Conte a lot of credit for
man.
the environment, Bevo Boulevard, the light show at nighttime. Like you're going to the SEC where college football is king and they're big on tradition like that.
Oh, yeah.
So we know Texas has their own tradition, and now it's even more powerful. And you're right, Rodney, for recruits, that's big. If you want to come to a place where everybody's having fun, everybody's having a good time, because not only are they seeing a good product on the field, just the culture with that, it makes everything that much better. So this 2023 Texas football team, man, they've been so impressive. And hey, I don't want the show to end.
Nope.
I really don't. Like it's when you get to this point, it doesn't come around very often. So you got to capitalize on it as much as possible. And I think this team, with the leadership that they have, they know that. They know what's in front of them. And they're going to see their best game tonight.
Yeah.
I think they really are going to show their best game.
I'm about ready for this show to end because that means we get to go to the game.
It's getting close.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking
Yeah.
about the Texas football season? Yeah. This is awesome, guys. I mean, it's been such a long time since Texas has been anywhere close to this, and we're all Texas fans. We've been lifetime Longhorn fans, and to get to talk about a college football playoff game, we wouldn't do a 4-hour pregame show for the Alamo Bowl, for the Texas Bowl, for even just the New Year's Six Bowl that isn't a college football
Right.
playoff game. Like, to be in this spot, it's great, man. As a fan, I feel some vindication for all the time that I've kind of wasted watching this team
Right.
and covering this team.
Right.
It's just to get let down and heartbroken every single year. To be here, obviously, it means a ton to the guys in that locker room, but for this fan base too, that has just gone through all of the hell that Texas fans have been through since the start of 2010 to get here in this spot, to be 2 wins away from a national championship. I'm with y'all. I'm not ready for it to be done.
No.
And a loss makes us all disappointing, but it's cool to sit back and reflect. And I've had plenty of time to do this over the last few weeks and just think like how nice it is that Texas is back on the national scale and is once again a major, major player in the sport of college football.
And I think, this fan base deserves it. I mean,
Yes.
this fan base deserves it because, yes, they are loyal. Yes, they're critical. But, I mean, you know what that means? That means it's a rabid fan base. And it really has been, man. At times being, I'll say it, the laughing stock of the country
Yeah,
when
hell
it came
yeah.
to college football. Just because of the pressure that we put on ourselves as being the Texas football program. It's good to see these folks animated. It's good to see people smiling and looking forward to football games. And that's what this program should be. That's what this program should be. like I've said so many times, guys, when we talk about the standard ain't been very good lately. It's good to be in this spot again.
And it's been a blast being up here, BK.
Oh,
Thank
man.
you for that.
Yeah,
Everybody's
man,
part of
I'll tell
that,
you.
trailing. Bucky Gobbo,
Yep.
Rodney. We have the best team in, America, in my opinion. Like, everybody just has their own personalities. Everybody knows their shit. I love my job. Again, we're here in New Orleans right now.
Come on.
We're sitting in the heart. We're about to go to the game and stuff. We're living it up. We're absolutely living it up. And just the perfect season to do it. Starting Texas Sports Unfiltered
Oh.
past year, man.
Funny how that
Funny
program
how that happened.
Yeah,
started,
come on,
right?
man.
That's what I'm saying. So yeah, I'm blessed and honored to be here, and yeah, let's keep this thing going.
First time Texas makes it to the college football playoff is the first year Texas Sports Unfiltered has been covering the team. I don't think that's a coincidence right there. So we do accept cash, check, or Venmo
Exactly
for
right.
everybody walking around out there who wants to pay their respects for us making this happen. But obviously, Rio blows his horn.
There it is right there,
Gotta
guys.
stop for that. Let's go.
And there you go. There's that mass exodus. It looks like getting ready to make their way out of Manning's, getting ready to head to the Superdome for the Sugar Bowl coming up tonight. And it just feels good to say, guys, Texas playing in the college football playoff.
Yep.
At the same time, it feels very weird to say for the first time. I don't give a damn what time it is. They're in the college football playoff with an opportunity to punch a ticket to go to the national championship
Yeah,
game.
and look, the Sugar Bowl a few years ago was cool, right? 2018, fun season, made it to the conference title game, got to play in a New Year's Six, and obviously winning that game over Georgia was awesome, but it's different now.
No.
That was a 4-loss season for Texas. Like we're talking about a team that has the shot to do something special, and like I might contradict myself here. I think Texas can be in this spot again very soon. Like I think this thing has lasting power. I don't think this is a flash in the pan and Texas is going to go back to doing what they've done the last 10, 12 years. Like, no, I don't think it's like that. But, man, moving to the SEC, Zay, and the 12-team playoff, meaning you're going to have to win, 3 or 4 games to win a national championship in the postseason in college football starting next year. Like, it's going to get a lot tougher to win one of these championships. So while we're all happy and pumped that Texas is here and it's a massive, massive step in the right direction, and even if it's a loss tonight, it's still clearly a successful season for the Longhorns. It's like, shit, man, an opportunity as golden as this one, it might not come around that soon.
Yeah, and Texas has done a good job. Steve Sarkisian and crew getting guys in the transfer portal, the right guys to fit your system and scheme, and also getting guys in high school on the recruiting trail. I mean, they've done a hell of a job of finding big-time players, and it's about the culture. I mean, you can get those 5 stars in, but are you developing those guys? Are they sticking around? When you have multiple guys that are second and third string sticking around, and, just a transfer portal and how it is, guys don't want to wait no more. These kids nowadays, which I know I'm not that old, but still, I feel weird saying it, but these kids nowadays, once they hear, hey, we got a better opportunity, grass is greener on the side, they get up and leave. So Steve Sarkisian, he's kept a lot of the players here that have bought in, and I think for the future, that's huge success.
Yeah, it's one of the underrated elements of college coaching right now, that the recruiting process begins when you start to recruiting a guy, and it doesn't really stop until he's done with his eligibility at your school, or you no longer want him on the roster, one of those two things, right?
Yeah.
And Steve Sarkisian and his staff, they have nailed that part of things. Not even this offseason yet, but as they've been preparing for the college football playoff, killing the transfer portal like they have, finishing off the top 3 to 5 recruiting class in the high school ranks. And it has given me more optimism than anything I've seen on the field this year in terms of Texas' ability to sustain this when they get to the SEC next season.
Yep. Shout out to Michael on the YouTube Clean Cause comments line. Excuse me. I credit TSU for the season the Horns have had. We ain't done, baby. First year you guys have the shows, and we're 1 game away. I'd say we're 2 games away.
2 games.
2 games away from being national champions. 1 game away, obviously, from getting there. And what a party that would be. I mean, this has been a lot of fun. Not too many cities party like New Orleans does, but to basically have a game in your own backyard
right down the road
for a national championship next
the
week. I mean, that's what we're playing for. We're not just playing to get to the national title. We're playing to have a home game in the national championship. Now, Michigan's got fans. Alabama's got fans. It won't be 100% Texas at NRG. But, my God, like, you talk about golden opportunities, guys.
Well,
there's no dominant team, Rodney, in the sport. It feels like Texas is as good as anybody. And, holy shit, you could play for a national title 2.5 hours away from campus.
And see, here's the other part of it. I mean, talking about with TSU coming, with you bringing TSU to life, where'd you come home from? Houston.
Yeah, H-Town. Sorry.
Where's that game going to be? In Houston.
My brain
it all
fell apart.
You're like, I don't know where I came from. But back to what you guys were talking about with the program. I think when you build a house, what's the first thing that you do? You pour that foundation. You lay that foundation. And that's the most integral part of the house. The foundation gets messed up. That house is, it's a crumbling effect is what's going to happen right there. That's what this program has done. The administration is in place. The coaching staff that we talked about is all in place right there. Recruiting is at a top-notch level, and you're working the transfer portal. You're building a house, foundation, studs, roof. I mean, that's exactly what they've done right here. And they have built. They have a nicely master planned house that has been built right here.
Yeah, absolutely. And they'll have a lot of guys coming back as part of that foundation, right? They're going to lose a lot whenever this season is all said and done. But once again, it feels like Texas is ready. This was a huge season for Texas for so many different reasons. Obviously, you love winning the conference on your way out the door. You give the Tom Herman double birds to the Hateful Eight in this league. But I feel confident that, all right, taking this league to the SEC, the best conference in college football, we're going to be ready for this. And I think every Texas fan feels confident, regardless of how these next couple of weeks shakes out, that this thing is where it needs to be and where it's been way too long since it has been.
Big time.
All right, 10 minutes left. Brock, toss me a fireball, please. It's time right now. Anybody else?
I was legitimate about to predict that. Go ahead and give me one.
Let's go. Nice catch, Trey.
Oh man,
Good thing the camera was not on you.
Clearly,
you dodged the bullet.
Clearly not a Westlake safety.
Keep that one for you. Yeah.
That is for
I need
sure.
a beer. I need to go see
Trey.
I need to go see my lady over there and get a beer.
Oh yeah, that's where we're headed after this. We got to break down, have a couple of drinks, and then make our way to the Superdome.
Is there water or something?
There you go.
No chase.
Thank you. I mean, no.
It's antifreeze, dude.
Exactly.
It's good for you. It's good for your system.
You're going to be ready for 4 more hours after this.
If this
Trey.
was Malort, I would be good to go, but it's not.
Yeah, if this was Malort, I'd be throwing up already before even taking the shot. I think I would have yacked if that's what we were rocking with. All right, we're on
right
camera.
there,
We got Trey. We got intern Brock. We got me.
Cheers.
I guess I can keep the mic down. That's not going to sound good. Somebody else talk.
Yeah. So there it is right there.
Rip it,
play by
baby,
play
rip
right
it.
there. Up. He's
Rip
chugging.
it.
Look at that right there. Whoa,
Trey is
you
disgusted.
good, Trey? Yeah, everybody's good. Look at that. 3 empty ones right there.
Yeah,
3
BK took it
fireballs
down like
right down.
punch, man.
Yeah, there it is right there. Pretty
Oh,
damn
man.
smooth. How was it, boys? We
I
did
feel
that last
like
night.
Frank the Tank now. And I'm ready. It feels so good when it hits your lips.
What a fucking puke.
Could not be more opposite reactions. I'm having the time of my life. That was the greatest thing I've
Now,
ever
that's
done.
how you go to the game.
Trey,
That's right.
That's the worst thing
Style.
that Trey has done in a long time right there. All right, 9 minutes left. Can you make it, Trey?
Yeah, no, we'll be okay.
All right, we got to give our score predictions, of course, here. Brought to you by our great friends at Hall's Motorworks, 620 and 2222 back in Austin. They are the best. Complete foreign and domestic automotive care. If something is wrong with your car, they can fix it. They specialize in BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, Audi, some of the nicer brands, but if something's wrong with your car, they're going to fix it. These guys are experts. They can also do just basic maintenance. It's where I go to get my oil changed. It's a 30-minute drive. I don't care. It's worth it. I trust these guys. Hard to find good, reliable mechanics that you trust. These guys are Texas fans. Paul and the team at PMW. Been around since 2000. The best at what they do. PMWAustin.com is the website. Once again, 620 and 2222, right across from that HEB. You can find them there. Trey, because I'm worried you're going to puke if you stay on the mic for the next 8 minutes, I'll go to you first. Your score prediction, who wins, what's the final score, and maybe an MVP for this game. I know we've done offensive and defensive, but give me just an MVP for Texas.
I think you guys are going to be able to guess my MVP.
Shit. That's on me, guys. God dang it. I should have known better.
Oh, man. I think the game is going to be, let's go 38-31 Texas. I think Texas gets it cooking early on offense, and I think we see the occasional big play from this Texas defense. Could be a sack that ends a drive. Could be a turnover. Michael Penix has thrown a turnover in just about every thrown an interception, in just about every game this season. So think Texas does a little bit of that on defense to slow the offensive Washington offense up enough that Texas offense does its job and they win by 7 points. And my MVP of the game, real MVP of the game this time, not Arch Manning,
Peyton?
unfortunately. Ooh,
Oh,
Eli.
shit. Are we getting a Manning cast for
Cooper.
this game?
Dorf Manning, their cousin, who never amounted to shit. No,
Dorf?
it's
Who?
Dorf
Who?
Manning.
You
It's
gotta
like
do it. You
Dorf.
gotta do it
I
one
don't
more
know.
time.
Dorf was
Not
his
so
name.
fast,
Big
midget.
Dorf
Not
golf
so
dude.
fast.
Golf fans, you know. I get it. Dorf's golf was hilarious back in the 1980s, and one of the Mannings got named Dorf. It's okay. He never amounted to shit. He wasn't going to with that name, you know.
Yeah.
But Quinn Ewers is the guy for me. He's been really good these last couple of games. He's gotten healthier from that. Refuse to say air conditioner joint injury, AC joint injury, even though it's in my head. Thanks to all of y'all now. But Quinn Ewers has been great. This offense is clicking as a result of everybody knowing their roles. That starts with the quarterback. We don't see a bad interception out of him, hopefully, like we did in that Oklahoma State game. And if so, Quinn Ewers will be the MVP.
I like it. Double R, score prediction and MVP.
Man, so close to what you were saying, Trey. I think you read my mind right there with everything you were saying. I think Texas is going to start fast. I've been saying that for 30 days.
Yeah.
Texas is going to start fast. I'm seeing about a 14-point lead right here for Texas. Washington's going to get back in the game. I think Texas is going to hold about a 7-point advantage throughout the contest, with the defense really tightening up right there and shutting down that high-powered attack. And then in the second half, really keeping it at a minimum. By the time this thing is all said and done, staying with that single-digit score, I think it's going to be a 38-30 Texas win.
Okay.
And I'm definitely going with Quinn Ewers as well as the MVP. I mean, I think I totally agree with what Bucky was saying, that I think he's going to throw for about 325, 330 yards tonight. And he's just going to be – it's going to be a masterful game for him. And when a quarterback does that, they're going to be the MVP.
Yeah.
And that's when we start asking the question, what happens next week, and is he going to come back? I think that coming out of tonight's game, that really becomes an even more legit question than it is right now, Zay.
Yeah.
Let's hope you're right on that, honestly.
Yeah.
If people are talking about Quinn Ewers being a first-round pick after tonight's game, then okay.
Yeah.
Good news for Texas.
Yeah, I'll take that. My score, fellas, 45-35. I got a 10-point double-digit win for the Horns, kind of like against Alabama. And I think JT Sanders is going to be the MVP of the game. I think he's going to just burst out again like he did in the Alabama game when you're worried about Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell. I mean, JT Sanders up the seam, that's going to be there all night long. Again, he's so athletic. When he has the ball in his hands, he's able to break tackles and make moves that a lot of tight ends cannot do at this level. Look at number 0 to get going, and I think he really can to move the chains. JT Sanders, player of the game for me.
45-35. That's a good score for Texas football, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good memories of a score like that. All right, I'm handing off my headset to intern Brock, who always gives a score prediction on these pregame shows. He's wearing sunglasses. It's pitch black at 6 o'clock at night.
Cool
So
guy.
let's see where this goes. Here, hold on.
They're mirrored, too.
Yeah.
Rock's on fire.
He does have a nice pullover, though, now.
Thank you. $75 pullover.
Wow.
That's ridiculous.
Well, you won like 1,000, didn't you, this week?
Yeah, I was cold. I was like, I'll pay whatever. It's freezing.
The temperatures this morning were a little bit misleading. It felt good this morning, and it's gotten chillier throughout the day.
It felt good when we got here,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden it became like freezing cold. I just realized I'm out of shot. I need to kneel down.
There you
or
go.
something. My score prediction, I'm going to go 49-42 Texas.
49-42. Wow, that is a lot of points.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's going to be a shootout.
All right.
I really do. I think it's going to be a race to 40, honestly.
Well, if it's a race to 40, both teams get over 40, like 49-42.
Well, you know what I mean.
suggests.
It's gonna be a very
So it's a
high
race to
scoring
43.
game.
A race to 43. you
Yes.
mean. Whoever
Yes.
gets to 40 first. Okay.
Yes, whoever gets to 40 first is gonna win the game. In my opinion, I think it's gonna be a shootout.
Who's your MVP then?
Ooh. I mean, if we score 49, which
gotta be
I
Ewers.
think we will, I would think Ewers, but I also think it's gonna be a big day for Xavier Worthy.
I feel like if
So-
one Texas receiver has a big day, multiple Texas receivers are going to have a big day. Like Sanders is going to have a great day, and Worthy or Mitchell or some combination of the two. And Whittington has contributed 50-plus yards and a huge blocking play downfield or something like. And if that happens, it's going to be because Ewers is spreading the ball all around. This Texas offense is clicking like we all think it's going to tonight. by the score predictions. What about you, BK? Handing the headset back from.
Oh shit. I will say this before I hand it back over. I think that KT Sanders is gonna have a big day too.
Okay.
There you go,
That's
bro.
all I'm saying.
There you go, bro.
Thank God we're unfiltered, because that moment would have happened on the real radio too. Oh shit! I got to give this back. Fantastic. All right, I'm not going to be the guy who, in front of a bunch of Texas fans, picks Texas to lose.
That's actually bad. That's a bad omen.
Am I?
That's a bad. That's a bad omen for us. I need you to pick Washington right now, just like you did Arizona over the Rangers.
Yeah.
You did pick Texas over Oklahoma State, though.
I did pick Texas over Oklahoma State, and I said it would be a blowout, and it was a blowout, so I was right on that one. You're welcome, America. I've been saying for weeks that I think Washington's going to win this game,
Just go with your 69-0.
but I'm not doing it.
Oh,
I'm not
man.
picking Washington at a time
Okay.
like this.
No.
I'm picking Texas,
Another way.
41-38.
Okay.
It's a close game. I think Sideshow Burt comes up with a huge kick late to give Texas the win.
Yep.
The Longhorns, I think it's a high-scoring game, clearly. 41-38, an easy over for your cousins out there. But I've got confidence, man. I got confidence in this bunch. This group just feels different to me. I trust in Steve Sarkisian. I trust in Quinn Ewers in these big games. And I think the talent gap is absolutely there. Like, Texas has like talent to Alabama and Michigan. Texas has more talent than Washington.
Yeah, they do.
Now, hey, Texas has had more talent than plenty of teams that it's lost to over the last 12 years. Don't get me wrong. But I think Texas's talent is going to shine. I think there'll be too much for Washington at the end. I'm going with the Horns 41-38. We will see all of y'all in Houston next Monday night.
Let's get it.
Just like that. And that's going to do it for our first ever 4-hour Texas Sports Unfiltered pregame show.
Is that already 6?
It's already 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
We hope we have
Great
another
job, guys.
4-hour pregame show
That
next
flew
week
by.
in Houston. That'd be a hell of a lot of fun.
And hopefully we have an Airbnb broadcast tonight celebrating a win.
Oh,
too.
there will be a post-game show. It'll be KD and Wags for sure. Win, lose. You can't draw. Win or lose. There will be a post-game show. But if Texas wins, there's going to be some drunk shenanigans happening at the Airbnb, where we will do a live broadcast deep into the night. So you should be rooting for Texas for a billion other reasons, but that might be at the very top of the list. Thanks again to all of our phenomenal travel partners for allowing us to be here in New Orleans. We've had a ton of fun. We'll do a show tomorrow morning, maybe at the Airbnb as well before we skip town. But thanks to our travel partners, and most importantly, thanks to all of you for tuning in and being a subscriber to Texas Sports Unfiltered. Please like this video if you haven't yet. Subscribe to the channel if you have not done so. Download the free TSU app as well. For Bucky Godbold, I guess, who was here for 20 minutes. For Chip Brown, who was here at the start of this broadcast. Intern Brock, Intern Mason. For Brian, got to give him some love as well. For Tracy, I'm giving Tracy some love. Everyone is a part of the Airbnb.
He's a roadie. Yeah.
Of course, Zay Collier, Rodney Rodriguez, Trey Elling, I am BK Brad Kellner. Thank you all so much for tuning in to the Texas Sports Unfiltered pregame show. We will talk to y'all soon. Have a great night, and hook 'em horns, baby. Woo! Let's go.